interesting. An interesting stream, you say. Why would that be? Because I owe 227 burpees. 227, you heard that correct. That is right. We must do. We're going to get very fit today. I'm not complaining. It means I do not have to go to the gym. My gym workout will be the burpees today, which means I can play more World of Warcraft. And this is a win-win scenario for everyone. All right. I want to play some Guardian Druid. I want to work on some dungeon routes. We got a pretty stacked comp right now. So overall, I'm pretty excited. I'm pretty excited. Let me just do this. Bam. Oh, we'll get a little stream setup going. Good morning, Aluso. Good morning. We have a mission today, Aluso. You know what it is? Any free? Yes, Purple. That is why I didn't fill. I figured. Can you bring a lust though, Purple? We do need a lust in this comp. At the moment, we do be needing a lust. So what do you think? What's up, Misty Ray? Hey, Misty. Alrighty then. We're just gonna get set up today. I want to link this here. Boom. All builds that I test linked in Discord. Give me 5 minutes max. Cool. Yeah, if you are comfortable bringing a Lust class, then that sounds good to me. All right. Boom. Right here. Excellent. Just pin this message, and then we manually unpin at the end of stream. Fantastic. I'm excited. So we're gonna pace the burpees today. The plan, I don't mind impossible stream challenges, right? Like I'm super great with it. I don't mind. But 227 burpees is a lot. So we're going to pace it throughout stream, you know. Just a reminder that's we're going to take our time, quote unquote. We're going to make sure that we relax for just a bit. Cool? All right, so I got a DPS coming. Got a Lost DPS coming. Few minutes. All right, and then we can start. Good morning, Beyblades. Did you like my tank tier list yesterday? We have officially done the tank tier list. I think actually that might be the last one. I mean, we'll see if there are more updates, but I'm not necessarily sure there will be. I'm not convinced at this point. I think that very realistically, we're on sort of the last build-ish, right? Bear is up, and I'm going to play a version of Bear today, Beyblades. This build that I'm about to play is borderline. Don't tell anyone you're playing it. How do I put this politely? Definitely don't tell anyone you're about to play this build that I've cooked up. But I swear to God, it works. Like it's really weird. It shouldn't work. No, it's a cook. It's a cook. If I cooked like this on MasterChef, I would not make it to episode 2. Let's put it that way. I am not surviving culinary class wars with this cook. All right, I'll show you the build. I don't mind. I'll show you the build. And that's it. That's all you get to see. I won't show you the rest of the build. Morning. Look at Oh, yeah. But the thing is, I am a huge fan of cooking. Yep, it's not just no Apex talent, though. It's even more than that. The thing is that I'm very okay with doing weird things in World of Warcraft. I think that actually, honestly, to be honest with you, and I've said this before, but I'll say it again, I genuinely think that it is an actual shame that people on beta are almost unwilling to try the cook. You should be, it's beta. Like, this is what beta testing is for. And it is strange to me that there are people who would not be willing to try very, very strange talent builds just because they're trying to, like, I don't know what they would be trying to do. Like, do you want top beta logs? I don't think that's smart. If you end up having top beta logs, do you know what happens? Like, seriously. Like, it's counterproductive if your spec looks too good on beta, right? That's the thing I think that people don't quite realize. Good morning, Veronica. I also have your Discord notifications on, by the way. I'm assuming. I kind of there are some streamers that I like, and I keep their Discord unmuted. You know, the first thing you do when you join a Discord is you immediately mute the server because you don't want to be like spammed. I just do it once a day. Just put a little go live notification because I have learned that it doesn't always go up everywhere else. So I don't mind doing that, but for the streamers that I like, I keep their Discord unmuted just so I can see the go live notification because otherwise I miss it. When I'm streaming, I don't ever see it actually come up on the actual platform. Good morning, good morning. Okay, we're waiting for purple to get on, then we'll do some keys. Thank you. Where's Fox Ears? Ooh, did we get a Fox Ear redeem? Timmy, they're right here. I always have the Fox Ears next to me. They're always present. I'm never more than like, give or take 3 meters from my Fox Ears. You never know when you're going to need them. You know what I mean? You got to have them. That's okay. I play Guardian Druid. I'm allowed to say that. Yo, Veronica, I'm learning how to do thumbnails. Like, I'm getting better at them. I actually made one for today's stream, and I made it, like, pretty fast. I'm very proud of myself. Because it used to be that if I tried to make a thumbnail, it would take me, give or take, like a while. But yeah, so when you play this game, Veronica, and you get into World of Warcraft, there's a strange perspective that a lot of WoW players have. And you see this in other games too. Like, I know you tend to play more cozy games, but in general, you see this across the entire genre of gaming nowadays, which is basically just, you gotta be competitive. You gotta be optimal. You gotta play the best thing. But sometimes it's actually fun to just try new things. Do you know what I mean by that? Like, if you're playing, like, I'm trying to think about what I've seen you play recently. Expedition 33. I'm sure there's a quote-unquote meta build or a way to, set up your talents or a specific play style that's more powerful than others. But also, you're literally playing a game. So I understand the competitiveness of it. I certainly don't want to detract from the fact that it is fun and it's cool to be optimal. But at the same time, like, you know what I mean? I also think that it's fun very much to just cook, Yeah, I don't mind. I like backseat gaming. So if anybody ever has suggestions for me, I'm happy to. I love all the suggestions, by all means. Always give me suggestions. That is something I am okay with. There are some people who are not, Morning, Slam. Morning. We owe, if you, can you see? So, by the way, my sponsorship with AuberGX has ended. A little sad, no problem. Looking for more sponsors. If anybody is watching and they're curious and you are looking for a streamer to sponsor, yo, what's up? You should totally email me. But sponsorship for AuberGX is over. So we have in my bottom left, it was taking up some space before, but now what we have is we have the burpee tracker, the daily burpee tracker. And if you, by the way, was not here for yesterday's stream, all right? I owe 227 burpees today. It is I'm getting my workout in today. Let's put it this way. Let me explain it. We are going to get very fit very quickly. 227 is the tracker for today. 227? 227 is bordering on. I think that is healthy if I split it throughout the day and I'm reasonable with it. You know what I mean? Good morning, JJ. I'm about to get to you. I see you here in a second. Yes, 227 today I think is doable. It's hard, but it's doable. I don't mind hard things, though. Yeah, it's going to be a lot, but I think I just have to kind of pace, and then there's the potential of maybe taking a shower, like, midway through stream. I could see that there could be an argument that maybe a shower might be necessary as stream continues today. You know what I'm talking about? I will not take you with me into the shower because, well, I like streaming. But, yeah, it's very possible, Veronica. You ever thought about doing a gym workout stream? I tried them before, so I did work out. You know, it took me this is funny. It took me an extra 4 months to get partnered because I did gym streams because I was just like hanging out with people at the gym. However, because no one watches gym streams on Twitch, you like really, really int your average viewers when you do that. Because I was just hanging out with like the 10 people who were there with me, right? Like, that's all. Okay, don't worry. I think we'll update in a second, Purple, and then we go. He's updating his game. Basically, though, yeah. How are you? I'm doing pretty good. Nid, I'm going to do 200 plus burpees today. We'll see. Yep. I don't mind. I think the bits are a way for people to support stream and also care about my health. I am significantly healthier for having done all of these things. Like, you know what I mean? I think it's good for me. I need to move more. I have been very busy recently, and sometimes I don't want to ever take my health for granted, but I just don't always. I'm not always doing a very good job of like getting to the gym, etc., etc. You trying to update? Give me a minute. You watched the whole vid on Patreon. What did you think, Wussy? Okay, so you watched the whole video. What did you think of my amazing? What did you think of the video? Yo, by the way, Tim May, here are the fox ears. I got you. Now we have fox ears on. So basically, the way I think about it, right, is that we're gonna do. I think what we'll do is like this. We'll go, hey, Mashira, done logging. Cool, 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 cool. We're gonna do like 10 to 20 burpees in between every key. I figure by the end of the day, we'll at least get close to the goal. Depends how long we stream for today, of course. But yeah, 227. I am excited for this challenge. I wonder if anybody, do you press X to doubt if you think I could actually get 227 burpees done today? I will say a compromise I will make is the fact that I will sprawl. I don't think I will do full burpees. I will do sprawls, I think, would be just an easier way to accomplish that, because otherwise my shoulder probably ain't going to be too happy with me. So that might be a relative compromise, let's say. You know, everything's compromised nowadays. Why do you have 4 ears? Well, you know, I was born this way. Do you know we have, what's marching? Marching 14th, like something for Valentine's? I made some points on that. Like, can you line of sight the Pyromancer AoE? No, you cannot. Oh, I didn't see your comment if you were doing this, though. Was going to before, but got worried I would get clipped or something. Yeah, it is. So it's a different experience, Veronica. It kind of turns the gym, because normally when I'm at the gym, I have, like, absolute rage music playing, you know what I mean? Like, I'm a very... I get surprisingly intense. Oh, Nid, got you. We have... Nid, just be respectful. No politics on stream, okay? I understand. I know that's, like, a very important topic, and just... Yeah, sorry. Obviously, like, massively important topic, but not on stream. Just general rule, I think it's a good idea, you know, keep it away. Hi, Mashira. Yeah, sorry. But understand. How is everybody? I think we're doing good today, Mashira. You think I could do 200 plus burpees today? That's the real question. The question here is whether you think I could do that. That's a lot, but I feel like I could do it. I got this. I'm confident. I'm a confident person. Hold up. Why is my mod view not on? Do random exercises in town. Not talk poly. Yeah, well, good for you, Paj. Paj, lucky for you. You will get to see both. You will see me play bear tank with this randomly cooked build. This is an unbelievably cooked build, but at 150, 180 min. Okay. That's pretty good. Well, let's get started now as Purple logs in. I think we're just waiting for him. And then, okay, he's here. Nice. Cool. 15 terrace. Oh, yeah. Like, Veronica, I'm a surprisingly intense person. I believe in duality, right? Like, I very much believe that you have the best of both worlds. Veronica, you're South African. Did you grow up watching, by any chance? Ooh, Frost Knight just subscribed. Yo, thank you for the Prime sub. Much appreciated. But my question for you is this, Veronica. Did you grow up watching Hannah Montana? Right? You ever seen Hannah Montana? You know the good old Hannah Montana? Which mods you can see C-Lock? Good question. I will try to mention that in the future. That's a good feedback. We'll see. I can do that in the future ones, though. A tier list for newbie healers. Mashira, I was thinking about making one today. That was actually on the plan today, was potentially doing that. I use DBM, Nid. Mashira, I might actually make a best first healer tier list. That is something I was considering. I would like to do a Magister's Terrace, actually, on the Druid today. You loved Hannah Montana? Great. So, basically, I think that Hannah Montana and Alan Watts have a lot in common. If you've ever heard Alan Watts speak before, you would know that he's heavily inspired by Hannah Montana or vice versa, because duality. Veronica, I believe I can have the best of both worlds. In general, I'm a chill individual. I like kindness, I like joy, I like Disney music. However, I also am very, very intense, especially at the gym. Like, I am the type of guy, I will scream at the gym. Like, I will play, like, I'm playing the most hardcore possible playlist. People don't even know these playlists exist. They're like forbidden fuel playlists. All right, here we go. Let me get some burpees done, shall we? We gotta start chipping away. 227 is a lot. We're gonna do some right now. There we go. Oh my God, the first one's already feeling hard today. Here we go. All right, this is gonna be an adventure. Oh, 1, 2, 3. Whoa. 4. Like Hannah Montana taught me basically that you can't have light without dark. You can't have good without bad. And therefore, there is no such thing as good or bad. It's a matter of perspective, right? That's what Miley Cyrus represents. I'm obviously being facetious. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Oh, we are definitely getting sweaty today. We are absolutely, all right. Yeah. I don't feel, I'm wondering about that, Veronica. Yeah, that's a good question. How confident are we I'm going to get to 227? Oh, okay, that's 20. All right, that's not bad. Now, so, here's the thing. Ultimately, here's the thing. When it comes to these burpees, what I was going to do. Good morning, Manscooten. Listen. All right, one moment. So, what you need to know. Un momento, por favor. Okay. That was only 20. Now, here is the thing. Knowing that I had to do 227 burpees today, I had decided, I was like, I'm going to get some good sleep yesterday. That's what I decided, right? I was going to get some very good sleep, you know? But I wouldn't say that God had other plans for me, but my cat certainly did. So, you know, sometimes the universe speaks to you in mysterious ways. And in particular, last night, around 3 a.m., give or take, the universe spoke to me in about an hour of screaming through this very feisty cat. So that's how the universe chose to communicate with me recently. I wouldn't say that I'm the biggest fan of when the universe decides to communicate with me like this, but you know, you make do with what you got. All right, let's go. Veronica, do any of your pets have this? Yeah. Sometimes you're just sort of like, oh, I've just gone to bed. I went to bed at like 2 or something yesterday. It was a little late. I had some work last night late. So I was trying to get everything done. And then all of a sudden, a short few hours later, it was quite loud outside, let's say. Let's say quite loud outside. Look at that swift gather. Unbelievably fast gather. Do. Whew. Where in, say what now? Where in what? Hold up, what's the word? How? H-A-O. What does H-A-O mean? What does that mean? Wait, Palitzer. Where to get the, Ooh. So, in World of Warcraft, Veronica, you have many ways that you can decide. Did you just cocoon me out of shame? Was that a misclick cocoon? I feel like that was a shameful cocoon there. I don't feel like I deserve that one. I I feel like that was a no-trust cocoon. The Home Atoners Association, I see. Whew. Veronica, when you play World of Warcraft, there are so many different ways to enjoy the game, yeah? So some people prefer to do Mythic Plus content, you know, that's what I do. I'm doing these things, they're called dungeons and keys, and you've heard me talk about them before. But actually, there are a ton of people, right, who what they actually like to do is they just like to collect things. Because World of Warcraft is such a massive game, and there's actually so much to collect in this game. So a lot of people, that's how they choose to enjoy it. I think it's very interesting that you have such basically a duality in WoW. You know what I mean? Okay, so if I grab these here and we play all of this, technically speaking, this should be enough. And the question is, as long as my healer can heal this, then we'll be fine. So everybody gets here. Nice. I'm going to bark skin now. I'm going to let my team catch up for a second. Then I'm going to pull these three. And remember, I went over this in the video of how once you pull these, you really need to kind of group this fast because your healer is going to be quite a bit stressed. And you want to try and alleviate that stress as best as possible. So I can off heal a little bit, like my hunter here. I can just grab him back up and then do what I got to do. Here we go. Yeah, well, you know, I think that Brewmaster, you know, it's better at snap threat than it used to be for sure. But I don't know. It's not like still not perfect at it, right? So then remember, I'm telegraphing to my team that I'm going to come over here and grab this. Nice gateway. Immediately go back. Let me do one pull in the courtyard, though. Yeah, it's interesting. So remember, the way that I choose to play the game is but one of many ways. So I think that's actually probably the most interesting thing about WoW. Whoops, we butt pulled this. Somebody sent something. That's okay. No problem. We can do this. I just Vortex here. I have Incarn, luckily. What is your hero talent? I am playing a macroed Elune's Chosen Ironfur build. So it's interesting. It technically shouldn't work. The build I'm playing right now is, I don't know if it's trolling necessarily, but it's not the best build. What I can tell you basically is that it's not the meta build, you know. Let's put it that way. I'm playing the new Sundering Roar talent. I'm macroing my Ironfur. I'm playing Elune's Chosen. It is suboptimal, to say the least. But I don't necessarily think that that is that bad. I think it's totally fine, and I think it does work. Because if we take a look at my damage here, it's not like I'm doing no damage, right? Can I explain the macro? So Ironfur is a button that is off the GCD. If something is off the GCD, then what that means basically is that you can combine it. So I can cast Ironfur at the same time that I cast other abilities, yeah? So that's what it means when something is quote unquote off the GCD. So we're gonna group this all together here, perfect. I'm gonna off heal my healer real quick. Boom, easy. I'm gonna stay on the Magister here. I'm gonna stop that. And then somebody hopefully will kick that Pyroblast. Oop, that was the Pyroblast that went off. That's okay. Good Soulstone. So basically, there are certain abilities in WoW that are not locked. You know how when you press an ability right now in the game, El Loco? I just have off healing. I have a really powerful off healing now through the regrowth stuff. So you know how when you press an ability, there's a delay before you can press another ability? How do you... It's in tank information in my Discord, but otherwise I can just explain it to you here as well. And I can type it out for you after this key if you remind me. It just is hashtag show tooltip, and then you say / cast the thing that's off GCD, and then you do / cast the thing that you want to be able to cast. So for me, it's Mangle, etc. Remember, you can stand in this. It's no problem. My DK will still be in range to hit the boss. I'm very tanky against this. Now I need to pull him out. Oh, I was late in pulling him out. I got stuck. Ooh, close call, close call. And then we're here. You can bind it to... You only need to bind it to about 1 or 2 abilities. Oops, I was late. I guess as a druid, I might actually need to move this boss a little bit more. I can get these ones, don't worry. I got it. It's my job, my job, my job. That one was a little bit poor tank movement there, actually. I should have moved him a little bit extra. But it looks like we kind of got him into the corner properly, so actually all good. How goes the stream? Hey, Rosa. Just starting today. Just chilling. Nothing too spicy for today's stream. Giga tanky on my Guardian. I actually want to just practice some keys as Guardian today. I've been playing a lot of other tanks, but obviously when the season starts, like this is my main. So I want to be able to get a little bit better here. Yeah, I got stuck on that book, see? Demon Spikes, yeah, you could do Demon Spikes on Fracture. I would also bind Demon Spikes in particular. I think that one is actually important to have not just on Fracture, but also on Immo Aura, because you don't want to be delayed getting it in a pull. So I want him to knock me away from the boss here. That would be better, actually. I'm going to let him knock me, and I don't want to get trapped here, because I'm going to need to move him immediately into this corner, and then we're perfect here. Yeah, so I could stress test the bear a little bit. We have a pretty solid group today. I think my healer's still learning some of these dungeons. He's newer to beta testing. So, yeah, that's possible, though. Of course, we could do that a little. So here, for example, I'm going to just watch some off healing. We got to be careful about taking extra stacks. Can let me take some as the tank. Can I explain why I chose the bear as a main? Oh, yeah, of course. So, for me, right, why do you still need to do tank testing? That's a good question. And what add-on lets your eye gold? Oh, that is called Bartender. The add-on you're talking about is called Bartender. For you, Schwabro. I'm just using Bartender for my bars. I chose Bear. It's the class fantasy of Druid is something that I really like. I just like the idea of being a Druid. It fits my altaholic kind of play style of like, yo, I really like being able to just play all the things that I want to play. You know what I mean? So that's like the first and foremost thing. Aside from that, it allows me to play the game in the way that I want to. And that to me is the actual biggest thing about Bear. I can stream and talk to you while I play Bear because it's very chill for me. There are some tanks that I might kind of enjoy playing, but they don't allow me to interact with stream in the same way. For example, if I'm playing my Blood DK, it might be kind of fun, but I always have to be paying attention, right? Like, I have to be super on top of it. Did we get that? How come it disappears when I press it sometimes? I think I've done this a few times now, and I kind of have to learn why that crystal doesn't always work for me. Beautiful ears? Oh, thank you. I forgot I had them on, actually. So Guardian Druid basically, because it's a simple tank and because it's straightforward, it allows me to enjoy the game in the way that I want to enjoy the game. That is honestly the reason why. I like it because it's easy. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Like, it's not like I'm not like pretending that Guardian Druid is so much more complicated than everything else. Even though there is a lot of min-max for Guardian Druid now, I still find myself wanting to play the simpler version of it. And I don't believe that I think I can do all the keys that I want to do playing this version because it's not like my damage is bad here. I could have 20k more DPS if I was playing the quote-unquote meta build, right? But I don't think I need to. I got Barkskin up. Remember, these packs absolutely clap tanks. That was with Barkskin. And 1 Iron Fur. So this build, basically, I never have to stress my healer. I'm able to kind of chill, focus on the dungeon, and just basically chill and interact with you guys. Does that answer your question, though? You should play Classic with your friend. I actually like Classic, to be honest, but I don't know if I would play Classic if there's no, like, Classic Plus. Honestly, if they came out with a Classic Plus, I'd probably play that. Because I love the fact that WoW is a game with, like, so much vibes, right? But, I'm not sure. I'm not really, like, sure I would just go back to play Classic. Remember, don't chain this. This is the mob. Even though he's at, like, really low health, you absolutely do not chain him under any circumstances. Yeah, I can chain now because he's not going to get anything else, but that's it. You never want to chain that dude. Is the meta build? Yeah, the meta build requires constant decision making. You actually need to be making adjustments throughout your gameplay. So you need to be deciding, do I Iron Fur here, do I Raise, or do I Ravage? Can I bank Rage for the next Ravage? If I press Iron Fur, how likely am I to get a proc in a second? Because I don't want to waste that proc. Maybe I might munch the proc if I'm short on Rage. So you always want to be chilling at a baseline level of Rage, which means do you press 1 or 2 Iron Fur? Do you spam Iron Fur? Okay, now I'm in this pack. I got to make sure I have a Possibility of snap threat. Are my team going to zug-zug? Do I have to send the Ravage early? Can I hold it for a second? Can I drop combat to get the next mango, force procking it? Can I hold this proc? How soon is this pull going to die? Am I going to lose a proc? Can I make sure I have 60 rage instead of 40? Okay, like it's just like, there's all these decisions. Technically, it's not that hard. Like I wouldn't describe that as being impossible or like incredibly challenging, but I also wouldn't describe it as very chill. Does that make sense? Like, there's just a lot more decision-making, if you know what I mean. And I'm just, in general, I'm not a huge fan of those types of min-max sort of RNG gameplay. The biggest thing to me is that I have to respond to procs. And I don't like proc-based gameplay for tanks. Any tank that revolves around, hey, did I get this proc or did I not get this proc, I am not a fan of. Because I want to know before the pull starts whether or not I'm going to live. Does that make sense? Like, I want to know exactly what's happening before it happens. It's like uber important to me that I am aware of what my options are before the thing actually occurs. So I don't want to have to react to procs. I don't like, some people find that gameplay incredibly engaging, by the way. Some people love that type of gameplay. For me, I'm not really a huge fan. And there's my off healing right there, by the way. So yeah, I just kind of want to know better before the thing actually happens. How do you apply it in real life? I don't want to overthink decisions. So I try to be as decisive as I possibly can. Should I break the news to my buddy? Brylax, you might have to. You might have to. Do I know your buddy? Wait, who's your buddy? Could I be your buddy? I've always wanted a buddy. I watched Air Bud when I was younger, and I was like, that's going to be my future dog. Unfortunately, nobody told me that is not going to happen. It's so sad, but unfortunately, I will never have Air Bud, you know what I mean, though? You could be a buddy, but you may know this guy. Who's the guy? I'm not familiar at this point. Who be this guy? I'm going to show you some Giga Tank tech, by the way, in a second. I'm about to show you some awesome tank stuff. He's the guy? The guy, you say? Interesting. The guy. Wow. I can't believe this is like Spy Kids 3. He's the guy. You remember Spy Kids 3? God, what a weird movie franchise. You remember Spy Kids? Think of a guy who plays anything but is good at anything. There's a lot of people I know that are multi-classers. Us multi-classers tend to stick together. You know what I mean? Like, I can think of a bunch of people who technically multi-class. Oh, hold up. I'm going to teach my team what's going to happen on this next pull. Okay? You guys wait on the platform. Okay? I pull back. Don't aggro first few mobs. There we go. Isn't the guy there Taylor? Oh, no. That's Shark Boy and Lava Girls. Spy Kids was kind of good. Yeah, but do you remember the weird thumbs? It was a fever dream. I mean, do you remember the thumbs? It was a little weird. I'm not going to lie. All right, here we go. So watch this big tank tip. I'm way ahead of my team. Like, my team is literally all the way back here right now. But what you can do, if you're confident, is you can pull this dude back. So this guy, he's about to spawn. They have to finish at RP. And I, as a tank, am actually capable of when he spawns, I'm going to go back into bear form. Yeah. I'm going to tag him, and then we're going to pull it back. Now, this does require a bit of nuance and a bit of communication. So it is important that I wait. It is still an efficiency gain because you will save an entire pull in the dungeon. I just have to wait. He's going to spawn in like 2 seconds. Okay? Anytime now, man. And there you go. That's the one. So you just aggro him real fast, and then you come back. And then you can do all this together. You just have to have your team wait. Right? So there's those few little mobs. They shouldn't auto-aggro if people are waiting on the platform. So these little ones should not auto-aggro. They should actually be standing there unless people are not aware of the positioning for this pull. And drop, what? Drop the, I really have no idea who your buddy is at this point, by the way. I have zero clue who your buddy is. I'm not going to lie. I'm at a loss now. So this may be a dumb question. Never a dumb question in my stream. Ask any question you'd like. You can ask all the questions, though. Yes, Brylax? Okay, Brylax, I don't wanna like force mod you here, but if you're being weird about this, just do double check whose stream. Your buddy is Soap? Like Soul Soap? I can't tell what direction you're going here, so you know, Soul Soap? Oh, okay. Well, I mean, I'll play with Soul Soap, of course. I don't think I've ever heard Soap describe himself like this. The whole point, his name is Soul Soap, so his soul is clean. He's not, the part of his name to focus on is the soul part, as far as I know. Cool, good pull. When you have to build a talent tree for maximum damage on Guardian, what would it look like? Wow, Love and Criminal, howdy, hello, good morning. I was trying to be subtle about it and funny. Sometimes subtlety is lost on me. It might be my rampant autism, but I don't always pick up on subtlety. So if I missed your joke, that's my bad. I see. Yeah, I couldn't figure out what was happening. All right, so this pack, you can CC these guys, but there are 3 fear casts. I'm going to hold my kick and make sure. I think that they're going to get that one, so we leg sweep. I might have munched my kick with that leg sweep, and if we did, I'm just going to Vortex Typhoon into incap. And then I'm going to incap it last second. Here we go. Perfect. And now we're going to need a kick because I no longer... Okay, good Ring of Peace. I'm going to kick that one. Perfect, though. That's okay. I appreciate the attempt, Brylax. I miss it. Yeah, dude, Burson. It happens to me all the time. That's okay. The thing about me is I don't mind just being honest about when I miss things, right? Like, I'll just be honest about it. That's the thing. Like, and some people are like, they pretend like they haven't missed anything. But for me, I'll just straight up tell you. I'll be like, yeah, I don't understand what's going on. And it's a little weird. It's almost off-putting for some folk because, like, I'm really sitting here and I'm like, yeah, I literally have no idea what's happening. But I'm okay with that. Like, that doesn't really bother me too much. Because, I don't know. But I just sort of, like, you know how when you meet somebody and you forget their name? People do this weird game where they try to pretend like they haven't forgotten the name. You know what I mean? Because, for example, what they do is they're like, oh, yeah. And you, like, try to, like, motion to somebody else. And you're like, I'd like you to meet my friend. So that they introduce themselves again so that you catch their name that time. You know what I'm talking about? I don't do that. I just look at you and I'm like, I forgot. I just straight up tell you. I'm going to be real with you. And I'm going to be like, it was either Susan, Debbie, or Bob. It could have been Dave. I really have no idea. Could you remind me what your name is? Dude, Druid is so good at this healing absorb. It is unreal how good Druid is at this. It's actually almost unfair. Needs a lot of confidence. If there's one thing I have a shit ton of confidence. Or another way to say it, actually, I don't know if I have a shit ton of confidence, to be honest. Or maybe I just have a lack of shame. It might not be confidence. It might just be a lack of social shame. I don't know if they're necessarily different things. Can you reflect it? No. Warrior just has to eat it pretty much. It's a massive... So that one... But you saw on my Paladin, it's a problem. On my Druid, it's no problem, though. Yep. So the thing is, the way I like to live my life, Veronica, is I don't like lying. Yo, what's up, Guts? I just want to say thank you. Gave me confidence to play tank. Awesome. I'm really happy to hear that, to be honest. Like, genuinely, that's all I want to be able to do for the WoW community. I just want to make tanking and healing more accessible. I want people to not be afraid to try a new role. And if you want to try tanking for a season, I just want to be able to help you with that. I'm excited to put out a bunch more guides to do that. That's what I'd really like to do. So I'm glad to hear it, Guts. I genuinely hope you enjoy tanking. And remember, if anybody ever yells at you, just ignore them. It'll happen. You know, there's some toxic people out here. Just ignore them. It's all good. It happens. I'll heal here. Boom. So basically, though, I'm really just like not a fan of lying, mostly because I have a terrible memory. So what happens when you lie is that you have to remember the lie, right? And then you have to juggle the lie because you have to be like, wait, what did I tell this person and what did I tell that person? I realized at some point in my life that I don't have to do any of that so long as I just tell the truth. Because I forget what I've said yesterday, but if I tell the truth, then lucky for me, I know that I'll tell the truth the next time. And therefore, I don't have to remember what I said because it's automatically going to be correct. So I just tell the same truth again, you know what I mean? What's up, Marley? Slippy Koi just subscribed. Yo, thank you for this up. Hi, Slippy Koi. You know what I really want? It's never going to happen because I'm not like a rich, fancy person. But if I was a rich, fancy person, I would 100% have a koi fish pond. I think that I really desire the koi fish pond. I don't know why. I don't know. I think I just like them. I don't know if they're ethical. I don't know if they're good for the environment. I don't know anything. I think koi fish are pretty, and I think it would be really cool to have a koi fish pond one day. So, What's up? With the instant regrowth, no. So if you are worried about going out of bear form, an old bear tip, Woosie, this is a very good tip, by the way, is just jump. I've gotten into the habit. You'll notice if I ever use that regrowth, I just jump because you can't shift out of form while you're moving. So if you ever are worried about shifting, there's a macro for it too to just make sure that you don't ever shift, but that's kind of a lame macro to be honest. You can use it. There is one. And there's an add-on as well that will prevent you from shifting too. So that's kind of nice to know. So while do tools. However, if I ever send it on my team, I just jump. Because this was back in Dragonflight Season 2 when we had Dream of Scenarios. Like, it was so toxic because you would shift out of form like often, right? So you get into the habit. You'll just see me jump in place. And then you can't shift out of form while you're moving. That's like the whole thing. Yo, what's up, Saito? What was the funniest way you got chewed out while playing tank? Is there a reason not to use swipe as a gap filler? Yeah, swipe as a Loon's Chosen, swipe just doesn't help. It does very lackluster damage. It is only to get a chance at a gore proc, which might be some usefulness. But basically, as a Loon's Chosen, my job is to get Lunar Beam uptime, and swipe does not give me cooldown reduction on Lunar Beam. So I'm always wanting to like Moonfire for that global because I want more Lunar Beam uptime. Moonfire, see how I cast Moonfire here? I'm getting cooldown reduction on Lunar Beam. But swipe doesn't give me that, and it does very bad damage, and definitely doesn't help me with aggro. As Druid of the Claw, however, there are more reasons to swipe. So if you're playing Druid of the Claw, you shouldn't unbind swipe. Like then it's important. Because there are interactions where swipe extends your Dreadful Wounds and can be used as a filler. But when you're playing Druid of the Claw, then you're probably playing Harness Rage. And if you have double Mangle, you're not going to have a lot of globals to swipe. So you just kind of use it every now and again. But really, in a key, as Druid of the Claw, like I'm only going to hit swipe 20, 30 times right now. The double Mangle really, it makes it even less valuable to hit swipe. Does that make sense? So yeah, it's just kind of a very lackluster button, to be honest. I think we need these. I didn't actually, we butt pulled something earlier, but it's not enough percentage to skip them. So look at the healing absorb. I have a big regrowth planned right now. I'm just going to regrowth myself one, and boom. Dude, Druid self-healing. That is a powerful heal right there. Easy money. But yeah. Does that answer your question, Strawbro? Of why you don't end up wanting to swipe in that scenario? I just simply regrowth. Yeah, that's crazy. Easy. It made DOTC worth it. Well, so we have DOT. Well, right now, DOC is... First of all, it's a little bugged right now. The Dream Guide... I don't know, Slambits. The thing is that Dream of Scenarios is a little bit bugged at the moment. So it's giving you a bit more value than it possibly could because Dream of Scenarios stacks. I haven't played Dream Guide since basically it originally came out because... Dream of Scenarios is so powerful that I just haven't tested it. I could try it for a run this key and see how I feel about it, but Dream of Scenarios has a lot of value right now, just for your own survivability. Yeah. For your own survivability. It's not just for your group healing. It's also just for yourself. Because if you take a look at my HPS, it's massive. So that's some of my healer, but is this overall? Yeah, this is overall right now. You see this? It is actually a very massive heal. They might nerf that interaction at some point. That'd be okay. Cool. Last boss. So, like, I really want... Like, if I have all these procs here, I know that this shield is going to be massive, and I will just be alright to come out of the boss like this. Okay, let's build some Sundering Roar. Let's min-max just a little bit. I could have waited an extra few seconds, but I'm trying to get this Feral Frenzy on as many stacks of Sundering as I can. But I definitely went too early. I should have saved that for just a few more seconds. Unfortunate. So I'm just going to go here. I'm going to get hit by this. I go out. I get dispelled. Whenever. I get dispelled at some point. At some point. At some point. At some point. Just spare me. Thank you. I think, Mashira, by the way, you asked me earlier, what is a great... No, Sundering Roar is the talent that no one will ever play, Saito. It's very, very undertuned. It's kind of bad. However, I like it. I'm deciding to play it because it works for this build and effectively only this build. It's very lackluster, but it's a new Guardian Druid talent, and I wanted to play it. So guess what? I'm playing it. Is it good? It probably is not optimal. But do I want to play it anyways? Absolutely. That is how I make gameplay decisions sometimes. Is it optimal? Absolutely not. It is probably really bad, but it's kind of fun. That's the thought process. It's a new Guardian Druid talent, and I think it's a shame. What does it do? It sounds cool in theory. It's basically the replacement. What it is actually is it's the replacement for Rage of the Sleeper. So we lost Rage of the Sleeper, right? But it allows. So right now I have Rend and Terror and everything. So Thrash stacks up to 5 times, yeah? When I press Sundering Roar, it does a tiny bit of damage up front, but what it really does is it allows my Thrash to stack up to 10 times. So I get 5 more Thrash stacks on the boss. That's kind of cool. Cool concept. That means, by the way, I'll get 10% more DR and 10% more damage done to the boss, as well as the fact that Sundering Roar does a little bit more damage. However, the duration on it is very short. So you see here, oh no, we already killed the boss. The duration is very short, and so you don't actually get to 10 stacks very much. And on top of that, the damage is tuned really bad. And on top of that, it's like down here, so you have to use one of your bottom tree talent points, which means you're sacrificing something else. So, it's suboptimal. And then, yeah. So use Moonfire when Thrash and Mangle. Yes, correct, Schwabro. Moonfire is your filler as Elun's Chosen, right? This is officially more pad. Well, so this dungeon, by the way, I trolled that. Oh no, you're fine. It doesn't hurt me that bad as Druid. The thing to understand is that this dungeon will kill all of your pugs. We made that look easy, but I think this will be the hardest pug dungeon. The worst weekly key. Like, you are going to die so many times in this dungeon. So basically, yeah, it's just like a Thrash amp. I'm playing 2 of the new talents. I like it, though. The second boss is going to bring... Also, the last boss deco, because people won't know how to soak. And it's just going to stack infinitely, and, Where can I pad more? AA, probably, if I pull it like crazy. Yeah, that was very clean, though. I haven't rolled out. I've done them once. To be fair, Frost, you will... So, Frost, are you listening to stream, by the way? Sorry, I don't know if I should respond in party chat or not. There's a lot of pug unfriendly mechanics in this. Is this the best season? I think so. Yes. To be honest, I do think this is the best seasonal dungeon pool. I think this is a great season to be doing keys. I think this first season has like amazing dungeons, to be honest. Okay, so let's go over real quick. Let's see what 16 we want to do. What 16 we want to do. Okay, so keep in mind that this was the one I made the master class for. Like, I made specifically this. Yes, I can fray. Let me see. How confident? Purple. How confident are you in Survival Hunter talents right now? Because I don't mind linking this for people if you're pretty confident. Like, I'll send a screenshot, though. Yeah, I think the Pyroblast going off was the only death. Here. Pretty confident that this is the talents to use right now? You did pretty good. Although, why are you... Well, you're not Survival, you're Marksman. Why was I think you're Survival? We can do Nexus next. I think Nexus is kind of hard. I think I want to do Caverns on the Druid, actually. So, have you done Cavern? Okay. Ooh, okay. We can do Seat. We can do Seat, sure. How confident are you that those are the right talents, Purple, for your Hunter? Somebody asked me for your Hunter talents, and I was just curious. So, in the dungeon pool, right, I think that this one, I think Skyreach will, if it's not bug fix, will be really hard, but otherwise I do think that this is the hardest dungeon. I should do more high keys on the Druid. I don't know why my Druid is the one who has lower keys. We should start doing some like 16s. Can scroll. Can scroll. Any 16. You just need key. You can also get Resilient on beta, by the way. 99%, great. Here, let me link the Hunter talents then. What do you think about Waking Nightmare? It's pretty bad. Like, you know, hey, Wishy. So, how did he lust with that talent? There's a new marksman talent, isn't there, for lust, or do you have to summon your pet? Don't you just get lust immediately with your... Yeah, you just get it now. Your eagle will give you lust. Like, you don't have to summon your pet anymore. You just have the roaming eagle that basically allows you to do it, though. Wishy just subscribed. Yo, thank you for the Prime sub. All right, let's do Nexus. Or seat 15. But if seat, only 15. That dungeon is hard. Also, does anybody know if Seat of the Triumvirate's second boss is still bugged? Like, does that one random dude just casually have, like, 700% more health? Yeah, we could do 16 Nexus would be fine, but I'm okay with either. Let's do 15 seat. 15 seat works. I practice route. I need to practice my seat route anyways. Can I pull it like a demon? Can I pull it like a demon? Yeah, hold up. The question is, can I pull it like a demon? Yeah, all right, Deco, let's go. Let's go. Big seat key incoming. All right. Also, 88k overall is not bad, right? I know that the Bear Druid build I'm playing right now is the most troll thing, but it's really not bad. Like, I don't think 88k is that bad for this dungeon. Like, I could push keys on this. Will you post on Discord? Of course. Now, Seth, not only will I post my routes on Discord, I haven't made all of them yet. What I will do here, though, is 1 key level Lorax, pretty much. But basically, Seth, I have made my first dungeon masterclass video as well. A whole video. The dungeon we just did was pretty clean right here. It is for free. You only need an account. But if you want the very first thing that is posted on the Patreon, I'm going to post something else tonight. But the very first thing there is my first attempt at a dungeon masterclass. Exciting. Very exciting. And I'm going to do that for every dungeon. Like, if you want to invest and study, I will have an hour-plus long video for you to study. And you will learn everything you need to know about how to route, how to pace, and what to do. Okay, Seat of the Triumvirate. I think this dungeon could also be a really bad weekly key. I think this one, borderline, this one's the hardest, but Magister is a close second. But I'm also going to pull this like an absolute demon, okay? 3 chain dudes at start, right? Send Lust, basically, big defensive, all right? Both sets of chain. That's what you need to know about that. You just need 2 big defensives. That's the main thing. Chi-Ji, I mean, it's like a lot of damage, you know? Yeah, we're going to do 3 chain boys at the start. Yep. Okay, cool. My healer is about to have the most HPS you've ever seen. Oh, hold up. Should we get some more burpees done throughout stream? Let's do it. What's up, Dirty Dan? Seat was nerfed like 200 times. What's up, Anti-Mage? Anti-Mage, I'm glad that you're catching. I am trying to help people. And if you scroll up a little bit, Anti-Mage, like you see what Guts said earlier on the YouTube chat? I really want to help people feel more confident with tanking. I like doing the min-max stuff. I like being able to talk about what tanking looks like at a high level, right? But the truth is, I'm more interested in just being able to help people at this point. You know what I mean? Like, I think the game needs more tanks. And, yep. Okay, so we've done 20 so far. Let's do 10 more. We're going to have to start cracking away because we have 207 left to do. I just really want to help people. Like, there's so much you have to learn for tanking. Yeah. What's up, Slippy Koi? Alrighty, 1 second. Oh. 1. Oh. Alright, just chipping away. 7, 8, 9. 10. I'm going to do 15. 12, 13, 14, 15. Ooh, okay. 15 real quick. Real easy. Easy. We just gotta keep that up throughout the day. Ooh. What's up, JJ? Ah. All right. So that's now 35, not 45. 35. This is going to be a tough day. All right, here we go. GG's, thank you. Only 192 to go. All right. Let's do it. I love tanking in games because, you know, I love guarding. It's not your main tank, but it's a lot of fun. For me, I think tanking's fun, but I want to be able to tank in my way, you know? I feel like 12 plus seasons in Mythic Plus, it's like 2 tanking. 13s as a tank. Try it, Zag. You know what I mean? Like, if you have the inclination, just try it. I feel like there should be no reason not to at least try things. Press AMS. You'll see. All you have to know is press AMS. Wait. I don't have the key made. I need to make a new key because this one's 16. Sorry, I can't find the keystone container. Oh, it's here. There we go. Sorry about that. 15. Boom. And then seat. There we go. All right, pre-combat pot. Let's go. The combat pots have been nerfed, I believe, at this point. So they're not as egregious. Let's see if you can do it. I don't think our team will let you hit that, to be honest. I think actually our team is going to help you so much that you won't even get to do your max HPS. Especially because I'm not a Brewmaster, so I don't really need as much healing. But also, hilariously, watch the difference of aggro, too. Like, Brewmaster aggro is pretty bad. So when I do this, I'm going to have a much friendlier time with the whole aggro situation. Back into bear. I got it. Don't worry. That was me just greeting a starfall. Now, I should have grouped that a little bit better because these chains will be slightly desynced, which is my bad. But you got this. Big HPS pull. Huge HPS pull. Big HPS. What are you at right now? 300k? Nah, we're going to kill it too fast. It's too low of a key level. My healer isn't being challenged enough with triple chain pull because we killed it too fast. Our damage is too powerful. Easy. Easy. We were supposed to work harder than that. That was too easy right there. That pull. Okay, so just so you know, this is a big clarification, okay? I know. When we do this, I'm going to off-heal you. I got you. All right, that's Druid off-healing right there, by the way. So here's what you need to know. I'm going to off-heal this too. Easy. When you watch me do beta keys, please do not try that week 1. The very first week you do this key, don't do that. That pull we just did is absolutely demonic. Please do not attempt. That's a strong do not attempt. You understand? That is a pull you do with significant coordination when you actually trust your team. But you absolutely don't want to do that in normal circumstances. Very critically important. Don't do that pull. That is the exact type of pull you want to avoid week 1 of your keys. So chill little Sundering Roar. But you see, I did it too early there. I was trying to like pad on these ads a little bit, but I'm only getting to like 7 stacks when I play this right now. If I had done it perfectly, I could have hit slightly higher than that, but not by much. Yep, don't do it. Respect your team. That's like a you do that when you don't want to respect your healer type thing. Okay, so then I just kind of kite the boss away a little bit from these ads. Let me make sure that this is on current here. Do we know there is a heroic week? So keep in mind that there's still over a month left before the season. Like if you are a tank player and you're thinking about potentially like studying some of these dungeons or whatever, you have plenty of time. Don't feel like you're in a rush. Yeah, you're chilling, you know. I have Vortex down there too. You have so much time at the moment. So don't be too freaked out about the fact that the season is starting. It's actually not starting until the 24th. My plan is during Yeah, like basically I'll have those guides out, but you'll have a whole month. Basically, also keep in mind, you're going to be leveling a lot of characters. So really, you know, genuinely, no rush. We have plenty of time to just chill, enjoy the game type stuff. Okay, if the Void Slash is here, this is a Decimate, not Void Slash. I'm going to say Barkskin. Wait for it. Pull him over here. Nice. Oh, there's the Void Slash. I messed up the timing. It's actually been a while since I've been healing this dungeon so much. I haven't tanked it in a while. I'm just realizing that now. So my timings are a little bit off. So here's a Void Slash, I believe. Yeah, perfect. But I have a big shield for that one, so that's no problem. Nice. Ooh. Can get a route, learn what does magic damage, and is chill. What's up? You just returned to the game, Anti-Mage, right? And I said that tanking Mythic Plus is hard. I do think that tanking Mythic Plus is hard. But part of the reason it's hard is because you have to manage 4 other people in your team. It's because Mythic Plus is such a team game, that's why it's hard, really. At the end of the day, technically speaking, the dungeon itself is not necessarily the hard part. It's the fact that you are micromanaging all the different people on your team. That part is difficult, if that makes sense. And that's where it can get a little complicated, in my opinion. Does that make sense? That's like a good way to put it. It's because you have so many other people that are going to influence your decisions as a tank. Like healing, for example, is easier at a very high key level and harder at a very low key level. Because at a high key level, you can trust that someone's going to help you. But at a lower key level, you can't trust your team at all. So you have to basically expect that they're all going to stand in puddles, all the kicks are going to go off, etc., you know? Okay, hold up. So I'm going to go big pull here. We want these Rift Stalkers. All right. I want those Umbra Fins because they don't silence anymore. They did originally in beta. And then I want this pack here. Big pull on this. I'm pulling this dungeon kind of like a demon. This is a very high key specific route. So once again, cannot recommend. Do not do this pull. Just go easy on a guy like this because your team will wipe otherwise. So I one thrash, then I Sundering, then I thrash again. And then here I go for another thrash, hopefully get Flashing Claws to proc, but it's complete RNG. And there you go. I've got a 10 stack on a few of these now, like just barely. Sundering doesn't do nothing on a pull like that. Okay, it does kind of nothing on a pull like that. Okay, so I'm going to go around now and pull another pack on this. It's something like Bound. We want to avoid those Bound Void colors. I actually think it'd be okay to pull that roaming pack right there. That's the one I want because that's just tank damage, right? And then, holy shit. Well, a little scared there. I'm trying to save my Barkskin, but I definitely should not have saved Barkskin. I think it's also okay to grab this side pack as long as we get a grip on that one caster. But I could be wrong pulling this pack. This might be a bad idea. I'm working on my seat route, let's say. So we have to watch the caster. I have to watch that big captain. That adept is going to do a big tank hit and knock me back. In terms of exactly what that's the Void Bash right there. So I'm going to get hit. And then I kind of want to just defensive right after because he's going to do this thing on me. Perfect. Nice. Very solid. So there will be a Heroic Week. Heroic Week will give you plenty of time to learn the dungeons. You will be able to do them up to a +5. And that actually, I think, is a great thing. I think that's good that people will have like a week where there's really no pressure. And you'll be able to sort of chill and learn things at a lower key level. And if I'm right about that, that means that the affix will also be enabled so people can kind of learn the routing, because that should be enabled for the first 2 weeks. If you're only doing up to a +5, then you should have the new affix, I believe. Yeah, the first week of Mythic Plus goes up to a +5. I thought it was a +5 you could do. I thought you could do Mythic Plus, but it was only a +5. The +5 isn't a thing anymore, so it's only Mythic 0. Is it? That's so sad. I thought, if I remember correctly, and I could be very wrong about this, so definitely don't quote me, but I was pretty sure... Holy. Lots of damage here. My bad. It's Mythic 0 only. Oh, man. I kind of thought that you could still do... It was like gear capped at a +5 so that you couldn't actually gear or stack crests. That's what I thought at the very least. But I could be wrong. I feel like that's better, though. It used to be that way, but not anymore. Oh, they announced it's only M0. I don't know why they would do that, though. Why can't you practice the keys at like a +2 or +5? Because there's no real reason you shouldn't be able to do that, right? It was the first mythic... Because it used to be... They did the +5 thing a few times and stopped. But that kind of makes sense because you can't basically get a gear advantage like that. I think we want this for percentage. Oh, yeah, we want this. Give or take. Maybe you skip this Adept guy. He kind of sucks. There's like one Subjugator in this pull. I don't think it's that bad, but... I could see maybe skipping this pack. I'm kind of YOLOing this a little bit. This guy is... So we'll have a Subjugator and an Adept in here. It's not the end of the world, but unsure if I really do or do not like this. Because I think that most people are actually pulling the Conjurer pack behind me. Okay, the Void Bash comes out. Frenzied Regen here, though. It was M0 for 2 weeks. Okay, so that's probably what it's going to be then. Gotcha. Yeah. All right, my bad. I did not mean to give misinformation. I did think it was up to a +5. I feel like that would be so good, though, because then you would get to practice the... You would get access to the new routing affix, and it would give people... It would definitely help if you had, like, a week to learn the keys, right? Even if it's at, like, an easier level. I feel like that's a really good idea. All right, Blizzard, maybe they should hear me on this one. I feel like that's really smart, no? Like, imagine that you had a full extra week, effectively. I feel like that makes a lot of sense. Okay, so we want to do... I can handle 2 Adepts with Incarn. Otherwise, I might die here. This is, 2 Adepts on me is pushing it. I can charge back is my thinking. And then I can basically charge back again. With Incarn, this will be alright. But this is a very heavy tank damage type pull. Do you think they would ever go back on that? Okay, am I missing a reason why you shouldn't be able to do a Mythic +5 on Heroic Week? Is it because they don't want you to fill out any gear except for Mythic 0? I feel like it's only, 6 item levels, basically, at that point? So yeah, you get March 17th, you get Normal and Heroic Raid, and Mythic 0 dungeons. I know March 24th is the start, but I still thought you could do... Oh, the tank tier list. I gotta update that command. It's out. Last video on my YouTube. You'll see it. I think this boss is still very bugged. If he is bugged, then... No, it looks like it's okay. Okay. We want to focus this guy. This is the one here. Hold up. Let me make sure that Adept doesn't hit me again. So you want to focus the Shadewing. This is the one, because he jumps out, and he's really annoying, though. You go target marker, icon, something. I marked him as star instead of skull. Crook says, yo, have a nice stream? Thank you. I will attempt to have a nice stream today. I have many burpees to do, and I did not get as much sleep as I originally intended last night, because I'm learning how to live with cats. You want to know what cats do? Cats basically go, they just decide the most random times, where the universe basically sends them around 3 a.m. or 4 a.m., and they just start going, meow, like this, nonstop. And they do that for about an hour, and then they settle down. And it's like, it's less than ideal. It's not exactly what I wanted from the universe, but it's what I got. All right, they changed it. They restricted the dungeon loop for the first week for a very important reason. Yeah, what's up? Oh, hi, G-Dub. I was saying that basically, I was trying to get good sleep last night because I owe 227 burpees, you know? What's up, Ballast? Yeah, basically they just get bored at night, you know? Bountiful Delves. Ooh, is that the reason? I see. Is that the reason, huh? I don't understand what they did to this guy, but there's something weird about that particular Shadewing. I don't know what they did. They've changed the scaling on him. They've done something a little bit different for this Shadewing dude on this boss. Yo, what's up, Travel? I'm getting my way. I'm making my way, Travel. I've gotten 35 out of the 45 burpees. Oops, I better select that. Yeah. Sorry, not 45. 35 out of 227. I'm making my way. Travel, do you have pets? The only thing that confuses me about owning cats, right, is how exactly do you communicate with them? There's got to be a way, right? Like with dogs, you can communicate with them. If they're doing something, like if they're, starting to bark at night, you can train them out of that behavior. But I feel like with cats, they're very independent. So I don't know how to train them out of the behavior. Like if they decide that this is the right thing to do, then so be it. I feel like I have no say in the matter. There's you know what I'm talking about? Okay, so this guy, we should all basically die and reset him. It would be so much easier if we either that or we have to just take him with us forever. Because he just doesn't die. Like, I don't know what's wrong with his health, but there's some weird thing that's happening with this guy. He's just bugged or something. I'm really not sure. If anybody knows what the bug is there, I'd be curious to know. Let's just pull this pack here. But yeah, he just basically stays with you for the entire dungeon. Like, he's not part of the boss. I don't know. It makes no sense. Oh, that dread screech. Watch out, watch out, watch out, watch out. We don't have a kick for it. No, we're dead. Everybody dead. We kicked the other guys. Oh, we're alive. Hoo, hoo, hoo. You have no pets at home. Sometimes cat sitting when you're with a friend. So are you a big cat enjoyer then? Are you a cat person or a dog person is the real question. No faith? Oh, I feel like that was a reasonable no faith argument there. I'm not going to kick these. I think I'm just going to in-cap them so I can save my kick for the screech. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with this guy. What are your thoughts on Mistweaver? I actually think Mistweaver is being totally sandbagged by the community. Mistweaver is good right now. Like, straight up. Like, no ifs, ands, or buts. Like, it's actually just straight good. I really think that Mistweaver is in a very decent spot. I think it's in one of the most decent spots that it's borderline ever been in. Like, I'm very, very positive at the moment on what Mistweaver feels like. I love playing it. It's pretty much, I think it's the most fun healer on beta. Like, I would go so far as to say that it is actually the most fun healer experience right now on beta. Genuinely. Like, it's just a lot of fun to play. I can't even really explain to you why that is. I've been trying to think about it. And I can just tell you that when I've talked to other people, they think the same thing. They're like, wow, I pretty much only want to play Mistweaver right now. It's what everybody wants to play. Because it's just fun. It's not the most powerful necessarily, but it's actually pretty solid at the moment. I do think it's better than people saying, though. You're almost to the point of believing the Mistweaver propaganda. It's not propaganda. Also, if you're a Mistweaver enjoyer, keep in mind that maybe next week I might be doing a video with Megaset. Dude, that'd be so cool. That'd be awesome. I want to see if she'll do a video with me where we train, like we basically do a beginner Mistweaver video. Yeah. I contacted her. I slid into her DMs like a little snake. I was like, except I didn't do that because that would be awkward as hell. And I was trying to be like, I was being cool with it. I was like, yo. I'm not going to say anything that just came into my head right now. But basically, yeah. So I asked her, I was like, would you be willing to potentially make a little video with me about Mistweaver? I like dogs, like Golden Retriever. Golden Retriever for me personally, that's my dream dog. Also, you know who has very cute dogs? If Balosh is here, he's got amazing. I don't think we could do the boss with this thing. He's still jumping, right? I don't actually know what you're supposed to do with the Shade Wing, to be honest. I'm not. He's just here. Yeah. Does your tank video go over? Oh, yeah. Literally, not just tank mechanics, but also not just tank mechanics. Everything. Pacing, chaining, grouping, positioning, all of it. Yes, Sir Alice. They do. It does indeed. I don't think Mistweaver... I think Mistweaver has big mana problems in Raid, but it doesn't have any mana problems in Keys right now. But your vet told me to avoid feeding them on this hour and petting them. Cats are very routine-oriented. Yes, I've heard that too. But I just... So, like, there's got to be a way to communicate with them better. But, like, oof. You know? I think we're just going to take this. We definitely... I overpulled this dungeon by a little bit. And you can skip this pack, but I think for safety reasons, we're just going to fight it, I suppose. That's the plan. I think we might have let one... This is a very dangerous pack, so this is probably a bad idea at the moment. Hold up. I want to make sure we don't wipe. I have to make sure that that Abyss enchantment like cannot go off under any circumstances. I trust my healer, question mark? You think the tank video, but yes, Ceralius. In fact, I'm going to do that. But I don't want to spoil it because I'm telling you right now, if I put out that video, someone is stealing the idea. I can guarantee you, basically. I'd be willing to bet. I have it on good authority that, you know, my channel is on the watch list. So I kind of don't want to put it out early because I haven't finished all of them. And I promise you that someone is stealing the idea. It's an idea. I've thought about this idea for a long time. Like I've been like really thinking about how I want to do all of the dungeon route videos. And I have a really, really, really strong plan for it. But if I tell you what the plan is now, then someone else will probably do it before me because I'm very busy. Like, this is unfortunately not my main job. I have another job, and I've recently taken, like, 2 more clients. So I'm, like, extra busy. And I can't just, like, sit down and make a video. It'll take me a few hours to do both. But I am going to have very good resources. That is what I can tell you. Yeah. All I can tell you is, before the season happens, if you want to know something about these dungeons, I got you. That is what I can certifiably tell you that anything you're looking for, I will have available. That is one thing I can give you. Make sense? Cool. I think do we have to kill him outside of the boss, you think? This is kind of very lame, but I suppose we might have to just own him real fast. It looks like he's eventually dying, but I don't know what this bug is. All right, we'll just kill him real fast then. Sure. Yeah, the tank tier list, it is the first video on my YouTube, or second video, first video on my YouTube. Here we go. I've been testing myself, and I found Guardian Druid to be the most solid tank with only heavy caster groups. Yeah, the Guardian Druid CC package is what really holds it back, but I think that Guardian Druid is like super chill, very tanky. Incredibly tanky tank. So I feel amazingly sturdy, and it's not like my damage is bad either. I actually feel like my Guardian Druid damage is very decent. I'm confused about what's happening with this mob. I really don't understand what's happening with the mob, but that's okay. We will finish this up and go boss. And then I got to do some more burpees. I'm going to chip at them over the day travel. The plan is, you know what I mean? I guess. I think that there's some weird armor scaling. Like maybe it's a physical thing. I'm not sure. I don't know exactly. Because it seemed like it had the same amounts of health. But it literally survived for that entire time. I'm not sure exactly. Report it? I'm sure other people had to have reported that already. Yeah, did I turn you into a furry? Nice. It could be worse. Are keys overtuned at the 10 level? So the scaling is different. Right now, if you do a 15 plus on beta, you are scaled to max item level. So we're 289, right? But if you do a 10, you will not be scaled to 289. And that is important to understand. So actually, speaking of which, yes, keys are technically harder at 10 because you have less item level. But in actuality, they might be equal or maybe slightly easier. I wouldn't say they're harder. Harder is a tough argument there. Off healing here. Does that make sense? So you have to check your item level. Since I only do 15 plus, I don't actually know what the current scaling is. But does that answer your question, Pit? Pally is fun and reasonably solid. When I played my Paladin, I think it's very dungeon dependent. Some of these dungeons are like very demanding on just being able to be incredibly tanky against melee damage, like just heavy melee swings. So Paladin, when I play crit wings, can struggle with that. If I play Sentinel, I'm super tanky. But I have noticed that there's like Magister's Terrace is going to be hard to do on Paladin with crit wings. I think that that's going to be kind of an anti-friendly dungeon because I was struggling borderline on a 15 with that. I'm good. I got hit by a bunch of stars, and I have these flays on me. Cool, all good, nice. Oh, I missed my charge. Okay, I should have feral formed wild charge. That would have been good. I love the Typhoon Grasp combo. It never gets old. Yeah. You know who else has that combination, though? Resto Druids. And one of the things I've been doing recently is I've been doing a lot of coaching from the Patreon, right? So if you're a tier 2 sub on Patreon, you get one call with me per month. We could talk about whatever you want, but obviously most people use it for World of Warcraft coaching. I've recently had a few people reach out and just ask me some basic stuff about Resto Druid. And I'm like, okay. So when we go over Resto Druid, it is such an underrated piece of utility. They also have Vortex Typhoon, but for some reason, a lot of Resto Druids completely forget that they have this as a way to help their team. So I think it's always a good reminder that Vortex Typhoon exists, not just for Guardian Druids, but also for Balanced Druids and for Feral Druids. Everybody has access to Vortex Typhoon, technically. We have like 120% here. I definitely pulled extra. Do we have info on combat potions? No, it already got nerfed. It's already been nerfed a lot. Yeah, it was definitely excessive early on in beta, but we can tell already that it's been nerfed. I think today it's now 695, and before it was, what, 1,300, 1,400? Not play Demon Hunter enough to comment. Warrior's dead. If you want to hold aggro on Warrior, you just have to play Thane. Make sure, Simortis, if you're testing tanks, right? Yeah. If you're testing tanks, do not play Colossus Warrior. Colossus Warrior threat is a problem. That tank it's actually unplayable based purely off of threat reasons. However, if you're not playing Colossus and you're playing Mountain Thane, then threat on Warrior is pretty fine. If you know how to play for threat, then you're not going to have a problem. I'm so glad they're nerfed. Yeah, so not only were they mandatory, but it was going to cost a lot of gold in the season. So I think overall, W that it was nerfed. Definitely needed to get nerfed, though. Oh, so they nerfed only Frost Mage? What do you mean by that? Oh, can you clarify what you mean when you say they nerfed only Frost Mage? I didn't see any nerfs come out today, though. Oh, what do you think about mandatory raid gear? I need to double check this. I'm not sure exactly where things are coming from. But there's one trinket that's BIS for actually everyone right now, which makes me think that maybe they'll nerf it. And that's the Gaze trinket. That one's from raid, and that's a little frustrating. Ideally, you don't want a trinket that like you have to have from raid, right? I want to be able to gear from Mythic Plus. Did I miss that? I might have missed it at the last second. My bad. All right, my healer's pumping. Yeah, we'll have to go one more phase. I think that you'll be able to kind of play with Mythic Plus trinkets. At least it'll be, if it's within like a few percent, I'm cool with that, right? Like basically for me, as long as it's within a few percent, I'm kind of all right. But that's the limit. Like, I just don't want to have the raid trinket, you know? Okay, cool. So we really need this guy to phase now, because we're at 51 stacks. Okay. Could really use a phase now. Yeah, so Brand was an example. Normally what they do, though, Tobias, it's unfortunate, and I kind of don't like that this is true, but you know for a fact, everybody kind of knows this. Season 1, they tend to over-prioritize raid gear, because they really want people to raid in Season 1. Like, they're absolutely not okay with people not raiding in Season 1, right? So they tend to put, like, very rare items. You think about Aranog, Ring, about this, about that. In general, they try to kind of make people raid via gear. And that kind of sucks. But as of right now, so all of the best tank trinkets are just stat sticks. That's from Mythic Plus. It's pretty decent, but they're nothing like special. They're actually just stat sticks. Like this is just primary stat mastery. That's just primary stat and haste. So they're all like haste, crit, mastery type trinkets, and I think that that's kind of acceptable. Yeah, but a big problem that I've asked people who really like raiding before is if there weren't Giga Raid items, would you still raid Mythic? And I feel like a ton of people are like, nah. Like, I don't know, man. For me, Mythic Raid is not anywhere near as fun as Mythic Plus. Like, Mythic Plus is significantly better content, in my opinion, than Raid. Raid is, like, it's alright, but it's not, like, that hype, in my opinion. Do you know what I mean? I don't know. I think this is a very personal opinion. A lot of people, like, really love Raid. It's their favorite part. It's World of Warcraft. Of course you raid, but for me, personally, I'm like, I don't want to have to raid. GG's? Okay. Nice. This boss with 20% avoidance still clap. This avoidance is bugged. It says that I have avoidance, but when you start a key, it drops to 0. Everybody's 0 because originally in beta, Sam says, well, that's because the healer is doing a great job, Sam. This dungeon is not free. This dungeon will also wipe all of your bugs. 100% it will. Yeah, this dungeon not gonna be easy. Well, like, my damage is not bad. I think that my damage is alright, though. Mythic Raid wouldn't be worth a raid schedule and the effort if it didn't give the best gear. Enforcer, what do you think about that? I'm not sure. They feel like they have to incentivize it. So right now, this is BIS for everyone, though, because it swaps from intellect, agility, and strength. So literally, what I definitely don't want is a trinket that every single spec in the game wants. Every healer will want this, every tank will want this, and every DPS will want this. Literally everyone. Dude, I'm super just, like, I really I don't think that's healthy for the game. Do you remember, like, Whispering Incarnate icon, again, from Season 1 of Dragonflight? Dude, everyone wanted that. I don't really like that. I kind of want them to nerf a trinket like this. No, there's no real on-use trinkets that people are playing, surprisingly. Not at all, at the moment. I'm not sure why. Okay, so what do we want to do next? Do you want to go 16? You want to do another 15 or something, though? Yeah, people get real toxic. That's what I think, too. I feel like you have to be almost specialized with trinkets, though. Any good tank trinkets like Mud? No, not really. So if we take a look at the trinkets, I haven't really played a lot of the defensive ones. I think there's 1 or 2, but I haven't even played them. But no, as far as I know, there's no, like, Mud trinket at the moment. All right, let me ask the team if we want to go more 15s, if we want to go more 16s. We'll see what's up. We have 2 16s to do now. Enforcer. What tank do you play? Well, Assault Shaker. I love Salt. When are you going to tank as a DK? Maybe today. I don't mind doing a dungeon, but let me see what we're doing first. What we want to do. Do you think the bear nerf will come and hit hard? Okay, Enforcer. So here's what I think is going to happen with Guardian Druid. There are 2 ways that they can nerf Guardian, and one of them is correct and one of them is bad. If we get the second way, we're in trouble. The first way is fine, though. The first thing is basically you should probably nerf DOTC. This hero talent is the one that's overperforming. This is the one that's doing too good, right? So you have Druid of the Claw. This ability is like 50% of your damage, like 60% if you include Moodless Knight and everything else with it. So they could probably nerf that ability by 10% or 20%. That's fine. That's a good move, right? I think that's reasonable. If one ability is doing 50, 60% of your damage, I think that's reasonable. 50, 60, a little nerf there, that's fine. Moonless Knight, little nerf, that makes sense to me. But Elun's Chosen is reasonable. Like, the damage of Elun's Chosen is not overperforming. It's reasonable. It's good. It's not bad. 80k. But Druid of the Claw, if I was playing that key, would do like 105, 110. I would be a lot closer here. It'd be a lot. And, so the right way to nerf it is to take the hero talent that's overperforming by 20, 30% and take that down a little bit and make it good. And if you want to play it, you make it solid. But if you nerf Bear baseline, like if we see Mangle, and Mangle is actually fine as well, because remember, EC doesn't press Mangle that much, so it's kind of okay if they nerf Mangle. But if they nerf Thrash or Moonfire, that's no good. if they nerf Bear baseline because DOTC is overperforming, then Elun's Chosen really suffers. And Elun's Chosen's already behind. Like, I like playing this way. I personally like Laser Bear, and I'm performing adequately. I could play this in a season, but I wouldn't be able to if they nerf it that much more. And then I would have to play Druid of the Claw, and I don't really want to have to play something to do the content that I want to do. I'm starting to really push the boundaries on what is really acceptable if they decide to nerf EC even more. Does that make sense? So I'm kind of hoping that they understand what we're feeling here. You know, what are your thoughts on Shaman DPS and debating Restless Shaman as an alt? Shaman DPS is in a weird spot right now. They're like the squishiest spec in the game. It's very strange. I think Elemental is bad, borderline. I think Enhancement piloted by a very good player is extremely okay. And Shaman buff is very valuable because Resto Shaman doesn't seem to be that powerful right now. So I think there's a place for DPS Shaman because you want Sky Fury. However, I think that DPS Shaman is... You're going to have a hard time really supporting your team because you're going to be depending on your team. You're not really a good carry as a DPS Shaman right now. And I've only seen a few good enhance, and I've seen a lot of bad enhance. I can't tell if that's because of the bugs or it's because of what, you know? You can list it and try to get a lust. Maybe I play Blood DK for a key potentially, or just stay on Bear for a bit. I kind of want to play Bear mostly today. Can you tell me about the healer tier list shortly? Yes. Let me do 10 burpees, though, because if you see the burpee tracker, we're only at 35 out of 227. So between every key, we're just going to do 10 to 15, and then by the end of today, we'll get our 100 burpees in. Make sense? That's fair. I'm probably still going Druid as the main. Yeah, no, I mean, they're fun. Thematically, Elemental Shaman is super cool, right? That completely underrated. That the graphics of an Elemental Shaman are they're like peak gameplay. So from that perspective, they're great. Making my way downtown. At the end of the day, you should play what you want, you know? Does Turbo Nerd Enhance main? It kind of depends, like, yeah. Enhance has a weird skill ceiling, skill floor, I'm not sure. Yeah, Travel, let me know. Give me all the feedback. I want to know before I record the rest. That was 7 more. We're getting to 50 right now. 13, 14, 50, easy. Ooh. Good. Nice. 50 burpees. Yeah. Call me, oh my God. You know who does call me? Oh my God. I'm not going to finish that sentence. Would be, and it's such a long video. That would be cool, Travel. I don't know how I could get that. It's a good question. How would I, like, if there was a map overlay? Ooh, that would be amazing. I'd have to open the map to show it in the actual dungeon run, right? Yeah. I am doing burpee sprawls today because my left shoulder feels this a little bit. Also, guys, I'm having one decision that I have to make today. I really want cheesecake, but I have recently been eating about 3 too many kilos of cheesecake. So I'm not going to get cheesecake today. I have a few other options though. I could get bubble tea. That's not a bad option. That's a solid one. I could use some like Thai tea, or I could get ice cream. Either of those sound sublime, okay? In terms of exactly which is the right option here, I'm unsure. You know what I mean? Oh, I'm not worried about the calories. If anything, actually, I don't know if you guys can tell, I'm not eating enough right now. Like, for me to maintain, I have to have something around with my diet, the way I eat. It's something like 4,200 calories a day, something around that. And I'm not even getting close to it right now. I think I'm eating around 3,000. So I'm probably going to be losing a few kilos soon. What flavor of ice cream? I would just go with the basic vanilla. I like to bias, so when I eat ice cream, I like it to reflect the opposite of my personality. Thai tea with pearls, lychee jelly, it does sound pretty good. Now, Call, have you had proper Thai tea before? Let me ask you a question. Have you had real Thai tea? Like actual Thai tea? Or have you had just kind of Thai tea? Just get both for real. Ooh, we can start with one. I'm kind of down though. What are we doing here? 15 Algathar? An Algathar? Oh, I think everybody gets asked. Oh, I'll say it again in a second. It wasn't that funny, don't worry. Also, I think I got some weird bug bite on one of my toes. It's looking kind of red right now. I could go for some tea today. I feel like that is a fantastic idea. Now my expectations for the joke are sky high. You know what else is sky high? That one kind of good movie from like 20 years ago. And Snoop Dogg. Those are unrelated. I think I will order a tea today. You know what, Wussy? I agree with you. Yeah, it wasn't Sky High was a good movie, right? Like, I'm not remembering that weirdly. You know what else was a good movie around the same time? Zoom. Zoom was also a good movie. I rewatched that one like 6 months ago, and I was like, this is good. This is solid. Oh, Random, you want to come? You want to come, Random? Hold up, wait a second. Random. You want to come? We need a lust. I just see you there. Wait, Oreg is on too. Ooh, I didn't know Oreg was playing beta. Okay, so Algathar, I can play a different tank. What tank should I play for Algathar? I can play whatever tank. What are we feeling for Algathar? Thoughts? I'm going to swap tank for AA. Okay. Questions for the team. What are we thinking? I had coffee this morning. DK? I could play Death Knight. What do we want to play, though? Death Knight? Blood DK? Could play Blood DK. I don't mind. Demon Hunter or Prot Warrior? I played a bunch of Prot Warrior yesterday. I mean, I could play it again here. Okay, Demon Hunter, DK. What are we thinking? I haven't played DK in a bit. I could play DK for this key. I feel like this could be a single DK key for today. I do want to work on one Brewmaster cook. Vengeance sounds fun. Since we're not agreeing on it, I'll just arbitrarily choose this. Monk. Wouldn't mind some Brewmaster, but we'll see. Alright. I'm a bit lower energy just because I didn't sleep. I'm kind of depending on caffeine to keep me awake, but the thing with me and caffeine is that it doesn't work very well for me. Caffeine and I don't get along. What's up, that ginger hobbit? Have you ever considered that when you come to say hello, and then I say hello to you back, people who don't know your name probably are like, wait a second. Did he just say that ginger hobbit? And I was like, yeah, that's his name. I know, that's the thing. So I've recently learned that maybe, I don't know if this actually works, but I've been trying it for a few days, where I drink a coffee and then immediately take a nap. Like, basically, I'm doing some self-soothing activities, right? As most men do before they take a nap. like meditating and, you know, reading my favorite book, etc. And then I just basically like, I turn over as I'm finishing reading my book, and I just chug the coffee, like basically just like this, down the hatchet, and then immediately take a nap. Like black coffee, boom, and then right to sleep immediately. And then I take a nap for a little bit, and then I wake up, and supposedly that's supposed to give me energy and solve the problem of getting sleepy. Supposedly. That is the healer tier list there. I am pretty confident in it. I might have even swapped Resto, Shaman, and Holy Priest with that healer tier list, but otherwise I'm pretty happy with it right now. Morning, Cap. How's it going? Oh, wait a second. Hold up. I'm trying to get... I'm looking at my fidget toy right now, and I'm trying to get my fidget toy. Don't break, please. No. It's between my monitors. Oh, thank God. All right, cool. W fidget toy. Coffee makes you sleepy if you do that and have a power nap. That's what I'm saying, exactly. Okay, so it's an hour and 40 through stream right now. Here's the deal. If I stream for more than 4 hours today, please make me take a shower. Okay? Is this a deal? Can everyone... I'm weirdly resistant to the idea of taking a shower, so I need your help with this. Reasonably? No showers? That's tough. I feel like I could really use just like a quick rinse. What about a quick rinse? What's a shower? See, Ginger, you're already talking like a World of Warcraft player. You're already doing like 1 day coming back to WoW, and you're basically already sounding like a real professional. Good for you. Do bears shower? They do. They also eat salmon. Should I order salmon? Gamers don't need to shower? Well, I mean, it depends if my mother is listening to this. Yeah, bears shower, of course. They live in lakes and stuff. Okay. I don't know what I'm playing here, but I guess this is what we're playing with DK. I should not get... You should get the key. You get key for 16. I like how everyone collectively said no. Yeah, that's a good point, actually. It's because you guys aren't here. So, if you guys were here, statistically speaking, if there's 135 people actually here on stream, right? Let's assume that it's something like this. I don't know. But let's assume that there's a lot of lurkers, etc. But here's what's up, okay? Now, if y'all were all here in this room, first of all, I would scream like a little gerbil that's overwhelmed and stressed. And second of all, I think that statistics would say only 2 of you would be happy about the fact that I haven't showered. The rest of you would be unhappy. So it depends if I want to basically cater to the masses or try to, get to the target audience. Do you know what I mean by that? Because sometimes people try to be liked by everyone, but you don't want to be attractive to everyone. Then your life will be hell. What you actually want to do is you want to be attractive to the people that you are attracted to. And so you have to kind of choose your target demographic. In other words, if you would normally tell me in this scenario, hey, Awu, you should really go shower, then perhaps we are not meant to be. So maybe it's a better choice, actually, that I intentionally isolate I want to find the 2 people in the crowd who would appreciate the fact that I haven't showered, and then we could have a more successful relationship right off the get-go. You see what I'm saying? Where's your milk? I don't have any milk in here. Oh, I haven't ordered it yet. Yo, attractive. I am getting... You can see yourself on the leaderboard. You see that? With your bits yesterday. If you look at the top of that, you look at the top of stream right now, you're there on the leaderboard. Oh, in your bags? Wait, are you Milkman? Oh, are you Milkman? Wait. Are you Milkman? You are? You're a Milkman? I didn't know you were Milkman. Holy. I didn't know that you were Milkman. Oh, this makes so much sense. Hold up. Sam said there was a better Blood DK build. But I'm a little confused. Are we sure I'm not supposed to take these two talents? Hold up, Sam. Can you look at my Blood DK build for me? If I don't take these two, what am I supposed to take? What am I... Sam, what would you recommend? If not these two talents, where am I putting this? Thoughts? I would like Sam's feedback real quick right before we start this, because I'm not playing through consumption, but he didn't have these two spec'd. So I'm kind of curious about his Blood DK build real quick before I start. Hold on, let me ask him. Real quick. Sam, what Blood DK build? I have 2 points here. I take the 2 next to improved. You think these are worth it? Just for 6% verse? I feel like Relish is not that good. I love Blood DK. What's up, Tattooed? Tattooed, I noticed, I didn't remember, you gifted 5 subs at some point this month, and I have no idea when. Because I don't remember, but it shows that you've gifted 5 subs. So, I've thought, you know, I would say at some points in my life, I have thought about tattooing mine. I didn't end up following through with it because I chose a more wholesome lifestyle. But also, by the same logic, you could choose a wholesome lifestyle and then intentionally get it tattooed. You see what I mean? I changed my name to a meme in Maglaco's guild stream the other day. Oh, I think. Oh, your name was Buff. Oh, you're Buff Barb. Oh, yeah. Okay, I recognize you now. Dude, did you see the Diablo 2 update? Oh, you're just playing Improved Vampiric Blood. I see, I see. So you drop a little bit. I don't think I need this. Like, you could do it, but I don't think I need it. Oh. Wait. I changed my name to a meme, and you were in Liquid's guild stream? What were you doing with Max? That's cool. Wait, are you in Liquid? That's kind of cool. All right, let's go. Ready? I think I can play this without, but it doesn't really matter. So this is, you're saying that this is such bad damage that you don't even care to have it? Like, are you actually telling me that this is literally so bad you wouldn't even take these for damage reasons? That's kind of sad. It has a cool, yeah, the Blood Mist is really cool. That's what I think too. Do I even have a mount on here? Yeah, I do. Good. It's a dead talent at the moment. Oh, did you see the Diablo 2 update, though? Hi, Cambria. Good morning. Dude, holy. Whoa. I was so not expecting that. I actually wanted to play yesterday, but then I got caught up with work, so I didn't get to log on. And this morning, too, well, one of the cats has been a little bit sick, so we've kind of had to do some vet visits recently. Yeah, dude, I am so excited for just new content. I love Diablo 2. That game has so much nostalgia, and I genuinely enjoy it. Okay, also remind me to turn on my plater. This is a tank skill right here. So one of the things that you do on this pull is you try to sink these guys. But also on a Blood DK, if I open with this grip, then I can start building resources real quick, right? And then I can actually be prepared when they all come in. Blood DK grip. This would be something that I go over in a min-max Blood DK guide, though, because a lot of Blood DKs won't understand the nuance to this gather, right? You don't really need to heal me this key, don't worry. I mean, my damage is decent, right? Like, it's not like I did no damage there. But it's just basically how much Hard Strike can I hit. I mean, that's like... Sorry, how much Blood Boil can I hit, though? I would say that Blood DK is pretty unforgiving as a new tank. I would say that it's much better at this key level than it is at high key levels. That's not bad. I could have done a little more. But the idea is... It's much, much better at a 10 to a 15. But for 10 to 15, I mean, arguably, this is perhaps one of the best tanks. I genuinely believe that. When people start ranking Blood DK poorly, I think it's very important to remember that that ranking is kind of determined based off of the high key meta and the assumption that it might struggle to live that type of key. Does that make sense? And I do think that's actually important for what it's worth. Because for like weekly, if like for Pug 3K, Blood DK is easily one of the best tanks. You actually have a ton you can do to make those 12s and 13s go incredibly smooth. You are also very immortal at that key level. You are less immortal at the highest key level. And that's where it struggles. Yeah, but the idea is it's actually a very good tank for that. It's just a little scary, and you're going to panic because your health bar yo-yos a lot. So I think that it's pretty unforgiving as a tank just because the fear, like you're going to panic a lot on Blood DK. And that ultimately is kind of the main problem with it, is just the actual panic, if that makes sense. Does that answer the question? Yo, what's up, Calypspin? It's doing fine, and that's why it's had a little bit of a glow up on beta. Originally, it was like the only actual C tier tank, but now it's decent. There's nothing inherently wrong with it. It's just not as powerful as the other tanks. So when you make a decision, you can only have one tank, then that's kind of where it falls behind a little, if that makes sense. Here, like I'm debating on whether or not I need to actually Vampiric Blood or not. Because that does kind of clap, though. You recently started tanking again. Welcome back to the world of tanking. How do you feel? And how do you feel about the your tanking experience thus far? But my snap threat is significantly improved. It used to be a lot worse, but now my snap threat is actually pretty decent, so aggro is not nearly as much of a problem as it was before. I don't have some weird setup globals with Shattering Bone and cooldown reduction with Dancing Rune weapons, so I don't like have to basically build this, then that, then Tombstone, then this, then like there's a lot of that calculus. It's not really calculus, but it's mostly just the amount of globals that I needed to technically min-max before. That's all gone, so I can play it a lot more straightforwardly, and I think that that's overall good for the tank. Like, in general, I feel like those are good changes for Blood. It's a lot more accessible than it was. You were forced to heal last season. Was it your first season healing, out of curiosity? I'm always curious when people start healing. Do your cats ever play Jungle Gym with my body? The only cat that I would want to have play Jungle Gym on my body, to be honest, is Black Cat. But my cats, no. One of them is very cuddly, but the other one, she is a very, like, cat. Like, you let her have her space, you know what I mean? So, no, I would say that my cats, they kind of do their thing. One of them is just very attached. He has a little bit of, like, separation anxiety. He's, like, so attached and so cuddly that if one of us ever leaves the home or something, then he just kind of freaks out a little bit. Like, he's like a big people person. He's kind of, I'll say it basically. He's very needy. And it's cute that he's needy, but also I think that he has a more genuine level of anxiety. And I don't like personifying animals, but I've had anxiety my whole life, and I still struggle with anxiety. Like, my brain absolutely perseverates on worst case scenarios literally nonstop all the time, and it just spirals out of control if I'm not careful. So I wonder if he would be happier if somehow I could help him with the anxiety. You know what I mean? Like, I think that animals, I know they're not people, but at the same time, like, they have mental health as well. Like, dogs and cats, they have mental health struggles just like we have mental health struggles, right? And if he was a person that was living with me, I would suggest that he probably, like, do something, like consider therapy or consider this, or at least, you know what I mean? Like, I would want to reach out for those reasons. So I'm kind of wondering, like, what can be done to help him. Because it's just no fun. Like, I know he's 10, so he's lived like this his whole life, and he's fine. He's a very healthy, a very mobile, agile cat, and he's a cuddle buddy and he's not a playboy, but you know what I mean? So he's an old man, exactly. He's not a kitten, but nonetheless, after living with him for a few months, I feel like maybe it's not my place, but I feel like I want to see if there's maybe something that can be done. Maybe not. Do you think there will be any more changes before midnight release? I think if we're lucky, we get one more set of changes, but not that much. At this point, I believe we're going to be looking at one more set of changes, give or take. How have I been? I've been pretty good. I mean, this year, oh man, this last year of my life, there's so much that's happened. Why is Blood DK doesn't... No, it's not bad at all. You have to understand, El Loco, when you watch even my tier list, I try to give a conversational tier list where I talk about the strengths and weaknesses of each tank. I don't like it when people are like, nah, this thing is unplayable. Like, no, 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 no. Literally nothing is unplayable, okay? Everything is at least half decent. Like, genuinely, right? Even Blood DK. The only reason it's ranked at the bottom is because it doesn't have a group buff. That's literally it. That's the entire argument for Blood DK. If it had a 2% haste buff, then it would be fine. Its numbers are a little bit lower than they could be. So I'm doing fine. Like, overall in this key, I have 123k right now. My other tanks might have 140k. Is that a big deal? No, but if you're going to rank them, it matters. And technically speaking, as key levels get extremely high, Blood DK can have more problems than some other tanks because of how it mitigates damage. But we're talking like 19s, 20s, etc., you know? Kieran, Wicked 3, Streak. Nice. What's up, Kieran? But it's not a bad tank. It's just not the best tank. And those things should be clarified way more often, in my opinion. Does that make sense? I kind of wish that it was clarified more often. So hopefully, with my tank tier list and my healer tier list, I'm hoping that I provided more of a perspective of like, hey guys, the first tank I'm going to rank is Blood DK. And I do think that it deserves, like I don't think anybody would argue that it doesn't deserve to be ranked at the bottom of a tank tier list. But also, it's totally fine. And what I should do is make another tier list at some point for like, what is the best tank for 3k IO? Because Blood DK would be one of the best tanks for 3k IO. I think that you have a ton of agency for 3k IO. Even in this key, you could see I could AMS each one of the Lasher pulls. So if my healer or my team doesn't dispel me, I would actually be chilling on that, whereas maybe another tank might be struggling a bit more. So I don't know. What's up, Nacho Fries? First of all, Nacho Fries. I don't think I could ever say your name normally. Is that okay? Because I kind of just want to say Nacho Fries a lot more. Is that all right with you? Can I continue saying Nacho Fries? Yeah, so that's the first thing that you have to know. The second thing is you're torn between Druid and Monk main. Plan on tank and heals have been fun in testing. Why not both? What percentage of players are 3k? 15%? Is it 15%? 12 to 15%? Somebody would have to correct me on this, actually. I'm unsure. Does anybody know the answer to that question? I think it's about 15%, give or take. It's something close to that at the very least. Yeah. It's not that much. But also, I believe the other statistic you have to be very careful of. The way that that's measured, the 12%, the way that that is measured, and this is a very important thing to remember, okay? It's measured comparatively to everyone who has done a +2 or however many people have active retail World of Warcraft accounts. As far as I know, the measurement is if you've done a single +2, then you are in that statistic. And it's not the total population of WoW, because then it would be much smaller. It's basically the amount is measured against anyone who has done a single keystone. Is this correct? Okay. Now, the problem with that statistic is I think there's a lot of people, I think that they should limit that to maybe like, you have to have maybe like 1k IO. That would be a better statistic, because could you somehow limit that though? Do you know what I mean? Like, I think that everyone who's ever done a keystone is kind of a, like even a single +2. I don't know if every single person should be factored in, because it would not surprise me if a absolute metric ton of people have done a single +2 and not a single other key. So I feel like the statistic is probably, oh my, holy fuck. Oh no! Okay, I'm not dead. Wait a second. No, I'm fine. Easy. Nice. That was planned. I'm just dragging the boss over here because it's easier to stand this way. That's Cat, by the way. It's not, but we're going to pretend like it is for a second, okay? Yeah, no problem. It definitely calculated. I'm progressing to the next pull. The faster we get to the next pull, yeah, I'm trying to cosplay as a demon hunter. I wouldn't know how to get that info. That's what I'm thinking though, Cap. If there was somehow a way to filter it, like between 1K and 3K IO, I think that would be probably more like 20% of people who do keys get around 3K. I think that 12% doesn't sound right to me. Like that statistic sounds off, in my opinion. I can't confirm that. It's just a sneaking suspicion that I have. So I'm going to gather here, get my resources up right away. Boom, and here. But yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if it was a little bit more like, you know. You think? No, I absolutely think you can. 100% I believe you can. A Wool Toxic? Yo, wait, Tattoo just gifted subs. Wait, hold up. Thank you for the gifted sub. Wait, thank you. I died because I was not paying attention. Oh, my bad. Was I standing in a frontal? Probably. Oops. I hit that AMS and I probably shouldn't have. Yo, thank you for the gifted sub. What? So, do I want to ask what the story is about this particular name, or do we want to just keep it with Buff Barbs? I feel like Buff Barbs is a solid name. If you think it would enhance my opinion of you, you could tell me the story behind your current name. Like, I could see it going both ways. You know what I mean? Okay, 20.4% have gotten the 3K achievement. 265K players. That doesn't seem like a ton. For some reason, I feel like that like seems like a lot higher than it actually is. Okay, we're gonna gather it here. Whoops. Was that aggro? That's okay, I'll be fine. Okay, so what I can do from here is A, make sure I vamp blood. And then B, we're just gonna do some blood DK tech, because if I Gorfiend's Grasp, I will get one shot here, so I have to be a little careful. But otherwise, that cast will get interrupted and silenced, which is nice. 700K players. Okay. That's a perfect way to actually say this then. You were just watching the video. That is a funny thing. So the problem with that type of thing, Kieran, is that people make such a fuss, but you know that all of a sudden is less than 0.1%. So we're talking 0.001% get like 4K IO. Do you know what I'm talking about? Like, that's such a small percentage of the player base. To be fair, one of those people, they seem like a rarity, but one of those people is actually in my key right now, so I just like to point out that it's not completely out of the question that does happen, because actually I am playing with a 4K person right now. Yeah. Well, they're not that rare because I'm in a key with one literally right now. The DK we're playing with is the one that made the guide with me on YouTube. He is in this key, and he is a 4K player. He has the contacts, you know. So to be fair, they're not like complete unicorns. They do exist, but they're quite rare, yeah. What's up, Prot? What's up? Wait, procs to procs. What's your favorite proc in World of Warcraft? I think my favorite proc in World of Warcraft... Hold on, I'm gonna die. I think my favorite proc in World of Warcraft... This is my Blood DK experience of like, I'm chilling. Oh, I'm gonna die. What's my favorite proc in WoW? Wait, let me focus. If I miss a single global on this pack, I'm just actually dead. Okay, so they're all gonna sync on me after this. Watch out. 3, 2, 1, hold up. I go here, boom. I just drop that AMZ as well. Vamp blood here. Overlap 3, 2, 1. Here we go. I completely missed whatever you said in that moment. I missed just because all of a sudden this was a lock-in moment. This was a lock-in pull, but we did it. Like, Blood DK is fine. I just have to occasionally focus very, 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 very hard. Otherwise, I die. If that's technically not a problem for most people. But I think I would never play Blood DK for an actual season just because... Whew, you know what I mean? Like... well, it's a good point, and that's an exact example of a pull that concerns me for pugs. That is the exact pull where people are going to try that, and your tank's going to die. And I'm very scared about that. Oh, shit. I'm going to die here again. Yeah, I'm actually significantly worried, by the way. Like, that is a pull where I don't know if that needs to exist because it challenges tanks in a way that might just be not fun. if that makes sense. Like, there's a lot of mechanics in these dungeons which make me wonder, what's the design philosophy goal? What are they trying to accomplish with this change? Why do they want to make tanks possibly die? Like, is it fun? Do tanks really enjoy fighting for their life? Or do they want the healer to be responsible for healing the tank? Like, what is it that they're actually... Like, what's the reason for this? Because there's got to be a reason. They wouldn't do it randomly. They intentionally added a mechanic. That mechanic was not there before. And I don't know. Are they trying to create some sort of weird gameplay loop of like, you know, if I guess if your team sends chain CCs, then your tank is gonna be okay, or like, what's up? You know what I mean? Yeah, what's up? In order to get aggro, you got to get to the pack faster than your team. Yeah, that's true. There are so many little things. I mean, Cap, people used to play the Northrend Belt enchant. Proc double res sickness. Holy, double res sickness would be crazy. I think, what's my favorite proc in WoW? It might be when somebody thinks that I'm a really cute girl and starts giving me a bunch of gold. That's got to be one of the best World of Warcraft procs. Like, that's OG Silver Moon City vibes. You remember when you, as a young lad, potentially, was when you were like a female blood elf and you were like probably like a paladin or like a warrior or something, and then you would basically remove many articles of your armor, and then what you would do is you would basically slash dance in Silvermoon. The Goldshire wasn't really a thing back then, so exactly right. And then people would be like, yo, here's like a gold. And I was like, oh my god, I've just figured out the most wonderful business hack. That's got to be a good proc. That's a fantastic memory, core memory right now for me. You know, all I can tell you is that for a brief period of time, I was not a woo, I was Amber. And Amber was dating Taylor. Amber was a lesbian because Taylor was a girl who was 3 years older than Amber. Now, Amber is currently living with Taylor because her family life at home is very traumatic, right? So she doesn't want to spend a lot of time with her at-home family. So she's living with her older girlfriend, Taylor. Yeah, Amber had a 3-page backstory on Microsoft Word. Oh, yeah. I was a very thorough child. I was a wreck, but I was thorough. You couldn't argue that I wasn't thorough at the very least. I just wanted to, because the thing about me is when I didn't like lying, I was basically incapable of lying until I was like significantly older, right? And when I started to learn that I could potentially, you know, get some extra gold or items in my favorite game by simply pretending to be Amber, I was worried that somehow this random person on the internet would find out that I, in fact, was not only not Amber, but in fact, I was a young boy named Steven. And I just feel like I was really concerned. I was like terrified that I was going to get found out. So I was like, I need to have a plan. Like, how do I make sure? So just so you know, Amber had like a Facebook page, an email, like, and everything. Like, I covered my bases just in case. What add-on do you use to display the spells you press? I think right now it's Wildu Tools. Wildu Tools should be the thing that's down here. Or it might actually be Trophy GCD still. I'll check after this. Vang, I'll check after this if you want. So what I'm going to do is, because I'm a blood DK, so like this is a pull that almost gets enabled by having a DK. Because otherwise that guy is really difficult to group. I should have saved my mass grip for this. That would have been even better. And then again, I can AMZ here, so DK can help carry this, because right now there's going to be a stomp, and whoever is in this is going to be less likely to die. And I can grip that, perfect. And I can kick. That reminds me of the good old RuneScape days. Yeah, it's the same era of gaming, it's true. Yep, classic. Basically, for what it's worth, if you're listening to this story and you're like, this didn't happen, you're lying to yourself and everyone. It happened to everyone. This is a canon event. If you basically are around my age group, you probably did this at some point. Maybe you've blocked out the memory, but I promise you, this is way more common than you think it is. Amber on RuneScape? No, because I wasn't very, You know what I mean? Yeah, of course. That's what I'm saying. Like, the one thing about me is that I'm willing to admit the things that other people are not willing to admit. That's it. But I tell the truth. I keep it real with you guys. Oh, we don't need these. We don't need these. We don't need these. Don't pull the casters. Ah! I was going to pull this in a boss. That's okay. No problem. What is Amber? Oh, Amber died like 15 years ago. Very sad. Very sad. Unfortunate. It'd be like that sometimes. Shit, sorry. Yeah. So when you stop and think about it, actually, it's funny because when Amber stopped playing Diablo, this is how I got items in both Diablo and WoW, but basically, specifically Diablo 2. And when Amber, you'll notice that there is a specific overlap here because when Amber stopped playing, there were these alerts that started going out on your phone. And is that a coincidence? I think not. What's up, Angel? Nice green badge next to your name. Yeah. She had so many more enigmas to be traded to her. She was craving the next draw rune. She wanted a Tal Rasha's armor plate so bad. And she deserved it. Okay, let's tank this guy back here. I want to try something new with this boss. Oh, woo. E-woo. Yeah, of course, but the thing is, listen, Buff Barbs, everybody has, right? It was I either used the girl's name to try to get items in Diablo 2, or I used my dad's credit card. It was one or the other, and there was really no in between. Because the one thing I can tell you as a kid is that I definitely wasn't actually going to sit there and farm for hours and hours and hours. You know what I mean? Like, I only had 60 minutes or whatever of screen time at that age. So to be efficient, I was either Amber got the items, or my dad was very mad at me. You have honestly never even considered pretending to be anyone else? Interesting. Really? Never? I mean, I guess this isn't an experience that everyone can relate to, but yeah. Bloody Hottie, what's up? Is it mandatory to get the catch-up gear? No. You don't need gear at all. It's basically if people are incredibly bored right now, then you can look for gear, but basically no. You will not need item level going into midnight actually whatsoever. Completely overrated. If you want it, sure. But you do not. You definitely do not, under any circumstances, need to be any item level. You will be able to do the quest line, and all of your mythic raid gear, it's always very sad, will get replaced in the middle of that quest line. Most likely, if you're mythically geared, it'll make the first part slightly faster, but very unnecessary. You know what I mean? Like, you're chilling. It's not required. Can you do a VDH key after? Maybe. I kind of want to go back to Bear. I think if we do higher keys especially, I want to go back to Bear, but we'll see. Yeah, that's true. But it's a little different now, Small. You had a level 86 Heroic Barb, and I remember one-shot myself leap attacking into some mob that had Iron Maiden Curse, and yep. Dude, it do be tough. Original D2 was tough. But D2R... I don't know, man. I actually think that's probably one of the best games that has actually ever been made. D2R, best, I can tell you this at the very least. If you've never played D2R, you won't really understand, and it is nearly impossible for me to explain. Best itemization out of any game that has ever existed online. In my opinion, the items in D2, they've never come up with another system like that. Where... it is actually, you are motivated. The things that have worth in that game are so... I don't know how they would ever recreate this. But do you know what I mean? Like, it's just unbelievably... The fact that when you actually understand that game, like, you're picking up every single blue bow that you find. Just in case. You're picking up every base item. Just in case. You're picking up every one of these particular rares. Like, if you find a rare javelin, you're picking it up. Because that thing might be worth 40 jaw runes. Like, it's just... I can't explain how they possibly managed to get that game itemization that good. It's really, really, really a testament to old-school game design. Because nothing comes close, I think, to the itemization of D2. Very, very strong itemization. What talent stopped working, by the way, at the end? Yeah, DK is fine. My damage a little low there because I wasn't greeting it too much, but overall, it was fine. Dance of Chiji. Really? Interesting. Way of the Crane also stopped working. That's a problem. Interesting. Okay. Miswrap also. That's weird. I haven't had that happen, I don't think, with my monk yet. Yeah, the new update is cool, though. It's really simple, though. The devs of old cared a lot more. That's what I think, too. Fargook, I mean, you're right, though. The truth is, right? That's the thing. Also, Elrath, hi. 5 stream streak. Good morning. Hello there. Yeah. That's what it is, though. Like, that's actually the thing, is that the devs back in the day actually coded all these items, and they had to do so individually. It's clear as day. They didn't carbon copy it. They didn't copy-paste code. They actually just sat there and made all of these items. And it's true. I don't find that care and that passion so much anymore. I feel like it's missing from game, but that's not, by the way, that's a us problem. Because they have less time to make the game. They're now more pressured by deadlines. They have to make more money. Like, that's not them losing passion. It's them being forced into a developing role that they're unable to do what they used to be able to do. I bet you replace your gear around the last 2 levels of the campaign. Why are the cat ears gone? You have to redeem them. 5,000 channel points for cat ears. Okay, so we're going to go 16 now? We're going to go a little higher? I can go 16. Oh, all good. All right, all good. GG Arson. Congrats on 4 years of stream, dude. Dude, Arson, that's 4 years of stream for him, by the way. He's about to end stream right now. He's been streaming for 4 years. Massive respect. Chill, dude. Very chill, dude. Oh, wait a second. Why didn't that work? Slash shout out. Shout out. Did I spell that wrong? Oh, there you go. Cool. Yep. He's been streaming he had his 4-year anniversary of stream now. I can't imagine. I have not been streaming it's been 1 year and like a few months for me, basically. I think I started like 1 year and 6 months ago, but then effectively I was just, hanging out with Noob or Soap basically for like a few months. How down bad is Fire Mage? What I can tell you, Small, is that Fire Mage is they do be wearing apple bottom jeans. That's about how down bad they are. Yeah. I don't know what you can do to fix your talents if they stop working in a key. Yeah, Blood DK is fine though. Like, I'm chilling. I could have done some more damage for sure. I need to Blood Boil more often instead of Death Strike. That would be a big advantage that I'm missing out on right now. Okay, so let me swap away from Blood DK for a second. Yeah. Windwalker, bloody, that's a hard one, man. Windwalker is tough. It's gotta be one of the worst. Oh, hi, Arson. Yo, by the way, congrats on 4 years, dude. Congratulations. I enjoyed your nostalgic takes when I was listening earlier. Jeez. I did enjoy your nostalgic takes. I can't imagine that. Yep, sounds good. Oh, tomorrow is Valentine's. No, I don't think I'm around tomorrow. Tomorrow is Valentine's Day, and I will be going to a very fancy buffet. A buffet, as one might say. Very exciting. Incredibly exciting. Yes. Oh, Aggie, what's up? Cheered 100 bits. Okay. So, how many burpees are we at now? I'll count that toward the goal, but keep in mind, there is a world where I don't actually hit this. Saturdays. Oh, yeah. So, it'll be, yeah, your nighttime is my Valentine's. So, I will take tomorrow off. 230 burpees. Okay, let's let me get some of these done in between keys, basically. Hi, Arson. Oh, man. It was cool, by the way, to see Kalamazi come say hi. All right. GG's. You'll have a good night. What tank do we want to play next? So I want to go back to Druid. Do we want to do some, like, 16s, 17s? You want to go a little higher, or we just want to chill in some 15s today? I wouldn't mind playing my Druid a bit more. I think we can get some clean keys. Or I heal. No, Deco, you're still healing. Okay. So I'll tank today then. I was thinking about healing a little bit though. All right, here we go. Here we go. 20s go big or go home. 20s are a whole different beast on beta. If you want to, no, you're good, you're good. I want to play Druid tank some more. I did want to practice some routes, and I also wanted to get some footage. So if we get some clean runs, I think that'd be good. Invite. Why don't we do a 16 Nexus? You know, hit or miss. 16 Nexus potentially. Could do that. What about something along those lines potentially? Okay. Let me just get some of these burpees. I gotta start chipping away at them. Well, thank you for caring about my health. Oh yeah, can you fix them though? What do you think? Will you be able to fix them? Ooh, here we go. All right, I'm just taking a little nap on the floor. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. These are gonna get real hard today, man. Sir, the Super Bowl is finished? No, I'm trying to be masculine. That's 10. That's 10. No, look. It does. Look at me. Look at me. Look at me. Whew, 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 whew. Look at that. Look at that raw masculine energy. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm like, you see that? I was like 10 hike. Whew, whew. Yeah. What do you think? I feel like I've really got this down. But I'm not eating enough. I can tell that I'm losing a bunch of weight. Last night, I forgot to eat dinner. So, whoops. My UI. If you would like my UI, just tell me what part of it you want. I will have in my Discord. Certainly, I'll have some sort of UI element, 100%. I'll put everything that I make in the Discord for sure. This is just bartender. My CDM and stuff though. I send you a YouTuber streamer that's relevant to this topic, yeah? Why is the minimap 5 pixels? Because I just want it out of the way. Basically, I just want to cover, I don't like the minimap being on my screen. It's clutter, so I like to take that out though. What's up, Malden? Hey, Malden. We're making our way through the burpees. Just look at the thumbnail on this. Okay, I can do that. We're at 60 out of 230. Now, I will say, if I don't finish the burpees today, then they will go to the new stream. Oh, do we have a bot in here? Who's this? Can you, is any, Noob, are you a mod in my Discord? We gotta do a little bod, a little, hold up. All right, hold up, ban him from the server. What's up, Boricode? Delete messages. Boom, easy. Cool. Should be set, right? Wait, did I ban myself? Uh-oh. Wait, did I somehow just ban myself? Wait. No, okay. All good. Whew. Okay. No. I thought for a second I just somehow banned it. All right, let me check your message. Ah, is that what I need, Noob? Is this my future? Wait a second. Hold up. Is that what I need to do? Is this my future? Oh man. What's up? Do you think focusing on one tune is best for returning players? I think, sorry, that we're at an interesting point in the season where the new expansion is coming around. So really, you have options. Can I reach 3K as Blood DK? Absolutely, Biggles. 100% you can. What's that Mythic Plus timer? Warp Deplete. I believe I'm just using Warp Deplete. Let me check. We have it here. Whoa. If it's not, it might just be Mythic Dungeon Timer. But I'm pretty sure it's called Warp Deplete. Yeah, it's called here. Warp Deplete. That's the one I'm using right now. Whew. We are at 60 already. I could do some more. Let me pass lead, though. Let me make sure somebody else is lead. And then you can list us, and we can take whoever for a 16 Nexus. Sarg, I think that if you're a returning player, it would be best to stick to one role early on, but you can try different things. Like if you want a tank, for example, you could try 2 different tanks. Or if you want a DPS, like let's say you want to play Warlock, yeah? You can try all 3 specs of Warlock because your stat prio is not important when you're getting into the game. You don't need a min-max like that. So you can just say, oh, I'm a Druid, for example. Let me try Feral, or let me try Balance, or let me try Restoration. You know what I mean? You can just do that. And that could be variety. But we're going to have a lot of time depending on how long you have to game. And I think that it would be totally acceptable to mess around with it a little bit, though. I'm take, again, a bit overwhelmed. Yeah. It is overwhelming to come back to the game after a long break. But Sarg, if you're on Twitch and you're watching World of Warcraft, that means you care enough to learn about the game, so you'll be fine. The important thing is that if you're willing to watch some videos, you can learn a lot beforehand. If you've purchased Epic Edition, then you can try beta for the next few weeks. And I think that that's a really impactful thing to do, but you have to have bought Epic Edition to do it. So that's kind of up to you, but highly recommend. That would be a great one if you have it. If you don't want to spend the money on the Epic Edition, makes perfect sense, in which case you'll have to wait. But definitely 100% play what you want. Cannot express this enough. Play what you want, first and foremost. Make sure that whatever you play is going to be the thing that you enjoy. A WoW season is very long. It will take you a lot of time to gear that character, to learn that character. Don't try to re-roll based on a tier list. Doesn't matter whether it's my tier list or someone else. Just dom things, flex routine, easy. But it's so important, okay? I'm really going to lose a lot of muscle soon. I haven't been to the gym properly. I've been doing a lot of burpees on stream. Yeah. You're welcome, of course. And there are so many great streams out there. You can go into, if you're playing Warlock, you can go to Arson's stream and you can ask him questions. He'll be happy to answer. There are some streams you have to be careful asking questions because they can be a little weird. You have to be a little wary of like class discords. But here in my stream, if you're coming back, feel free to ask any questions you'd like, okay? You're more than welcome to at any point. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. Does that make sense though? Just yeah. So don't be afraid to just reach out and kind of, there's a lot of information and it can totally be overwhelming. But that being said, it's far more important that you enjoy the thing. I unfortunately agree with Small. There are some class discords that are great, and there are some people in the class discords that are amazing. But unfortunately, I sort of agree. There are a lot of very toxic people in class discords, and I think it's a shame, but I don't think they're a very good resource for new players. I'm in some class discords, keep in mind. Some of the classes I like I'm in there, and I pay attention, and I, listen to the theory crafting and stuff, but ultimately, I don't think so. Do you normally tank? I play tank and heal. I attempt to DPS. I like DPSing. I don't mind DPSing, but I don't really DPS. I don't have the right mentality to DPS. I'm a tank and a healer. The truth is, at the end of the day, I specialize in tanking and healing. I can be an adequate DPS, but I don't think I'll ever be a true expert in any DPS. I don't spend enough time on it. I don't try to obtain the mastery. I sort of just like tanking and healing. Angel, I think it's important to specify. I know everyone in the Guardian Druid Discord. I talk in the Guardian Druid Discord. I'm quite active in there. And there are a lot of great people in the Guardian Druid Discord. There's also a lot of people who, in my opinion, are kind of dogmatic and will attack people and can be very negative. So there's a mix of both. And if you know how to sort through that, it's no problem. I think, unfortunately, though, it's a skill, and new players are not going to have the skill to identify how to understand where the information is coming from and how to parse that information. Do you know what I mean? Because sometimes you'll get responses and then people will be like, oh, okay, and you take it for granted. But oftentimes, I mean, sometimes that response can be from somebody who has only ever done a +5, but whatever. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's not always good information. I think you're right, Noob, and I think it's a shame because, like I said, I like a lot of people in the class Discords. I have friends that are in class Discords, and they're mods in there, and they're very active. But at the end of the day, I sort of agree. I don't like that for the game because a ton of new players do actually go into class Discords to learn their spec. Crane, you can, by the way, your lead, by the way. Deco, your lead. I think it's hard, Raguru, because on one hand, I think the class Discords are fine, but on the other hand, I'm not sure. Oh, what key? Let's do 16 Nexus. Are you comfortable healing Nexus at this point? 16 Nexus, maybe? How to get lost with Tank Fear. I would like to try tanking on your VDH, but I'm scared because I don't know the routes, and you don't want to throw the key. Okay, Pace. Tank anxiety is a very real thing. I'm going to do 10 burpees while I answer this question. Is that reasonable, Pace? Let me set the pace as I answer your question. All right, let's do Nexus. Yeah. I want to work on my route for Nexus too. I'm a little off with it right now. So how do you deal with tank anxiety? While I'm doing the burpees, let me ask you a question. The people here, in your opinion, what's the best way to deal with tank anxiety? Like, you want to try tanking, but you're new to it. Maybe you're new to WoW, and you're just, what do you do to understand not to be afraid to tank keys? Your opinion first. Right? We've got a few answers here, Pace. You can come to Twitch to figure out all the answers. I have I have my own opinions. We have Shia LaBeouf, just do it. We have Whiskey, practice, just send it. You can run into an idiot anywhere. I kind of agree with Wussy personally. I think learning is important. Let me get a few more takes here and then I'll answer it. Low keys, just send it. Here's the thing for me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Ooh, I'm definitely moving today. I'm definitely moving, man. That's 12. Let me get 8 more done. You go out of vibes. Let me give you my answer in a second of how you get over tank anxiety. 8 more first. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 19. Holy, we are gonna have a fun time trying to get all these done today. That's only 80. Oh no. Oh no, wait. Wait. No, hold up. There with 1,000 bits. Oh no. Oh, no, wait. I mean, thank you for the 1,000 bits. Oh, God. All right. Hold up. So that's that's 30 more. So are we just doing we can't end stream until we hit, what is that, 260 burpees now? Hold up. So first of all, thank you for the bits. I'm going to be honest with you. There is definitely a limit to this. What's up, Nordenheim? We're working out today on stream. Here's the thing, okay? 100% there's a limit to how many burpees I can do in a day. So we're gonna, I will say right now that we're gonna carry over any remaining burpees that are not done right now, like today. I'm gonna carry over to the next stream. Is that reasonable? Because although I could push myself to do 260, there is some world where it would be actually less healthy for me, because that is a lot. So, hold up. Keep in mind, yesterday we did 111 burpees. Today, we're doing a lot. I'm down for the challenge, but I'm also going to take care of myself and just say, because I also want to make sure I have burpees next stream. They really help me feel so much better while I'm playing the game. It makes such a big difference for me to move while I'm streaming. So first of all, thank you. But I'm down. Let's see how many we end up getting through today. You know what I gotta have right now? Let me order some tea. Right? I need some sugar. I could use some sugar. Order tea. I want Thai tea. I want milk tea, and I might want a bubble tea. No, I don't do bubbles anymore. So basically I'm gonna get bubble tea without bubbles. I think that will give me the fuel. Sugar, you say? I'm right here. Damn. Honestly, Angel, that was really good. I'm gonna be honest with you, that was Riz. That was very successful Riz too. I felt a little tingle. You said that, Angel, and I felt a tiny little tingle, so I'm very easily impressed, I will say. Well played, well played. I could learn a thing or two from you. I don't have Riz. The only way I know how to Riz is I Riz him with a tism. But aside from that, I cannot Riz him. You know what I mean? I am a sort of anti-Riz. Yeah. Oh, I know how to whiz. Yeah, I whiz every morning, probably like multiple times a day. I've been told that I have like a very flexible bladder, which is not good actually. That sounds good, but it's not good. It's an EDS thing where I kind of have to pee all the time, but it's not like a problem. It's just when I was 17, I went to like the penis doctor because I had to get it checked out, like why I was peeing all the time, and it turns out that it's just an EDS thing. Like it's a hypermobile thing because of the connective tissue disorder that when I try to, yeah, anyways. So in terms of solving tank anxiety, right? No, it's called EDS. It's a connective tissue disorder. What's up, Dabsy? Your husband? Does he really? I don't know that many men with EDS. It's a much more commonly diagnosed with women. Really? Yeah. Do you guys actually? It's so random how we're all somehow meeting here. Yep. The good old EDS. Look, ready? 3, 2, 1. Boop, boop, boop. Every joint in my body just goes like burr. Yep. You look shiny. Well, Dabsy, I don't know if you've noticed the little stream challenge for the last little bit. Here's the thing. I've been doing a lot of burpees, man. Look at that. 80 out of 260. I might have to put some of them tomorrow, I'm not gonna lie. That is the thing. Many burpees will be done today, Dabsy. And every stream from this point if they just keep carrying over. Yup, that's why I look shiny. It's either that or my new moisturizer is totally paying off. I think it's that, to be honest. Thank you for noticing. I have been moisturizing. Yes. I took a page from Doctor Who's playbook. Did you share your Platinator profile? Ooh, no, I have not. But I haven't finished it. I need to work on the threat colors. Let me do that right now, actually. I have oiled myself up before, Angel, but not for this stream in particular. Hey, are you still here? I didn't want to get distracted. Wait, I do with my thumbs too. Wait, really? Yeah. You can. I am a huge Doctor Who fan. Oh, I love Doctor Who. I learned how to live my life through Doctor Who, to be honest. So not just my thumb, but all of my fingers are weirdly bendy. Yeah, I used to be able to, for example, also like boop, like I can still do this, but I don't want to because it's not good for me. Here, I can do all, like my Byton score is like 100. I got like 8 out of 9 on the Byton scale, and I just have all the other factors of EDS too. In particular, gastroparesis. It means I can't eat fiber. I've seen instances of oil. Have you? Noob, I don't remember sending you any of my oiled up shots. Yo, how's Guardian feeling? Good right now, Zedhead. But I'm playing a very weird build for Guardian. I'm playing a build that no one else is playing. I like it. It's chill for me. It's not the meta build, though. I cosplay as a 10th Doctor. Really, Deco? That's awesome. You have the trench coat and everything? Okay, so have you noticed on my stream what the quote is? Didn't you have one where another dude was grappling with you? We weren't oiled up, though. That was just lighting. But we weren't oiled up, noob. So, to be fair, there is actually a video posted in my Discord, I think, with the very first thing in the gym category. That was a female model oiling me up literally with baby oil before a photo shoot. That has happened. And you got a Giga Chad sonic screwdriver. I have a TARDIS. I have a TARDIS mug and a sonic screwdriver and everything. I used to own a Fez and have everything as well, but it's not in this room right now. It's in a different room. Look at the stream quote. Have you noticed? It's one of my favorite quotes of all time. Look at my About Me on Twitch. There should be here, though. You got gastropub from diabetes? It sucks. I mean, I've learned to live with it, but does it? Oh, never mind. It's not in the About anymore. Okay, my favorite quote is, always try to be nice, but never fail to be kind. It's a quote I try to live by. Capaldi is my favorite Doctor. Changed my life. Actually, it's literally how I started learning how to talk to people. I used to just get into elevators and be like, hello. And people would be like, bro, what the fuck? And I was like, hi. I'm learning how to talk to people. How are you? And people were pretty friendly about it. I've always been like this, by the way. Around when I was 16, I decided I wanted to learn how to be more social and how to talk to people. But I've always been this type of honest, right? So I basically just started going around and telling people what's up. I was just straight up like, hi, I'm learning how to talk to people. Can I ask you a few questions? I would just straight up ask people. I was very honest about it. My husband is, dude, that's so hard, Slippy, because so these days I am so much healthier than I used to be. I learned how to stabilize my joints with EDS. I had to figure out how to learn that. But Slippy, before I was dislocating my shoulders all the time, and it was a terrible, I was just in pain all the time, et cetera, right? Like, I was in trouble. However, so now I'm fit, right? And I have muscle, and I would like to think that I have some level of strength. Yeah, I'll never be the strongest guy because I can't brace as well as other people can, but I'm fairly strong now. Do you know that I don't have finger strength? My fingers don't stabilize properly, so I can't really give people like massages with my finger because they're not strong. Like, I can't dig into you with my thumb because there's nothing there. Like, my thumb just, like, there's no stability in my fingers. So I would imagine it's going to be quite difficult if I wanted to be a massage therapist, right? I guess, well, I have one of the motions that I might need, depending on the type of massage I'm giving. That one I'm good at because I was a very lonely teenager. But in terms of actually giving massages, I would have a hard time with it, I think. Even my elbow, it's just like the stability of joints, because my elbow is actually pretty stable for me, but my kneecap moves around like this. You know what I mean? Like, my kneecap is like this. It moves all around. That's crazy, though, that you guys just happen to have this, though. Yo, that's so cool. That's actually amazing, Deco. I love that. Bro, that's hurting your knees? Yeah. It's called a floating kneecap, and I had to learn how to stabilize it. So now I'm strong, but that's actually awesome. You know, look at the deco. I shared the photo of me meeting the Twi'lek, right? Did you see that photo from yesterday? Bouldering would be very nearly impossible. It has already affected me in my life, Ravalex, a lot. Like a ton. Did you see who I'm... Look what I'm wearing. Double check the outfit. It's very subtle because you can't see that I'm holding a sonic screwdriver. I mean, to be fair, when I met her, I was also holding another screwdriver, but that's beside the point. I have suspenders and a fez on. I have my fez if you look closely. It's like a very cheap Doctor Who type cosplay. All right. Let's do key. And I talked to you during the key. Oh, Pace, are you still here? I wanted to answer your question about tank anxiety because I do actually have an answer for you. But Ravalex, let me answer this first, though. Yeah, I can tape, but I have learned the... Do you want to know what recovery looks like for somebody that's chronically ill? I've been chronically ill my whole life, until the last few years of my life. Do you want to know what real recovery looks like? It's not worrying about the thing. When you don't think about the problem, you're recovered. That's what it really means. That's at the end of the day, that's actually what recovery means. It means you don't have to think about the problem. If you're still trying to solve the problem, you haven't solved the problem. Does that make sense? So if I'm taping my joints, I haven't fixed my joints. Yeah, so my stomach is how I figured out I had EDS. I was diagnosed pretty early. EDS tends to go undiagnosed for a very long time. I was diagnosed when I was 23. And the reason is because my stomach shut down and they couldn't figure out why. I was at a clinic where, you know, some people have just literally never had to eat radioactive eggs and shit out water balloons before, and it does kind of show sometimes. But the idea is, yeah, when you realize that this is just a thing that happened and that you can move past it and therefore not think about it, then you're recovered. And do I still have EDS? Yeah, of course. Does it affect me? Not really. Not anymore. Was it the absolute dominant factor of my life for pretty much my entire life? Yep. Was I in the hospital for many years? Yep. Like, a ton. But nowadays, I don't have to tape my joints. I don't have to do anything. I know how to solve a flare-up when it happens. But you need the right information. And I got very, very extremely lucky that I happened to meet a guy with the right information. Thank you. I started hearing out shitting out radioactive. No. You eat the radioactive eggs. You shit out the water balloon that they put up there. That's because they have to measure the strength of your rectum. It's a test. It's like called anorectal mammography, basically. They put like electric things up there because they have to figure out like what's going on. It's a thing. Normal people will literally never have to do this a day in their life. But you know what? I say, who wants to be normal when you could have this? Probably most people, to be honest. It is sus, but the weirdest thing about it was actually just the fact that the nurse like really liked me. That was the weird part. I mean, surely the mage wouldn't have like full sent maybe cooldowns on that one mob that I was running past. It was a pretty bad gather on my part, but still. You know what I mean? Like, I would just say that like being normal is completely overrated. I would say when I was younger, all I ever wanted to be was normal. And probably one of the best things I ever learned in my life was how to realize I like being me. I don't want to be normal. I want to be myself. And that took me a very fucking long time to realize. And I think about how many years I didn't waste them, but I think about how many years I just had fundamentally the wrong goal. You know what I mean? And why was my damage so low there? Something's weird. Something's really weird. I should have had much higher damage there. That was a little strange. Yeah. Learning how to like myself. But more than that, it was actually this. It's the fact not everyone is going to like me. That's really what it means. Because I'm not everybody's cup of tea. Some people want to be rude as shit. And if you want to be rude as shit, then I'm probably not your cup of tea. Some people want to be this way, and that's fine. But, like, I don't have to be liked by everybody. The only people I want to like me are the people that I like. And the people that I like tend to be a little bit more gracious and a little bit kinder and a little bit more gentle. And so that's how I want to be. Do you know what I mean? I think that people get this weird, I don't know if it's social media, I don't know what it is, but there's something in today's world that certainly tries to convince you that you have to be liked by everyone. That's not true. And also, it's just a logical fallacy, because not everybody's, there are so many different people in this world. Like, you know what I mean? Yeah, like I thought I had to be some badass leather jacket wearing, motorcycle Harley Davidson ride. I mean, I went through a phase where I tried to be as cool as possible, and I just wasted my time. Like, I'm not that sort of guy. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm so anti-cool. I am awkward as shit. It's only when I started leaning into my awkwardness that I started actually finding success in anything anyways, by the way. My supervisor recently laughed because your mentality, though. Morning, all. What's up, K-Crack? What do you think about Blood DK Power? I just played it. It's absolutely fine. It's not going to be the meta tank. Not anywhere close to the meta tank, but it's totally fine. Why do you think people become unkind to others? At the end of the day, we're all just trying to do our best, man. At the end, like, the thing is, you have to realize when you're talking about people and human beings, nobody wants to fail. Every single person is just trying to find their own way through this world. If you take a look outside and you see 1,000 people, a lot of them are going to be unkind. But that's not necessarily like an active choice. I really don't believe there are that many malicious people in the world. There might be a few, but they're really very, very, very rare. I genuinely don't believe that people are inherently like they're not. Evil is an incredibly rare thing. Now, lack of knowledge and insecurity is rampant, and that turns into evil acts or malicious acts. But that doesn't make people malicious. You have to understand this if you want to have a conversation, because what people do is they start attacking character instead of circumstance or perspective. And therefore, if you start attacking people's character, then you will never be able to find an actual solution to the problem. You know what I mean? And there's no politics will be talked about in my stream, so please be aware of that. I'm not making a statement in any way, shape, or form. It's just kind of like a thing that you have to understand, that people are not evil. They do the best with what they got. And oftentimes what they got is a really fucking bad hand. They got dealt a bad hand. And you're like, no, that person's rich. That's not a bad hand. What is that even? Bad is relative. You have no idea what happened in their home. You have no idea what happened with their parents, what their upbringing was. You have no idea. And that's the important thing. When you start attacking people on character basis, though, you completely lose the plot because you all of a sudden take a moral superiority that is not deserved. Does that make sense? Exactly. There's no point in continuing. It doesn't even matter what the context is. There's no context in which that doesn't apply, in my opinion, me head smash. But it really does bother me that people can't see the fallacy in basically ad hominem attacks. Do you know what I mean? I'm just being, because like the 30. Yeah, so basically, in terms of Blood DK, sorry, to go back to World of Warcraft for a second. In terms of Blood DK, okay? It's going to be just fine. I think it'll be a great tank for like plus 10, plus 12, plus 15. Blood DK is going to be excellent. Just like, it's really got a fantastic kit for that level of keys, in my opinion. But in terms of the meta comp, it's lagging behind a little bit in pure numbers. It doesn't do enough damage to justify the fact that it doesn't have a group buff. That's basically what's holding Blood DK back, and it is effectively the only thing that's holding Blood DK back. Otherwise, that tank is fine. It can live very well right now. It might have some survivability issues at like a 19 plus, but otherwise Blood DK, I think after the recent buffs, is totally fine. Does that make sense though? That's basically where Blood DK is. I made the tier list, but it is the bottom ranked tank for a competitive tier list, but it's not actually bad. No, because Brewmaster doesn't actually do that much damage right now. Would it be easy for Midnight? No, I think Midnight, no, Mythic Plus will be good. Tanking will not be easy. I think that the keys are challenging, but I think that they're fairly challenging. I don't think they're unfairly challenging. Like, I think I think this will be a great season for Mythic Plus. Let's put it that way. Yeah, I think this is a very, very fun time to play keys. I think this dungeon pool is excellent. I really, really like this dungeon pool right now. Yeah. Hold up, let me go in for a kick here. I'm just going to turn around slightly. Sorry, watch the frontal. Good. Bloodseed is more unfair to plot war. And yeah, it's true. It's true, Wiz. I just actually think that Blood DK does have good utility. Like, you still have Gorfine's Grasp as a silence, and you have grips, and you have things that you can offer your team. Like, AMZ, if you coordinate it, is really powerful. Like, you don't not have utility. It's just a numbers thing at this point, though. Like, that's, I think, what holds Blood DK back is a numbers thing, though. Back to tanking, though, I noticed. Sorry, Grim. Yeah, sorry, I missed. If I've ever missed YouTube chat, by the way, come to Twitch. I'm bad at it. My YouTube chat's there, my Twitch chat's here. My bad. So if I ever miss your chat, just come over to Twitch real quick. If we're having a conversation and I get very passionate about some topics, of course. You are autistic, right? Oh yeah, for sure. It's like describing my own, but also social party covered. Oh yeah, I'm super autistic. You don't really see that today as much because I'm in my environment and stuff, but like, yes. My whole early life was dominated by the fact that I had no idea how to talk to people, and I was like, actually early on in my life, I was diagnosed with low functioning autism because I didn't talk at all. I was just like, when other people were around, I just completely shut down. So genuinely, right, I didn't talk at all. So they originally thought that I was super delayed and maybe nonverbal, but then it was changed. I was diagnosed when I was 3 or 4. I'd have to ask my mom, but very early on because it was super obvious. Like, my eyes didn't track. I had every one of the symptoms. Like, I was very, very, very clearly not normal. I was, when I was very young, the only thing I was good at was math. Like, literally, like, I could do basic calculus when I was in kindergarten, but I would also bite people because I got overwhelmed and I would scream. So, you know what I mean? Was the Wiggles. Yeah. And so I have learned how to, for everyone with autism, you can learn how to overcome it, but I was in a massive amounts of cognitive behavioral therapy, which was incredibly helpful for me. Like, I am so thankful that I got the help that I needed as a child, because otherwise I would have been I just would have been fucked. Like, I needed all of the support, and I got all the support. So I was able to learn, and right now I can do anything I want to do. Like, let's say I was going to a party, God forbid. But let's say I was like outside being social, I could totally do it. And nobody would know if I didn't want them to know that I was a little bit abnormal. Like, that's 100% I'm capable of this. However, hold up, I might die. Close. I mistimed that frenzied by a second. That boss hits kind of hard. So, oops, sorry, Dreadflail. He's still alive. Almost. There you go. Now turn. Good. Dreadflail can't face the group. This boss, this is a complicated boss. I'll make a guide for it soon, though. Yeah. People need to stop self-diagnosing, though. True. But, so my early childhood, I mean, if you ever saw my medical history and file, you'd be, you would be like, I'm so sorry I ever doubted you, woo. I don't think people realize that, like, I got kicked out of 3rd grade. Like, they literally kicked me out of school when I was 8. You know how bad you have to be kicked out of school when you're 8 years old? Like, like, it was pretty gnarly for a while there. My family was very much told that not only would I probably medically not make it, but also if I did survive the many issues that I had, they were very clear that I would need a caretaker for the rest of my life. Like, it was super, they were just like, hey, we're going to be honest with you. Like, he will never function on his own. You just have to understand this. Like, you know what I mean? And I was like, okay. Hey, yo, Deco, you got to get in here. That's why you're struggling. Hold up. If you get into the Light Scarred Flare, it's 300% damage and healing. I like how you're natty healing this. Holy, dude, you get a 300% healing buff if you get into the beam. Dude, were you actually just full sending that boss? How did you even heal it without... You're supposed to get a 300% damage and healing buff. You didn't know that? No. That's pretty impactful, I will say. Umbra Lash, good. Yeah, Giga Healer, I suppose. Cool. I'm going to in-capro the first one. I'm going to back up here. You have to watch the frontal. There's a lot of mechanics on this boss. I will cover it in the dungeon guide. You will know how to do this when the dungeon guide comes out. Okay, so you dodge the first part of the beam, and then you get in. Dodge that, now get into the beam. And I keep this guy away, but otherwise you get in. Yeah, there you go. Yep. No, it's not. There's a lot of mechanics in these dungeons that unfortunately are like that, though. So for what it's worth, I learned how to function, and I could absolutely do whatever it is that I wanted to. But I also have gotten to a place in my life where I don't want to mask at all. I don't want to have to do any of that, you know? Is being introverted, that's true. It is not the same. You can have personality traits without having certified mental illness. Hardest dungeon? This one? Nah. This is a dungeon that people need to learn, but it's not anywhere near the hardest dungeon. I think this dungeon is like pretty acceptable, but there's a lot of it's a lot of responsibility on your tank in particular. Like this pull here, as an example, if there's these two guys before me, they put a healing absorb on me, and then this guy over here, they do another big tank hit, so my health bar will get shredded, but that Arcanist, he has additional arcane damage inflicted on auto attack. So Curse of Weakness would go hard here. But all of these guys have some sort of auto attack increase for tank damage. So I would not say this is easy to tank. It's not an easy dungeon, but if you have a plan, then you're all right then. People just means it's true, John. And to be honest, Dom, I don't mind that there's more awareness, because when I was growing up, I'm not that old, but still, you know, mental illness was not a thing that was talked about nearly as much. It was the story of my life, but it wasn't very out in the open. There's a price you pay with things being more discussed. The price you pay for the fact that there's more awareness nowadays is the fact that a lot of people are going to want to... I have to be careful about how I say this, because you have to simultaneously have this conversation without discrediting what people go through. At the same time, you're right that, you know, most people who feel as though they might be, antisocial are not necessarily autistic. Or most people who are introverted are not necessarily autistic. Or most people who feel a little jumpy and really like fidget spinners don't necessarily have ADHD, right? Like, it's very difficult, because if you say that the wrong way, then you invalidate people's experiences. And that's no good. That's no good, right? But at the same time, if you don't talk about it at all, then it's tough. It's a really tough middle ground that you have to somehow... It's a very difficult conversation to have. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, there's a lot of aspects to it. The one thing I will say is this, okay? And this is the important thing to appreciate about this conversation. I want people to get the help that they need. Do you agree with that? Would you agree with that statement in general? If someone is suffering, I want them to have access to what they need. Would you agree with that? So if you're having this conversation at a base level, that's the philosophy. Now, you can have a conversation about what that means and how you would best accomplish that, right? That they need. Good point, because that's a great point. Need, I would say. And that's where the conversation lies. And that's the nuance of the conversation, Wiz. You're exactly right. Yeah? It's a difficult one, and I will have to be careful about having that on stream, because I don't mind talking about it, but the truth is, there's so much variety. Without knowing your life, then I can't say what is best for you. And that is specifically why I have stopped giving advice. I will share with you my perspective, but I will never tell you what to do, because I don't know. What worked for me won't necessarily work for you. You and I are different people. We've had different lives. And I think that that's a fallacy that a lot of people find themselves in. If you don't understand this, then you're going to say, well, you know what? Intermittent fasting worked great for me, but you don't realize that the person you're talking to has blood sugar issues, so you convince them to start fasting in the morning, and all of a sudden they faint. It's like, okay, you have to be careful about assuming you know what's best for other people. It is a fantastic thing that human beings are so varied. We are not the same. That's fucking so cool. Do you know how boring life would be if we were all the same? Life would be so tremendously dry and just blab. It would be drab. Drab is the word I'm looking for. It's so cool that we're different people. But there are complications with the fact that we're all different. And I wish that there was more awareness for what that really means, I think. You know what I mean? You're like a wise old sage. I'm only learning. Oh, I've had a complicated childhood. I don't know. I don't really necessarily think that age equals wisdom. I think a lot of times there are a lot of people who develop wisdom out of necessity. And I had to learn how to appreciate life at an early age because I was very sick and almost died. Like every day of my life, because my lungs didn't work when I was growing up, and I was in the hospital. And early on, like most of the kids that I grew up around, they didn't make it. And it's just like you learn all this stuff because I had to learn all this stuff, and that gives me a much different appreciation for life and kindness and people. And like, for example, I sort of buy into the fact that you can't truly appreciate kindness if you haven't seen malevolence. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you have to have seen the opposite end of the spectrum. But it's also why going through very challenging things is not necessarily bad. Because if you are listening to this and you're like, dude, I've been through a lot. From a different perspective, good. Because imagine how unbeatable you're going to be when you get through it. If you're truly in despair, imagine how fucking awesome it's going to be when you get to the other side. And that's sort of what I believe. Sometimes bad things happen this way. There will be a little spot here. Just don't get knocked back into the beam. And I do really believe in that, if that makes sense. Oh shit. Okay, back up. Don't be in the puddle. We need to break these things way better. We're very, very stuck here. Hold up. I'm going to res in a second, but you need to clear the boundary. Clear. Hold up. This boss is going to kill so many pugs because they buffed it. I don't know why they buffed this boss, by the way. This boss did not need a buff. Okay, I'm resing now. Wait, that's not the right button. Shit. Where's my res bound to? What's my res? There's a right click? Oh, yeah, it's a right click. My bad. There you go. Whew. There you go, Mulder. The Platinator shows minions extremely small. It does. So the Platinator isn't registering properly what mob is what right now. Very frustrating. I want to fix it, but I need to manually input the mobs, and I don't know how to do that on Platinator. Yo, Pace, are you still here? You asked me a great question earlier. I ADHD'd and forgot to answer. Question. Are you still here, Pace? Because now I would actually like to answer your question. Oh, we have one more res. Okay, no problem. We gotta kill this boss. We gotta kill the boss. What's our timer at? Oh, we're okay right now. Yes, okay, so you talked about tank anxiety. Let's have a conversation about how to solve tank anxiety. The biggest thing you need to know for tank anxiety is the fact you are going to brick some runs. I think that this is the most underrated part of solving tank anxiety. People were right earlier when they said practice will make you feel much better, right? Like you just getting more familiar with the dungeons. Oh, that'll help a lot. You realizing, you should ignore people when they yell at you. That'll help a lot. But the biggest thing is, I think a lot of people forget, you could ignore party chat. But if you're the type of person who will feel bad about their own gameplay, then you're going to feel quite bad, right? Because if you brick a run, you're going to lose sleep at night. Your head will hit the pillow and you're going to be like, oh, remember that plus 10 Nexus I was trying and I totally did the wrong pull and I wiped? Even though your team didn't yell at you, you're probably the sort of person where you're going to yell at yourself. So the most important thing for tank anxiety is to realize if you do 10 keys and 10 keys fail, if you're responsible for 2 of the failures, good job. That means that you are a good tank. The premise is that sometimes people think they have to be responsible for 0 of the failures, and that's incorrect. You will brick some runs as a tank, and that is okay. That's expected. You're learning. Your DPS brick runs all the time, but they don't feel as bad because they're not playing a role with responsibility. And my example to you is this. How many times do you get to the end of a dungeon and there are 0 deaths? Almost never. In fact, the vast majority, I would argue, of keys that you complete and time will have at least 1 death. Probably because it's quite common for your DPS to not understand a mechanic, not have done their homework, and they'll stand in a puddle and they'll die. They don't lose sleep over it. It's part of the game. You need to have that mentality as a tank, because you will brick some runs, because you haven't done your homework, and whatever. And that's okay. The tank tier list is updated. I gotta edit that command. Is anybody, by the way, a mod here and can edit the command for me? The tank tier list, it's still showing. I will edit this later today. I forgot to update it. It's not black and white. So, yeah, you can be adequate. You don't have to be perfect as a tank. And I think that that is a mentality that really gets people, you know? Where can you find your UI? Tell me what you want out of my UI. I just made it a few days ago, so it's not updated in Discord at the moment, by the way. Malden. No, I make the homework. What are you talking about? I specifically make the homework. I can update the UI. Can you update, edit, command, tank tier list, and just put the actual tank tier list I made yesterday? 5 minutes left? We only have 2 polls. I saw it now on YouTube and fast forward the 40-minute video. Wait, you fast forwarded the whole 40-minute video. Did you just look at the end? I think a lot of people do that. I hope that people don't do that with my tank tier, because I have a conversation about the pros and cons of every tank. So you're not supposed to just look at the end screenshot. You're supposed to listen to why they're ranked like that. You can't just look at the end screenshot. I feel like you have to... My attention span is 60 seconds. Well, I guess you just have to watch the video 40 times. 60-second chunks. Yeah, I know. People always do that. They just want to see where the things are ranked. I understand. It's okay. We trust your reasoning. Damn. You know what? You definitely buttered me up with that one. And I love butter. I'm good with that. All right, fair enough. Out of curiosity, how did we pull that pack? What is this? Wait, why are they still over there? What's going on? Where my team? I'll wait for your dungeon guides. If you're willing to study and do some homework to learn how to tank better, by all means, look at my dungeon guides. I made one so far. It's on Magister's Terrace. I think it's going to be one of the hardest dungeons for you as a tank player to understand and route. This is going to be another hard one. Just go ahead and take a look at my guides. I got you. I will teach you everything that you need to know as a tank. Like, I can do that. I can do it. So by all means, if you're curious about that, just do !Patreon. The very first video there, I put it there for early access. Eventually, I'll have it for YouTube and stuff. But right now, it's just there. I got you. Yeah. If you're curious about and you want to you're willing to watch a video to learn the route and the skills on each dungeon, then it's basically that type of content I really should make people pay for, because it's coaching level. Like, it's actually... oh, we have no res. Whoops. GG's. GG's. Brr, 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 brr. We are dead. Your guide is very good. It is a little long. Yes, I didn't realize how long it was when I was recording it, because, Aladiki, the thing about that guide, right, is I did it in one take. So, I did it accidentally in one take. I did not take a single breath in that entire thing. We're not timing this, but that's okay. So this, for example, there are 8 deaths in this dungeon. Almost all of them are due purely to mechanics. Wait, we didn't actually tab target that guy. Which one is it? Which one is it? It's the one without the horns. This one. There you go. Mostly because I think a lot of people are learning this dungeon, and there's just some issues with it. There's people who legitimately think this. Yeah, it's true, but the truth is, like, as funny as it sounds, Lacus, it absolutely is true. I think it's unfortunate, though. Does Hunter's Mark still work? It should, but we don't have a Hunter. I believe so, Wisdom. I don't think they ever fixed that. You can still ping it, I bet, too. But yeah, just find that dungeon guide on Patreon, and that will help. Basically, people are right that it is a lot about practice and having seen the thing before. Because I, as a tank, am not going to die to this frontal because I know how to coordinate my cooldowns for it. It is kind of OP. Hold up. Wait. If you ping this guy here, you can see where he's being pinged to. Okay, I missed it, but apparently that should still work for what it's worth. Okay. Uh-oh. We're all probably dead because somebody kicked the wrong target. Okay. This next one, 20% more. We're in trouble. So here, I know there's a Searing Rend, which means I can do this. We don't have to finish the key if we don't want to. I would say this boss has nailed a certain fantasy for sure. Ah, GG's. All good. We must go next. I thought this boss did so much damage during phase. It turns out, yeah, you know, if you spam kick, then that's what actually hurts. Yeah. All right, hold up, GG's. We gotta call it. Whee! I'm planning to play with a friend demo lock. Yep. And do 3K to 3.5K. What tank is best for that journey? I'll play Blood no matter what. Blood. MDU. Blood is fine. For 3 to 3.5K, Blood DK will be absolutely brilliant. You could play Blood. If that's your favorite tank, just play Blood. 100%. No problems there at all. So basically, your team will need to help defensive on that circle. Circle hurts as keys get higher. Nice try. So most of it is just, you got to be able to learn the dungeons. And I do think, I wish that the dungeons required less homework in general. You can try DPS. UI code. What do you want? How do I export my entire UI? Yeah, I've played some Brew. Brew is not my favorite tank, personally speaking, Johnny, but I have played Brew. And it is very good right now. Out of curiosity, how, Malden? What do you want me... So, edit mode? You want me to export my base UI? Okay, I can do that. So, paste... I think that's the biggest thing that I could share with you about tank anxiety. Edit mode? Yeah? Here? Okay, can I rename it? Because I need to rename it here. Change name. For Malden. Heart. And then I go export, share, copy to clipboard, like this. Does that work? Oh, is that how I do it? Oh, I didn't know you could do this. Okay, hold up. There was a bot in Discord, though. Oh, okay. So I go to UI then. And, oh, God. Does this work? This doesn't look nice. Hold up. On Brew, it's so funny that you finally gave in and glazed Brew in your tier list. You are so... Dude, I know, Wiz. I know. People were like, dude, psh, you Brew glazer. I'm like, dude, me? Does this work? Your message upload is fine. Okay, there you go. All right. Current beta import like this. It's so weird, Grim. Do you know the weirdest thing about Brewmaster, by the way, is it is a very polarizing tank. It's so weird. Because there are some people who Brew just clicks with their brain. And they just go, man, I love Brewmaster. Like, that's the one for me. My favorite tank. And there are other tank players who are like, I play all 5 tanks. But Brew is the one tank I can't play because I'm bad at it. What's the why? It's so weird. It's the only tank like that. There are some tank players who are like, nah, I don't love VDH. Or I don't love Blood DK. But I can still play it. For whatever reason. Blood DK. Like, Brewmaster is the only one that is that polarizing. Because there are some people, for example, who are like, Brew is so easy. And I'm sitting here and I'm like, bro, Brew is so hard. And other people are like, no, it's so easy. You just go like this and then that and then this. And then if that's up, you hit this. And then to force proc this, you hit that. And then you basically just purify Brew here. And then you basically go here. And then you go 1 and then you go 2. And then you just have to understand this interaction. And then when you hit that Brew and then you do this. And then your Apex talent works like this. And you fish for procs like that. And if Keg Smash has 2, then you hit 1. And then you hit this. And if it has 0 and it's recharging, then you hit Blackout Click. And if you don't play Blackout Combo and you're playing this other build, then you don't have to do that at all. All you have to do is hit this button. And I'm like, bro, that's not easy. It's the weirdest argument to me. I don't understand. Like, brew in my brain, it's not like I can't play it, but I can't play it at a high level. So, for example, I could play Brew in any 15, no problem. But if you want me to tank a 19, I don't want to play Brew because I'm not going to be able to understand it to that degree. You know what I mean? Yeah, like Enhancement Shaman, but no one thinks it's easy, I don't think. Drinking the damage away is funny, I suppose. But the stagger mechanic, it's not just that, it's also just like how some other things play. All right, Random, you want to come do some more? I'm down to try some more. We can do another 16 if we want, or we can go a little higher. Doesn't matter to me. Competitive. Reconfigure the Flux Inhabitor, bro. I feel like Brew is so chill and Threat is so easy until I have a Devour and Ret in the party and realize I have no idea how to improve this. It's weird. You can come if you have DPS space? Yeah, we should. Are we comfortable doing 16 or do we want to do 14 in that case? Or sorry, 15, I mean. Do you want to go like easier key or you want to go harder? But yeah, the answer to your question is if you're trying to get 3 to 3.5 and you want to be able to carry your friends, you should absolutely play what is best for you. And you should play the thing you're most comfortable with. Skill is, as just in general, skill matters more. Lacus, we do need a healer. You want to come? Oh, wait. No, you're on your Demon Hunter. Hold up. You want to come heal? Random. Well, okay. Random DPS is on his Demon Hunter. Lacus, you want to heal? We have DPS who are slightly more confident. Okay. All right. Come. And then Small will log on. Cool. Sounds good. That'll be a good comp. All right. Hello, Brother Druid. Hey, Tyrion. How's it going? Is it true that Paladin's getting decimated? It's not low keys. What is a low key, Grim? Grim, what does a low key mean to you? I can show you, you know, well, I don't know, Wiz. I mean, what is a low key, though? 15? Is 15 a low key to you? Not title keys. What does a 15 mean to you right now? Let me show you something. Did you see my... Okay, so I made the Magister's Terrace guide, yeah? It is here. I made the first dungeon guide. I was playing Prot Paladin in this video. It is there if you are curious. You do not have to pay for it. It is completely free. I will have some paid content on there, but if you're curious, you just have to have an account for Patreon. I will eventually upload them to YouTube, but that is very early access there. Cool. So I'll have early access stuff. Now, let me just pull up that video, okay? Because I'm not exactly playing wrong. You're welcome, of course. If you're curious about that, by all means. But what I wanted to show you was Magister Sheriff's point of view. Okay. I just want to pull up like a few polls here as an example. And it's not like I'm playing that poorly. Like, it's just toward the end of this poll, like I am getting literally annihilated. And it's not like I don't have defensives up. Here, I'm just trying to find like a good clip here. Okay? Okay. So here's my defensives. I'm just going to screen share this with you, and then we can take a look at it together. This was an example. This happens a few times on Paladin, okay? Window capture on. Great. So this is the Paladin pull. You can see I'm kind of dry. Like I'm in wings here, but I've sort of exhausted my cooldowns already. Now this could have been I could have planned better, but I'm playing with a Prez Ogre. So here you can see my cheat death is about to, I have Kings up. But if you watch, I have Kings up right now. So that means I have had a plan here. All right? Now, right outside of Kings, look at my health. Right? I have Sack up. I'm in Consecrate. I have Wings. I have the shield up. But I had Sack. Now, granted, the Sack almost killed me. But look, that was a melee hit. Like, I didn't take any extra damage. I'm just, like, scared for my life a little bit. Like, this doesn't happen on other tanks. So, yeah, like, that's just the melee hit. Again, I have Sanctuary up. Yeah, no, Wings doesn't mitigate. You're right. Now, granted, that means I could have planned my cooldowns better. But it's not like I've dropped my shield or anything. It just actually take that global. Part of it is because I'm playing with a Prez, but, you know, that Sack, for example, that almost kills me. That's just a melee. There's not even... Look how many mobs are alive right now. There's only 2 mobs alive. But that is concerning to me. So I have to play Sentinel at that point. Like, I will say... Now, granted, this dungeon is the hardest. I would say any other 15 doesn't do this. But you can see how scary that is. Because, like... Bro, what? There's only 2 mobs in this pool right now. I didn't, like, get hit in the back. Like, you see what I mean? Like, I didn't do anything weird here. No. It's because this enforcer has an auto... He has a buff. I go over it in the guide. He gets a stacking buff. This is the end of a pull, but this was just the melee. I got meleeed at the same time, but still. And I'm just like, what? So I'm like, you know, there are 2 enforcers, and that's just the melee. You can see the melee right there. And I'm just like, like, what was... I could have kited. What I should have done is either bubbled, but I wanted bubble for the next pull. So there are some moments that are pretty scary on Prot Pally. They can be very scary if you're not very aware. But also, at this point, you just play Sentinel and no problem. Keep in mind, look at the damage in this key. I am playing crit wings. My damage is very high. If you take a look to the left, right, my damage is pretty high here. But yeah, I would say that that is a concern that I have. Because that certainly that shouldn't be happening at 15, right? Would you agree with that? Like, that should be give or take. Like, that should be not on 15. That looks like a 19 to me. When you use them, once you use them. You mean... What do you mean by that? I need to enable it, first of all. It does feel like a little bit of a blood decay. Shouldn't be easier on higher keys. True, but that's... 15 is not exactly a higher key. Like, that's... 15 is, like, not... Granted, Magister's Terrace just does that. To be fair, Magister's Terrace is a particular key which has that going on for it, right? That doesn't happen in every key. It's kind of a Magister's Terrace special. But yes, it does happen a little bit, and you have to just be aware. Now, granted, we timed that key, and I tanked it very well. But, you know what I mean? Yeah, I was basically... I should have been a Wu defensive, and I was a Wu padding. So, exactly. The problem is... So, if you play Sentinel, you also lose your identity as a Prot Paladin. You will still make your keys smoother, but you kind of have to do big damage because your group buff is not offensive. Why isn't this reloading properly? Is TrueFeed GCD on? Let me just get this enabled. Oh, I need to do some burpees in between stuff. Hold up. First Bull Academy, no, that's true. So First Bull, but that's because Academy doesn't hurt that bad. You have Bubble and Dwarf or whatever to deal with the bleeds. You have good defensives. That's not a problem on Pally, especially because you're generating massive absorbs with your shielding. But there are a few keys that do hurt. Why is this add-on not working? I want you to be able to see my rotation here, though. It does. And Magister's Terrace, I think, is going to be one of those keys that's just really nasty for Prot Pally. Did we say 16 Nexus, by the way? Are we cool with 16 Nexus? Cool 16 Nexus? Do we want to go 16 or 15? Doesn't matter. Some keys you'd have to go Sentinel. True, but also keep in mind, yeah. Exactly. And that would be a... Oh, I forgot to reset. My bad. Don't loan it. Nexus on Prot Pally is a very much... How good is your DPS? Because if your DPS are bad, then you're in danger. Wait, Ice Cream or T? I think I wanted T, right? The tank is much better spell history than Truffy. What's spell history? What's spell history? I don't have that. I haven't figured out. Truffy's been weird since I wanted that, though. That dungeon was right. Magister's was fun. If you tank Magister's well, it's a fun dungeon. But God, if you're not like that, though. You said T. Yeah, I was going to order T. I forgot. Has solution. It's not like Warrior Ginger with the... Yeah, exactly. But Warrior, as long as you don't get one-tapped, your healers can heal you. That's the thing about Warrior is if you don't get one-tapped, you're fine. But Paladin, you know what I mean? And Shroofy is not updated. Okay, so what is the add-on you're telling me to get? I'll get it right now. I haven't heard of this one. Get onion milk? Dude, no onion milk. No onion milk. We're not onion milk enjoyers here. Spell history. Okay. You put pressure on your healer. So there are some tanks right now which actually do concern me, by the way. What's up? Shut. What's up? What? Oh, did I reset the dungeon? No, I didn't. I'm sorry. Reset. There we go. Now you can go in. What? You're getting add-on for a feature you already have another. Which one? Wildu tools? I don't think I have Wildu tools. Open your enhance QUL. Enhance QOL. Okay. How do I open that? Add-ons. Wait. Options, add-ons. I don't know what I have. I've got a few things now. Go to action tracker. Where? Wait a second. How do I? Okay, wait here. Action tracker. Gameplay. Grave Finder, Death and Resurrect. Expand. Got it. Dungeons and Mythic Plus. Enable Keystone Helper. What's this? Okay, all right. Enable Automatic Objective Tracker. No. Combat Resurrection. No. Okay, hold up. Combat Logging. No, probably. Oh, can I auto combat? Ooh, yes. Thank you, please. Interface read below. Interface read below. Interface. Action bars. Hold up. Guys, I don't think you realize how dumb I am sometimes. A little bit. Action tracker. Enable action tracker. Okay. Nice. Wait, where is it? No, wait, it doesn't work. Where is it? Edit mode, action tracker. Action tracker. Nice. Yes. Oh, it doesn't even go away. This one actually stays on your screen, so this will be my rotation here. So I can put my rotation like down here, and then you can see what I'm pressing. Okay, that's not bad. Interesting. We're doing 2 chats, dungeon reset, add-on changes, burpees, all. We'll try not to lose the plot. It's a hard day. Yeah, what were we talking about, Wisdom? That's true. Good point, though. Okay, thank you. Dude, I don't know. I'm the problem with my UI is it's gonna wait, air. Air. Ooh. Okay. Sorry. What was I talking about? Interface, action tracker. Wait. Oh, in edit mode. Okay. Edit mode, action tracker. Oh, I see. It's here. Max icons, like even more. Okay. Icon size, make it a little smaller maybe. Icon spacing, sure. Fade duration, 1. Like 10 seconds. Like, okay. Yeah? So now it will fade, but also show my rotation. That's fair. Okay, that's pretty cool. Yeah, I like that. That's easy to use. Nice. I should. Whoa, what's up, Reckless Conduct? Yo, first of all, I love Reckless Conduct. I very rarely am... Wait, what's the opposite of reckless? Diligent with my conduct. Nope, that's not true. Never mind. I tried to make a pun. Well, hello there, Reckless. How's it going? Do you play Fury Warrior? I feel like this is likely. Wreckful? Reckless. Wreckful? Is that the opposite? Hi. I don't actually know you, but I'm down to... Do you say diligent? No, diligent with my conduct. Conduct. Duct. Wait. No. Why are you guys all being... I said conduct. You guys don't like ducks? You know Kitty really wants an army of ducks. She says that when we're older and we have like a homestead or something, that we shouldn't get attack dogs, we should get attack geese. She's very positive and certain that we should get attack geese. Hi, Conduct. What do you play, Mr. Reckless? Hello there. Yeah. She's like, yeah, geese are terrifying. That's exactly right. If you are going to be anything, you might as well be diligent. Nah, that defeats half the excitement. Geese are vicious. That's the whole point of getting attack geese. Have you made up the bars that head on your members from party? Wait, what? Sus? It's not sus. I agree with Kitty. There you go. She's always right. That's true. Because that's not what I heard. Well, I mean, Jesus wouldn't necessarily help you. Plus, if you ever had a chance, I feel like you would not want to be... Well... A woo education time. Okay, what's up, Wisdom? Hey, can I do 10 burpees right before this, though? I play bear. Nice. A group of geese is called a gaggle. Damn. Okay, so we need a gaggle. We need an aggressive gaggle. Is that right? Interesting. So we're supposed to get a fleet, a gaggle fleet, as one might say. Interesting. The HP bar of your members. Oh, I'm okay with this. As long as I have percentage here, I can track this pretty clearly. Unleash the gaggle. Yeah, that sounds pretty cool. Okay, Reckless, hello there. You play bear, nice. I am enjoying my guardian right now. However, do you like EC or Druid of the Claw? And also, if you were done with stream and you have to go, no problem. I'm going to do 10 burpees real quick because if you notice that, I have many more to do. Bro, I need to get 20 done right now. I might be able to actually complete that today. It's possible. I might be able to, because we got 1,000 extra bits earlier, so that's awesome. And thank you for that, by the way. I appreciated that, Onos. Onos gifted 1,000 bits earlier, but now we're really heading up there on the burpee number. So let me do 20, and then let's go get this done. I forgot to order the tea again. 1 second. I am so bad at multitasking. It's unbelievable. Wait, uno momento, por favor. 1 second. No, hold up. I got this, but, what? Okay, grab. I'm ordering. Reckful. I have a more important question. Do you like Thai tea? Yeah. I'm not squatting. I'm doing a plie. What do you mean squat? What do you mean squat? This is how I sit. I do this at parties. I don't like standing up and talking to people, so sometimes I just kind of want to do this. And I'm just like, hi. That's why they don't invite me to parties. It works every time. If healing will be hard? No. Sometimes I can heal on floor, sometimes I heal up. It's this. Or it's this. Whatever. It's both. Yeah. Well, I've lived in Asia for 8 years now, you know. Okay. I want to order from the same place as last time. They were decent. This place. No onion milk. No, we're not doing onion milk again. I don't know what was happening with the onion milk. Okay, so we got like this. I don't feel like I really tasted the hazelnut the last time we got it. Like the hazelnut milk was honestly not that good. Okay, so we have, these are the options for what I want today. Kitty wants apple. We can get caramel, hazelnut, cocoa, I suppose, green tea. They don't have a ton of good options. I mean, we can get an apple one. I don't want too much caffeine. Okay, apple tea, that's an option. We can get apple tea, nice. What food delivery apps do they have there? We have something much better than DoorDash. No, you guys are so ancient. You guys use DoorDash and like Instacart and shit. It's all bad. We have Grab. I'm going to get all of this apple tea. Okay, I'm going to get, we have blueberry tea as well. I'll get one of these. I just want to sit. Double chocolate crunch. Oh, God, that sounds so good. Choco Owl. No, we can literally, okay, so I'm going to order all of this, and then let's get like 3 different drinks just to have for fun. No onion milk this time, though. Definitely no onion milk. I am ixnaying the onion milk. Right? Yeah, we can get a blueberry tea, but it's just going to be artificial, but that's okay. I'll have a sip of blueberry. Kitty gets apple. I want, basically I just want a sugary drink of some kind. Okay, have I hit the minimum order? No, I need one more drink to hit the minimum order. Kitty, are you here? Are you listening to stream right now? No onion milk. We need an onion milk bit goal. There's no bit goal for onion milk. I don't want it, man. I do half as much burpees as you. Dude, there's so many burpees today. Do you want bubbles with your apple tea? Would you like bubbles? Onion milk is apparently a real thing. I didn't know that, but it is apparently a real thing. Would you like bubbles with your apple tea? No. Okay, so regular apple tea. Got it. Sounds nasty. It's apparently some sort of remedy. I don't know, though. All right. Here we go. What's peach tea? They have a peach tea. I don't know how I feel about it. It looks interesting. Peach soda? What the hell's peach tea? Remedy means it tastes like butt. That's true. Although people say that bear poo, but then they continuously eat butt. So is that really that bad? Some people would argue against that. It's kind of like when you call somebody an ass, you're like complimenting them because people love ass. All right, hold up 1 second. By doing random shit. 1 second, hold up. I gotta if I get distracted too much, no, I'm trying to get this ordered. I forgot to, I've been trying to order this for literally 2 hours. 1 moment, please. Hold up. No, stop distracting me. I need one more drink. I've already got this here. I need one more drink. I've got 1 Thai tea. Okay, what about a hazelnut fresh milk? Yeah. I don't feel like I want to. I just want to try. I want like a sip of something. Like, okay, so what about mint milk tea? We didn't like the mint last time. I feel like we've exhausted most of the flavors here. I like, I'm sort of down for like, no, I just want like a fresh, like premium peach. Okay, they have lychee tea. I like lychee tea. Let's get a lychee tea, sure. I just want a sip of it. Okay, so there's a lychee tea, a blueberry tea, an apple tea, and a Thai tea. Reasonable? Okay, that's what we're doing. Place order. Done. Excellent. Nice. Order is now placed. It will get here in like, so let me explain how this works. I place this order. I've gotten 4 different drinks for me to try. The total of this order is $3 US, including delivery. Including delivery, this is $3 US, and it will be here in like, 20 minutes. So y'all's DoorDash is bad. You just accept a subpar system because you don't know any better. The Thailand tech is the fact that this will get delivered in like 20 minutes, 30 minutes maybe. And I could also order ice cream with the same tech. And it's like 50 cents for delivery. I don't know why y'all pay so much. Here, let me get this up now, sorry. There you go. Didn't you get something weird last time? Yeah, like onion milk. I tried the onion milk, but Kitty's pretty sure it wasn't onion milk. I'm not 100% confident that it was either. Delivery is more than $3 here. I know, delivery is crazy though. American football, peace ball. Yeah, you like my room? You haven't even seen the tissue pile. The tissue pile is off to the right. That's the only reason I feel comfortable, because I actually do have a tissue pile, but it's not sus. I've had some sinus problems recently. So that's why, because like the camera, I don't shift it over this way. I just shift it down, right? No, I mean, I gotta take them downstairs, but I haven't done that yet. Okay, 1 second. We do key momentarily. Hi, sunshade. Ugh. Ow. Yeah, my sinuses have been running constantly. Well, how many tissues are even there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Well, I'll stop counting now. Real men don't need lotion. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, oh boy, 12. We do key in a minute. We're gonna do key in a second. 13, 14, 15. Oh, I don't know if we're hitting 260 today, I'm not gonna lie. I feel heavy. I feel like I'm drinking the water in the 18th century. All right, let me work hard. I gotta get as many done right now, because otherwise I'm not finishing this today. 18. It's at times like these that I have to think about my mother. I think about your mother too. And I realize neither of our mothers, they ain't raised no bitch. Here we go. 24. 25. Oh God. Yeah, that's not sounding so good, guys. Here we go. 29. Oh, that was only 30. Oh, God. Oh, she's deceased. Well, oh, shit. You know, ooh. I'm gonna need to work on my cardio. Okay, so we've got 110. Oh yeah, sorry, this is when I'm supposed to say something like sexy. Squirrels. Squirrels. There's nothing. People will argue against this, but squirrels are totally sexy by proxy. And you think to yourself, what is Wu on about? Good question. The fact is, what do squirrels tend to eat? Honestly, I'm gonna clip that myself. Whew. All right. Oh man, how you doing, mate? Back to computer, give some advices. What's up? Wait, what are you doing, mate? Back to computer, give some advice. What do you want? What are you looking for? Pointy, fluffy ears makes them badass. That's true. Well, there's nothing wrong with liking nuts. You just have to flex about how many you can eat at the same time. For example, when I was young and I was originally getting into fitness, I thought that I needed to eat I tried to get 8,000 calories a day. Let me tell you something, I didn't even get close to 8,000 calories. But once upon a time, I used to take rotisserie chicken. I'd buy rotisserie chicken after school. And then I would go home and I would lather it with peanut butter. And then I would pour melted dark chocolate over it. And then I would cover that with maple syrup. And then I would add whipped cream. Omega combo. All right. No. Listen. No, you guys don't understand. Listen, who has 7 Michelin stars here? All right. No, it's not diabolical. It's productive. And what I'm telling you, no, listen. You got to try it. Don't knock it till you try it. You know who does this and they make a whole business out of it? Roscoe's. All right? Listen. Roscoe's does this. And so don't underestimate the power of maple syrup, dark chocolate, peanut butter, chicken breast. It is such a giga way to eat chicken breast, okay? Well, at one point in my life, I also blended chicken, white rice, and olive oil. That was not so good. Trust me, the maple syrup whipped cream chicken breast is way better. But at the time, right, I also ate a lot of macadamia nuts. And I was very proud of how many macadamia nuts I could eat. I was like, I eat hella macadamia nuts. All right, 110, let's do a key. Yeah. The only place macadamia nuts don't belong is in cookies. I hate when they put other weird things, okay? I hate when they put stuff in cookies. Like, cookies are meant to be delicious. What level are you 20? No, I'm at max level. We're playing midnight beta. What do you mean? Can you clarify what you mean by that? What level are you? Update the max? Oh shit, that's right, you gave 12. So 272. We can do a 16 if we want. Yeah, we could do like a 16. I have a 16 in my bag right now. I don't currently have a 17 though. Yep. All right, here we go. It is time to do key. Here we go. We got a Nexus. I think my 16 is over here. Oh, key level. No, I don't have any 20s on the Druid. We're playing with some people who are still kind of learning a little bit, so no problem. That's a 16 right there. Claw is the way to go for midnight with the Apex talents. So I'm going to play a build that's definitely sus. Just did a plus 20. I think the... Yeah. you guys on retail or on beta? Because plus 20 on beta is insane. No, 16 is fine. I'm playing a version of Druid Reckless where no one will ever tell you to play this. I'm playing a... Let's call it a troll build borderline. Yo, what's up, Vilcor? This build should not work. It is borderline illegal, okay? I'll show you what it is, and it's linked in Discord if you so desire. However, I'm playing a macroed Ironfur, Elun's Chosen, no Raise, no Apex with Sundering Roar and Waking Nightmare build. It's weird. It shouldn't work, but I'm going to prove to you that it kind of works, okay? So look, I'll do some damage here. I promise you. Care aggro, guys. Psh, I won't lose threat. Don't worry, okay? Yeah, I'm going to prove to you, actually, that it kind of does work. So here we go. One Thrash there. Make sure I pull those properly. And then we're here. And here we go. So I'm going to do as much damage as I can possibly do. I'm going to min-max my damage a little bit. And I won't die. I'm giga tanky with this build. It doesn't do as much damage as the Druid of the Claw. Druid of the Claw definitely looks more meta. Now my health bar isn't even moving on this first pull. Easy. I did aim the frontal at my team, so that was me being lazy. My bad. So I'm omega tanky, but look, my damage is still pretty decent. I would do more damage for sure if I was playing the quote-unquote meta build, but this one absolutely does work for what it's worth. Hello? Oh, is the tea here? Hi. We've been delivered tea. Okay. I'm in the middle of a key, but no problem. I am, however, noticing that your attire is slightly... maybe drop them to the side there, yeah. There you go. Kitty shall not be appearing on camera at this exact moment in time. This is the privilege, because we don't live with small children and therefore don't have to worry about being banned from schools. The mustache notwithstanding. I don't really see him losing. No. A bear doesn't have aggro problems. Bad bear tanks have aggro problems. Bears that press the wrong buttons have aggro problems. But actually, bear in general does not have aggro problems. I can also off-heal that person and save his life. Yeah. All right, cool. I have a bunch of sugar here now. I'm also not going to be giga pulling this dungeon, so keep in mind that my overall is going to be a lot lower because I could pull a lot bigger than this, but I don't find that to be necessary. Like here, maybe here I'll decide to actually do like a slightly bigger pull, so we can go here. I'll thrash this. Perfect. And then boom. And I want to actually pull that pack right there, trusting that my DK will grip. But yeah, you can see no aggro problem. And my team is blasting, right? Like I'm playing with people who I would lose aggro to on a normal basis. But aggro is basically probably you're like hitting the wrong globals or you're not understanding what actually creates threat on a Guardian Druid. I made a guide, if you are curious, about how to never lose threat playing the build that I am playing right now. But for what it is worth, threat is not as much of a problem on bear. I actually think that bear is probably one of the best tanks for snap threat. DOTC has to work a little harder if you are trying to min-max your damage. And what I mean by that is when you are attempting to hold your Ravage for too long because you're trying to hit everything and you're not willing to send it early, then DOTC can have threat problems. But that's like a min-max thing. You don't have to play like that. We're going to go this way here. I asked something on YouTube. Is it possible? Yeah, sorry. Ask me here. If I ever miss your YouTube comment, just start asking me here. You gotta, if I ever miss YouTube comments, yeah, just like send it here. So knowing that I had to hold my Thrash for a second means that I won't lose threat here. I simply Thrash again. I Vortex Typhoon, and we're set. No problem. This is going to be a bit of a tough pull, but I think that you do need this here, though. Can you ask me the question again here, though? Because I totally missed it. That's like, yes, correct. Because Twitch chat is basically on my screen, so I can, like, certainly see it here, but otherwise, I cannot see much. Whoops. Hold up. Watch ground effects. I can off-heal this. She gonna die. there's those stars. You can see the directional. I think they should update the graphic for it personally, because I don't think the graphic is very good at all. But basically, see these stars? There's little shadow fiends that go out in the 3 directions, and those guys knock you up and do a ton of damage. It's basically like big Philip Rivers energy. I can't believe I just made that reference, and it's a good reference too. I'm very proud of myself right now. I feel incredibly masculine for what it's worth. It might not matter to you, but it matters to me. Okay, I'm going to start chaining here, actually, because it's still the right thing to do. I wonder if you just can't play 2 heralds. It's possible that maybe playing double of those without cooldowns is not a good idea. I actually made that reference. I'm very proud right now. It's a football reference. I feel like, dude, like, go, you know, can go crack open a cold one or whatever. What's the next thing I'm supposed to say? Oh, sup. That's right. That's right. That's right. I'm learning how to be more masculine, Bear Boo. So, right. It's like the next thing I'm supposed to, I got to start wearing jeans or something, right? Not skinny jeans, though, like baggy jeans. Like, I kind of want to give the illusion that I've had a harder life and, like, I have to be working at with the concrete and stuff. I got this. I feel like I'm really stepping into my own here. My dad would be proud. Hold up. What's this? What's this? What's this? Where did all of these scourges coming from? I don't know where these guys came from. I started a couple weeks ago, yeah. And max level your druid, resto, and leveling. Hold up 1 second. Let me gather this pull real fast, because it will be a little bit tough. Right there. Vortex, Typhoon, and we're good to go. Cool. I will pay a little bit of attention now, and then I'll read your question. But I always watch your YouTube videos. Resto Druid is very fun, probably as I'm learning. Your learning have no purpose in the game. True. Are these the right choices for a beginner? Ultimately, my beginner videos are meant to give you an easier time, but there are actually, I agree with Wiz, there are technically no wrong choices. You should play what probably looks the coolest to you. Whatever class fantasy you're just like, damn, that's so cool, that's the one you should play. As a new player, I think there are things that are easier and harder to understand, but ultimately, you play whatever you want to play. Does that make sense? Because that's the actual answer to how to solve the, you know, should I play meta question. It's like, what are you going to have the most fun with is always the right answer. That's the right way to look at World of Warcraft. A season is very long, and as you're getting into it, you won't really know the differences between the specs anyways, so you should basically decide based off of class fantasy. Did retail just go down? Yeah, you should play what's enjoyable. That's at the end of the day. But so you don't know what's enjoyable when you start, and therefore I would just look at class fantasy. Do you want to be a shape-shifting druid? Do you want to be a badass plate-wearing death knight? Do you want to be a paladin, warrior of the light? Like, which one of these sounds the coolest to you? A demon hunter who's blind and very edgy and listens to Panic at the Disco and Fall Out Boy and every other emo band from, like, the early 2010, basically, era? Like, what is it that really sparks a lot of joy for you personally? And that's really the only question you have to ask yourself. If that makes sense. That's how you find what class you technically should play, because at the moment, if I said to you, but the play style is like this, you wouldn't really understand. Like, you wouldn't have a good grasp of what that really means, right? So I think I would just roll with class fantasy based. That's what I would decide, though. What does a macro do? Okay, a macro is basically you can combine certain abilities in game, because a lot of abilities are meant to be comboed with other abilities. Instead of hitting them like a 1, 2, 3, a macro is a combo button that allows you to hit one button and get the benefit of all the buttons. There are some classes where macros are important and other things not so much. They also allow you, for example, right now, you have to manually target this guy and then cast my heal, right? But a macro would allow me to do it with a mouse over. Or this boss, if I don't want to target the boss but still want to be able to fight the boss, then I would have that option, if that makes sense. So macros give you gameplay tools that can help your character. You wish Resto Druid wasn't as good? Yeah, I agree though. But which is the fun one if one button will do the job? It's just an optimization. You don't have to play with them. Not by any means. They're people in World of Warcraft, they really like being the best that they can be. A ton of people have a lot of fun when they can min-max and they want to optimize. So any gameplay advantage that they can obtain, that's what they want. Like, that's their favorite thing, you know what I mean? So they are really interested in that, but you don't have to do it. It's much more of a choice. It's like yeah, if you're like, what's the point in doing that? Don't worry about it then. It's basically only if you really, really want to. Resto Druid for the win. What class listens to Disturb? Yeah, probably Wisdom. We should have a day where we rank what classes listen to what music. That'd be kind of funny. Okay, Natural Resilience should carry me through. Nice, perfect. That'd be hilarious. I don't think I would actually be very good at that, to be honest, though. Where can I get macros? Wisdom. How would you answer that question in this context? My Discord will have a few important macros. You could join my Discord and I have a few macros in there, but it depends on the class. Like, not everything uses macros. Oh, Demoralizer was taken. We were having this conversation earlier. There are a lot of people in class Discords who are really there to help. But I unfortunately am a believer that new players should avoid class Discords. I have friends in class Discords, right? I know personally, I'm friends with a lot of people who run and are mods in the Discords, but I very much believe it's not just that they're toxic, it's just that they're oftentimes not helpful for new players. They like really they can just, they're not kind. It's mostly that. It's not kind. No, I'm actually playing Elun's Chosen right now, but it's not like my damage is that bad, right? I mean, my damage is pretty decent, I think. I'm keeping up on this boss as an example. Nope. I am playing no raise. Oops, sorry, hold up. I almost died. I'm playing no raise Elun's Chosen build. No raise, no apex. Yeah, ask any questions you want. It's good to ask questions, and here you can feel safe to ask whatever questions you'd like to ask. No problem. Have you tried the Moonbear build with raise? I haven't actually played with raise. If I'm playing Elun's Chosen, watch out, watch out. Oh, I got stunned. I'm going to kill somebody. Whoa, that Dreadfailed needs to die right now. Holy, I'm sorry. I misjudged that. Okay, kill boss now. Kill boss now. Go, 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 go. I off heal a little bit. Nice. Okay, good job. How many inches is too many inches of snow? Ooh. Probably like a few millimeters, to be honest. If I were to measure, I've never really measured it. Probably like, I don't know, several feet. No. I got stunned. It's my bad. I should have just been all over by the side at the end. Is Zygor still worth it to get? Isn't Zygor more for classic and like hardcore? Like the Zygor guides, I thought they were more for like questing and stuff. I could be wrong though. I've never used it. It's a paid thing, so I don't really mess with it. But can anybody confirm or deny that? Like, I don't really understand what the Zygor is about actually. Can you please pull? Thank you. There's no add-on that is technically needed. However, as a new player, I would recommend that you consider getting a Platinator. I think that the only thing that is really needed with current base UI is a nameplate. Like, these nameplates are needed. You can use mine or you can use whoever's, but I think that that is a gameplay advantage that cannot be overrated. Holy Banshers. Yo, hi Banshers. Hello there. Hi Banshers. I know who you are. I've never actually made friends with you before, though. Hello. Do you like fur? Oh, shit. No, hold up. No. I'm trying to make a good impression. No. I'm restraining the thought. I'm filtering. Nah, I'm Ascendant. What do you think about furries? General question. Sorry, first question. How many burpees is a raid? No. No, listen. Oh, shit. The reason I asked, no particular reason. I'm just curious. It's just I know you see, the thing is, I happen to know that you play with a particular bear. So I was wondering what your thought process is on this. That's it. You know what I mean? Seem like cool people? That's true. I think that there are pros and cons to everything. And every single community has extremes on both ends, but overall, I feel like to a certain extent, every single human being likes fur, right? In general. You don't have to be a furry. Like, it doesn't have to be weird, but I want you to think about something. If you ever saw a bear in real life, wouldn't you want to hug that bear? Like, wouldn't you just really, really, really want to hug that bear? I'm glad I live in Thailand. We don't have any bears. Because if we did, like if I lived in like Canada or something and there were some bears to hug, I probably wouldn't be here today. Like, I just really, really like fuzzy things. Now, if the bear had like a bunch of scales, I would probably not want to hug that bear, which is not entirely true because I actually got 2 lizards and stuff. I love lizards and stuff. And we have like monitor lizards in Thailand, so they're pretty cool. Whoops. Oh, we pulled the seer. Uh-oh. That's not good. Yeah, we're probably dead now. Hold up. Hi, Banchers. Sorry, this is awkward. I am distracted right now, but genuinely, hello. I look forward to making your acquaintance. This was not a good first impression. That's my bad. All good, all good, all good. I was about to say because I've seen bears, and I think I would. Yeah, no, that's. But the thing is, I don't know if I would necessarily regret that death. I feel like I would die happy. I do think we should reset this poll, though. Could we still time? Probably not. My inner child. What bears are? They're freaking ruthless. That's the whole thing. I know. What type of bear specific? Noob, do you know who Banchers is? Do you guys know who Banchers is? Hey, by the way, hi, Aladdin. That's also a good point of what type of bear. Hi, Banchers. Sorry, let me actually say hello properly. I have this problem where sometimes for when people come to say hello to me, my first impression, I have this unyieldy desire to make a bad first impression. I don't know exactly where it comes from, but I just have this kind of relatively chronic problem where I just can't seem to be normal, right? Like, I struggle a lot with this idea of just saying, hello, how are you, how's the weather? I could say that, I suppose. Do you like weather? Nope, that's not the right answer either. Holy, I'm messing this up. All right, well, how would you describe me as a person? Nope, this is not the right way either. I'm just gonna take the L here. I'm trying a little bit. I'm putting some effort in, but I'm just gonna take the L on this one. But anyways, thanks for coming to say hi, Banchers. I know of you, and it is a privilege to actually make your acquaintance. It's a little bit of an L. You asked what they thought. That's true. Well, because one time, okay, so the reason that this has become a thing, here's what happened, right? One time somebody came in to raid me, and we were having a conversation, and the very first question I thought to ask was, "Are you a furry?" The problem was it was a pretty infamous warrior. Like, it was one of those situations where I didn't really know that person. I had heard of them, right? I knew of their stream, but I didn't know them personally. And I asked them that question, and they never, ever responded or came back. And so it kind of became a meme that I'm not supposed to ask that to people, right? Like, the whole point is that what happened was it came out, and then they never, ever said a single other thing in my stream for months. It turns out, like, several months later, they came back, and they had forgotten the whole thing, but I didn't. I remembered this forever. And I was like, oh, I feel kind of bad. Like, I didn't actually want to make anybody uncomfortable. I don't really like making people uncomfortable. But at the same time, like, I thought it was funny at the moment. Yeah. So now the problem is that instead of, yeah, the thing is, right, that I tend to double down instead of just take the L. And so rather than, never do that again, I started doing it to everyone. It doesn't make a ton of sense, but it totally does, right? Like you're listening to this and you're like, yeah, that checks out. It totally does. Like, I couldn't explain it to you properly, but it absolutely does make sense. Right. Yeah. The right people will value your authenticity. It's true. Overall, though, Vilcor, I'm a big believer that you're not supposed to be liked by everyone. If you try to be liked by everyone, you'll just have a really bad day. There are so many different types of people in the world. Do you know how amazing it is that there are so many different types of people in the world? Like humanity is endlessly fascinating. And it's just I love people. I also love people more as a concept than I do in real life, but overall it's so imagine how boring the world would be if we were all the same. So I genuinely really 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 think people are amazing. All right, bye Ventures. Have a good night. Thank you for coming to say hi. I actually don't think I have you followed, but I will pass back and follow. That, by the way, if you are curious, is a very, very good hunter. Yeah, but I kind of had this idea that that was not what happened. He's never coming back. Well, I mean, this is my first time though. I prefer dogs. That's fair. Oh, and bartender. Yeah, what's up? Plates are definitely a requirement. I don't know if bartender is a requirement, but plates are. Like, I just don't think that the default nameplates are very super crazy strong, if that makes sense. Howdy. What's up, zombie? Maybe I should make... Okay, I have some tea next to me, and I kind of want to drink it. So we are definitely not timing this. Can call it all good. We about 5 minutes behind. we could call this here and go 15 if we want. It's all good. But I don't think this... I think this build works for what it's worth. But this dungeon is going to be a big... you had to have seen this before. I think call it here. No problem, no problem. Okay, hold up. I got some tea next to me, and we can drink some. Should we try lychee tea? Blueberry tea? We have a few here. Wait, hold up. Lychee, blueberry, or Thai tea? When is the second lust here? I watch your Guardian Druid guide and you mentioning macroing Ironfur. If you want to play the macro Ironfur, you have to play a technical suboptimal Guardian build. It is an option. It doesn't do bad. I macro it to both Mangle and Thrash, and if you want to do that, it's very easy. You just go here, and you go hashtag show tooltip. It's the easiest way to do it. And you just go cast Mangle, cast Ironfur. You definitely didn't see that. That's okay. It must have been the wind. But the idea is you just cast Ironfur and cast this. Hashtag show tooltip so it doesn't do weird things. Hold up. I'm the only one that's supposed to do weird things, not the macro. If you want to play that, though, keep in mind that you will spend all of your rage on that. And it means that you will not be able to proc rage for raise if you're playing it, or ravage as Druid of the Claw. So if you're going to be doing that, then you have to be careful, though. Don't worry about it, Locus. It is A-okay. All right, so lychee tea first. We have this one here. That is very good. That is extremely delicious. Oh, God, that cheap syrup is hitting me right in the frontal cortex. Nice. Delicious. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Oh, wow. Okay, honestly, though, hold up. I got a little distracted, but do you know how cool it is that Banchers knows who I am? Wait a second, Banchers just came to say hi. I'm sort of processing that a little bit after the fact. I was distracted in the moment. That's so crazy. It's so weird to me that, like, people kind of know me. Like, I've had a few times where I'm like, oh my God, like, I know you. Like, I've watched your stream. Like, I saw you on the MDI. And they're like, oh yeah, what's up, Awoo? And I'm like, Awoo? What? They know me? It's the weirdest thing. I can't fathom it because for my entire life, I've just been some random WoW player, but I've always been a fan of all things World of Warcraft. So, you know, since its inception, I love watching the MDI and the Race to World First, and so I know all the people in the community, but they've never known of me. You know what I mean? Like, it's so weird that some people know of me. You are Squish from Temu. Wait, I'm starting to get bigger? Thank you. I have been trying to eat a lot recently. I appreciate you noticing, Random. Thank you for that. I've been really trying recently, but I don't feel, in the last week in particular, I've been kind of skipping dinner, so I don't think I'll be getting much bigger from here. I think I'm going to lose some weight. But I appreciate you noticing that. I genuinely do. Thank you. Is it bubble tea? No, I never hit that. That was me at 17 embellishing the facts wisdom. This is lychee tea. This is blueberry tea. And this is Thai tea here. So we have Thai tea. This is going to be the best one. Thai tea is my favorite, right? And this is blueberry tea. Yeah? This one's blueberry. It's very dark here. Yeah, it was rotisserie chicken. No, I'm telling you, it's a giga recipe. You don't knock it till you try it. I swear, it's actually really good. Okay, so blueberry tea. Sorry, wait, not tea. Wait, no, what am I talking? Blueberries. I got distracted. My bad. So, rotisserie chicken. Make sure it's not seasoned. It can't have like garlic and pepper. Like it needs to be a little bit of salt's fine. But otherwise, plain chicken. Completely plain chicken, cooked relatively well. It's actually fine if it's dry too, because this adds a lot of moisture, okay? And then what you want to do is you need to take chocolate, whipped cream, and maple syrup. The peanut butter is kind of optional. You don't really need the peanut butter, to be honest. But what you do want, hear me out, chocolate, whipped cream, and maple syrup on plain chicken is actually really good, okay? I don't think you can survive trying that once you're no longer in your teens. What's wrong with it? It sounds as perfect. It's honestly, I should do that tomorrow. Except that I can't have some of those things anymore, but, you know, to be young again. I got to get a few more of these burpees done. Then we can do whatever. Oh. Yes. That is good. That is blueberry tea. That is very delicious. I haven't had a blueberry in years. I have not had a blueberry in years. I forgot what they tasted like. They are delicious. Yeah, I'm not allowed to eat fiber, remember? It's weird. So the only way I get to enjoy the flavor of things is if I'm willing to eat like a cheap syrup. I have to be willing to basically consume some sort of weirdly cheap syrup, you know? You need to fix shoulders. Why are those smaller? Why are my shoulders small? Ugh, that's tough. I don't really have a good answer for you, to be honest. I can tell you I've tried to work on them, but to be honest, it's mostly the angle. Like, I feel like if I flex better... Like, it's kind of like if I catch the light, I have shoulders, but to be honest with you, my shoulders are actually flex traps. I don't really have big traps. Yeah, I've always had a hard time growing shoulders in particular. Yeah. I can do this, though. But no, you're right. My shoulders have always been a weak point of my physique. God, that blueberry tea is really good. I picked up around 12 kilos of blueberries. So you have natural blueberries where you are, Cap? Careful with dislocating them. Wait, who changed their Twitch name to Onion Milk Enjoyer? I'm looking at your previous chat history right now. Who the hell changed their... Wait a second. Who changed their user... There's no way that your username was actually this. It's based off of my favorite thing. 2 days ago, someone, Onion Milk Enjoyer, said 2 days ago, it's based off of my favorite thing. There is no way. Account created 2024. There's actually no way that your name is just casually Onion. There's no way. No shot. I sort of almost refuse to believe right now. What? There's no way. Okay, hear me out. Is your name on Twitch actually Onion Milk Enjoyer? What did I do? The thing is that you only have one message. It kind of makes sense. Oh, I just captured myself for some reason. What the hell? How is that possible? There is no way. Wow. I refuse to believe it, though. Didn't follow until 11th of February, 2 days ago. I feel like there is zero shot that there's just casually somebody on Twitch named Onion Milk Enjoyer, and you come at the exact time that I tried onion milk for the first time. It's possible, but I feel like it's unlikely. It's possible. Could happen. I respect the grind if you actually renamed yourself for this, for what it's worth. Hold up. Good night. Who this? Oh, thanks. Have a good one, I'm off to bed. Yo, good night, Lee. You're welcome. I respect it. I respect it. Well played. Fair enough. I do believe I have some more burpees to do, so let me get a few more of those done, and then I will enjoy my sugary tea, and we will decide what key to do. What key we want to do. I didn't rename myself. Are you... Okay. I respect it. It appears as though you didn't, because normally what I'll do is I'll check somebody's previous messages to see if they've been chatting a bunch, and then I know you renamed yourself. But it actually appears as though, very potentially, your name is actually Onion Milk Enjoyer. That is... I respect it. Well played. Okay, hold up. I have some more blueberry tea, and then over here, I got Thai tea. Yo. I tried onion milk. So wait, can you give me... Have you had onion milk before? I only learned what this is recently. We can do pit. I don't mind. Thai tea's pretty good. Nice. Not bad. This is like a cheaper place, but here we go. I only learned... It's apparently a thing. I found it in this tea shop I was ordering online. Rank them. The teas here, blueberry is number 1, lychee's number 3, and Thai tea is number 2. Easy. Of all the teas, Wisdom, I don't think you understand. I'm a really big bubble tea enjoyer. Wisdom, Okay, let me put it this way. There are videos of me shirtless in cafes across the world, riding pink ponies, drinking bubble tea, as a thirst trap for social media. There are videos of me in ball pits in an entirely pink restaurant outside in Vietnam drinking bubble tea, shirtless. There are videos of me at cosplay conventions drinking bubble tea with people. There are videos of me in full cosplay, almost snorting bubble tea, double fisting bubble tea, one might say. Yes, all of these exist. You would be surprised how much media I have of me enjoying bubble tea. You guys want to bet? No, wait, no, we can't bet properly. I mean, colloquially, would you like to... we can't... We're not allowed to officially bet, but that's fine. Yeah, no betting on stream. But I am telling the truth. These stories are not false. I will prove it to you as well. What have you cosplayed before? I used to work as a cosplayer, actually. I had a few jobs. Not for very long, so I didn't get to do a ton of characters. But in particular, yeah, check in Discord. I used to do a lot of body paint work in particular. So the body paint stuff was super cool. It's in Discord here. And when I first moved to Thailand, I got to work for Arena of Valor. Are you familiar with this game? You know Arena of Valor? It's a mobile game. It's like a mobile League of Legends type game. It's a MOBA. It's made by Garena. So, in Thailand, there's a Thai version of this game, and they hired me to be one of the characters, and I got to be that character for many of their events. It was really awesome. I'll show you that. And there is videos of me and photos of... There's a photo of me as that character riding somebody who's in a T-Rex outfit at a cosplay convention. Yes. Christmas already. What? Okay, hold on. I gotta see how many of these burpees I'm doing today, man. Growing up, Wu did a very elaborate... Yeah, I was Pain. Nice job, Wisdom. I always wanted to be Naruto. I always told myself that one day when I made it, I would cosplay as the Hokage version of Naruto. That's actually what I always told myself that. Like, whenever I feel like I've made it one day, I would cosplay Naruto properly. I'm making my way here. We're doing 110 so far. The tea gives me strength. The tea gives me strength. Okay, after this we do key. I'm down for Pit of Sauron. That's 8. I would do a sick Hawks from My Hero. I can show you some of my cosplay. 1 second. Oh. Oh. 200 of these is insane. Dude, that's only 130. Oh. Whoa. I'm only at 230. That's like, 130. Bro, that's like halfway. Wow. We're halfway. But, I think I am more than halfway through stream. Oh yeah. Here's the thing, Rish. I'm not like 100% confident that I can get through all this. We're, pushing the boundaries a little bit. Oh, we don't need to start a group. All right, 15 pit. Push that max up. There's a world where I complete. They will carry over to next stream. Because what's more important to me than doing some impossible fitness challenge, that's fun. But to be honest, Wiz, the burpees really help me feel so much better. Okay? So I would rather almost split them up and make sure I have some for next stream, whenever that stream is. But anything I don't do today, we'll keep tally. We'll put it on the next stream because they really do help me feel so much better. So I've started sprawling for sure. One of the adaptations I've made for sure is I'm not doing full burpees at this point. I am definitely sprawling. Because otherwise my left shoulder would start feeling it 100%. Like, under fatigue. I'm not doing the full push-up. I'm still doing the burpee, still doing the full jump. Still doing everything else right, but I certainly am going to sprawl for the last bit. Otherwise, I think I will not. I will not be having a great time. Oh. Okay. Pit of Sauron. Let's go. I want to work on my route a little bit for this place. Guys, can I ask you an honest question? Did I fuck up the introduction with Banshers? Like, hear me out. Did I mess up? I feel like Okay. I feel like, because like, you know, I was trying to be like right in the middle, but I feel like I went too far in that direction. You know, like it's who I am. Oh, there are many things about me. You're overthinking? Well, of course I'm overthinking, because I realized all of a sudden, I was like, oh, does Banshers play beta? And then I was like, oh, would Banshers want to play beta with me? And then I was like, if I reach out to Banshers after this, and I was like, yo, hey, dude, if you're playing beta and you don't have a team, like, let me know. And then I realized, wait, would he not want to play with me because I was too weird? You know what I mean? That's kind of what I feel now. That's how, a little bit I feel like that. Show the build. This is the weirdest build. Like, this is so weird right now. I'm trying this out. To be honest with you, though, I genuinely feel like this will be my push build. Early on in the season, I think this is what I'm playing. I'm almost positive right now that this exact build is what I'm playing, unless they nerf Moonless Knight, in which case I will drop this and either take Elun's Favorite or something else. You can also just put this into double scintillating for an extra 5%. Why no Apex? If you're playing Elun's Chosen, the Apex loses a lot of value, first of all. This is a no Apex macroed Ironfur, no raise either. You lose a little bit of damage, but you're super immortal, and you can macro your Ironfur, so it lets you play in a very chill way. I just find this playstyle to be very, very chill. You know? Also, I should change this, because I don't even know if it's working properly right now. I am a little bit unsure if this is working, so I could either go 1 minute roar or just play Symbiotic as well. I'm out for the night. Yo, have a great... it's nice to meet you, Reckless. What is macro your Ironfur? Let me explain. No problem. I got you, Venox. So when you play World of Warcraft, there are many specs that benefit from a macro. A macro basically means that I'm going to hit two things at the same time. I also normally have a mouse over Moonfire macro, etc. But all this means is that when I hit Thrash, I also automatically hit Ironfur. So watch my globals down here. Let me pull one mob. You can see my bars, right? This is what I'm pressing. You see how Ironfur is here, but I'm not going to press anything. Look, hand is off the keyboard. All I'm doing is that it will automatically press my Ironfur for me. Does that make sense? It is nice, but you have to be careful, because most Druid builds are going to be requiring you to have additional buttons where you need to be hitting your raise, or if you play Druid of the Claw, those cost rage, right? The Ravage costs rage as well as raise. So you don't want to spend all your rage on Ironfur. That would be a loss. The build I'm playing is okay, where I can basically spend all my available rage on Ironfur, and therefore I can macro. But otherwise, you have to be careful about that, right? Yeah, exactly. It's not a huge loss of DPS, Wizard. The thing is, Wizard, if it was like a huge loss, then I would be maybe a little bit less solid about playing it. But it's not that much of a DPS loss. It is, I'm losing like 10, 20%, but it's really not that bad. My single target is only losing a few percent. Hi, Lango. I'm glad you like my YouTube videos. I'm drinking some Thai tea. Have you ever had Thai tea before? It is so good. It is addictingly good. All right. What music are we listening to, by the way? I've let this autoplay for a while. Let's go back to this song. I like this song. What makes this build? I'm not playing Raise. But you'll see. My damage is not bad. Actually, you'd be surprised. 23, I don't think so as Elun's right now. It's comparatively to Druid of the Claw, yes. Overall, compared to Druid of the Claw, yes. Compared to other EC builds, no. I'll show you. Here, the proof is in the pudding, right, Wisdom? As they say, and I love pudding. Why can you use this macro with this build? Because I don't need my rage. If I need to be holding my rage for anything, then I cannot use it. Keep in mind, this is not the best Guardian Druid build. I cannot tell you that this is the best. I'm not telling you that you should play it. It's simply how I like to play the game. That's all it is. At the end of the day, that's what it is. Does that make sense? So it's only the way that I like to play the game. Nope, I use my self-heal a ton. I still have enough rage for that, no problem. But here, I'll show you. So it's only the way that I enjoy playing the game. I can tell you that I'm very tanky. I still think I'm going to do a fair bit of damage, but let's find out. So let's do the first pull here, and I'll show you how much damage I do. Because I can still do a lot to min-max my bear damage. Yep, it's a lot of Moonfire. Again, a lot of people will tell you that you can't play this build at all, like Wisdom was saying. But if you take a look at my damage, it's not exactly low. Like, I'm doing more than enough damage as a tank right now. Is it as high as it could be? No. But I would argue that this is more than enough for a 15, definitely adequate for a 17. Maybe if I was doing a 19, I might be in trouble. But otherwise, I think that I'm chilling. I feel pretty confident. I think 250k for this first pull is not bad. I've heard that a few retail servers are having issues, but I'm not sure why. I don't know exactly what's going on with it. Okay, so we want those two enforcers, I believe. I need to work on my route for this place still. It depends very much on how you pull, but let's see how much. Let's just track my overall here. We can keep track. This is my current damage to the top left, and my overall will be to the bottom. Let's see. Let's see if this key goes cleanly. It also depends. I have no shaman. I have no other group buffs. It would help a lot if I had a shaman or a monk or a this or some target cap specs and AoE, stuff like that. Oh, I'm definitely race changing Haranir. I think the Haranir Druid forms are too cool and new. So I'll be playing Haranir for sure. But like, my damage is pretty chill right now. I think it, like I said, it depends very much on my route and how clean the key goes. But overall, I'm pretty happy with this. Yeah. Once the actual expansion goes live, 100%, I'm just going to send the race change. Yep. I think it's really cool to have new things in WoW. As much as I love this game, sometimes I crave just like a little new update, whether it's a new transmog or a new this or something, you know what I mean? But I do think it's very cool to have new things. Oh, wait a second. This is 2 Tormentors. This was a bad pull. It's this camp. I messed up. It was supposed to be that way. I've been healing this key for so long that I kind of haven't stayed up to date with the new routes. So yeah, that Graveblade is fine, but I just have to make sure I taunt the Graveblade, and then I'm cool. I can now feel this. Perfect. If you could make a new class, what would you want? Like a brand new class? Like I could make like any, like for example, like the survey that was going around Dark Knight? Like anything in WoW? Oh, that's hard. I wouldn't say that I'm the most creative person, so I don't think I'm a very good person to ask about this, because I'm not really sure. Frostbane Slash, 1 Frenzied Regen covers that. Oh, a Banshee. Well, Kitty, the thing is that in World of Warcraft's lore, there's already kind of a Banshee. Like, Sylvanas is a Banshee, but she's a hunter, so I'm not sure exactly if Banshee would be, like, a good addition. You know what I mean, though? Got more complicated since Harnage, right? Yeah, basically Wisdom, correct. Yes. Like Dark Ranger. Yeah, but Dark Ranger, isn't that just... They have the Dark Ranger hero talent. Like, isn't that the same? I feel like that's already the same. So we want this one dude there. That guy is good. Wait. Oh, the Gargoyle pulled. Oh, man. Okay, we're going to have to get this back then later. Do we have a stun for this? We need to kick this immediately when it happens. Okay, pull this into more, though. Ah, we missed the kick. All right, good luck. I'm going to go pull a little bit more because we're definitely not fighting this one pack here, though. I'd love a Spirit Caller medium. I feel like my initial thought process is like Necromancer. Like, I feel like Necromancer builds are always, like, super fucking cool. Like, that's kind of my thought process a lot, is just, like, straight-up Necromancer. Tinkerer. I don't know, the Tinkerer mechanic doesn't really send, like, shivers down my spine. But if there was a Necromancer that came out, I would be all over that. I would absolutely want to play a Necromancer. The Ship Mansion is a German one that got leaked? Yeah. Yep. I feel yours too. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. I'm glad, like, I will always be myself no matter what. Harniers are cool, but dinosaurs, though, like, I love Necromancer. So basically, Unholy is the new Necromancer, right? The idea is that Unholy is the new Necromancer, but still. Eyes T. Are you the Evoker? Wait, Eyes T. Are you an Evoker in World of Warcraft, and have I played with you before? Because your name is awfully familiar. There's an Evoker, and that's their name. So, no? Okay, my bad, my bad. Completely unrelated then, ignore. So my damage here, Wisdom, is going to be a lot... sorry, you're tracking my damage, right? The problem is that that pull got scuffed, so I was holding stuff. If the route gets messed up, then your tank damage is always significantly lower. People don't realize how important just, like, having a very clean route is, because I had to do 2 extra pulls here versus not having anything, you know what I mean? So it changes how much damage I can do. Quite a lot, actually. But you can still min-max your damage even with a build like this. And I'm obviously, you can see I'm very tanky. I'm not sure. I really have no idea. Like, I like, there's so much variety in WoW. Yeah, my damage is adequate. That's the thing. Like, that's why I'm saying it shouldn't work. And I could be doing more damage for what it's worth. Keep in mind, I could be doing much more damage. But it does work. Just keep in mind, this is not even close to the cap of what Druid could do right now. And that is important to know. Right? I have D-Curse. What am I doing? Wait. Do I not have it spec'd right now? Okay, I'm trolling. Hold up. I might not have my curse spec'd right now. That would be a little troll. Okay, 1 slash here. Boom. Did I show the photos of the hail damage to my roof? No, I don't think so, no, but you can send it to me here. Dragons only exist on Azeroth, like a... Okay, let me put it this way. What if I told you, instead of thinking in terms of World of Warcraft classes, start thinking in terms of other games? What's a class that a different game has that World of Warcraft doesn't have that it would be awesome if World of Warcraft adopted? That's the question. That's the right way to think about this. What do you think? That's the correct way. Now, the thing is, I don't play enough other classes. I don't play enough other games. I think of, like, Diablo 2... And overall, we kind of have everything that would have. So, like, Assassins, Rogue. The thing is, like, Assassin is just Rogue, right? Like, that's just Rogue. AST from Final Fantasy. What is an AST, by the way? Did we get another gargoyle? Holy. Wait. I got you. I'm taunting... Wait. Oh, no, Sam, come back. He's going to control it. He's trying to control it. It doesn't want to be controlled. It doesn't want to be. See, this is going to be, okay, my damage before this was fine. My damage after this is going to be terrible. My damage is going to fall like 10k overall because we're fighting 1 gargoyle here. So keep in mind that previous to this, I was doing 123k, and now it's dropping like 10k. So if we're trying to look at my damage in this build, you can't compare all of a sudden because that got really scuffed, right? And that stuff does matter, unfortunately, when you think about your tank damage. You know, like I like chained in here early because I'm like, oh shit, like we're looking at the damage of this build, and I will show you that it not only is fine in AoE, but in particular, it's fine single target as well. And that's when you start to realize that you're like, okay, I would literally play this start of season. Arson's going to be gaming with me. Maybe Deco comes to the game as a healer. Like, you know what I mean? Like, maybe we have a few people and we actually do an early push. Maybe Sam wants to come game if he's not busy with his team and he's just curious to chill. I don't know. But basically, it's like, yeah, maybe we really enjoy that. That could be fun, right? I would literally play this build. I think it's absolutely fine. I actually think that this build has zero problem. I don't think it's an issue. If I thought it was an issue, I wouldn't play it. I wish I could pull Funnel into this. Like, can you control the Necrophyte here? Yeah, I don't think you would ever actually pull these into boss, but it is good funnel. Could we try it? I think you could probably grab these in. Yeah, you can. Okay, wait a second. Could you fight this with boss and just bring these guys up? Out of curiosity, try it. Try it. If we wipe, it's fine. This hasn't been the cleanest route anyways, just in case. Because do you get permafunnel with this? Hold up. Hear me out. Do you get permafunnel? Out of curiosity? Because they don't die, right? Like, what's the thing? Because there's gonna be another burst you have to worry about, but otherwise they don't really die, yeah? Is this tech? Did we just discover tech? If you wipe, the build has failed, just saying. Oh, I gotta move the boss more. Whoops, sorry. I forgot to move the boss enough. Is this... Do they count on Why does it seem like they're not counting on details? I think that I think these mobs don't actually count, but they... Are they giving funnel? Am I... Okay, hold up. Wisdom, do you know the information about what I'm doing right now? Why does it seem like they're not counting? Because this is my single target damage. This is 100% single target here. Something's weird here, right? Like, something is definitely funky with this. I'm going to be fine. I'll take this hit real quick and drag him here. Nice. It should be this here still to the left, or am I too... Oh, nope. I messed up. Just back here is fine, then. It's definitely not counting on this log. I would be doing significantly more damage. Why not? I mean, but do you still build resources? Because if you build resources, then this is perma-funnel on boss. Am I wrong that it's perma-funnel? It's pure, literal perma-funnel. I think there's one kick here. I don't know. One of these guys does a nether burst, and you do have to be careful of that. I can't see it because my Platinator is a little funky right now. Where's the other rock? Here? There you go. Perfect positioning. Yeah, so there's going to be one kick. Is this cadaver here? I mean, it's not a bad idea. Okay, roar. As long as you don't miss the one kick. Like, I don't think it's necessarily good for pugs because people will be AoEing for sure. I mean, you know for a fact that, like, your pug DPS are going to be, like, full sending their AoE rotation instead of their single target rotation, which would be funny. But nonetheless, I think this works. Yeah? If we're testing stuff, I do think this works. Oh, there's two here. I'm fine. Easy. And then this one's here. Perfect. Okay, so my single target, ignore this boss. I don't know what's happening here. Something's a little funky. Whoa, shit. I ain't got hit by that. That's okay. I'll be fine. Parse over everything. PoE. I thought that was a different game. Yeah, I was about to say. That seems like a different game. Okay, we're gonna have to like dive into the log to see if this registered, because all I can tell you is that my thrash is ticking on them, which means that I should be getting blood frenzy, which means if I'm getting blood frenzy, that means my team would be able to get funnel from this. Like, everybody would technically... you maybe release this guy now? Oh, hold on, there's the cast. So we don't have to, we can't let that cast go. Maybe release him now? I can tell you I'm getting hella funnel. I'm serious. I really think that this might be tech. Hold up. Sorry, Sam. I got you. I'm taunting. Oh, it's bugged. I taunted. There you go. Yeah? Hold up. And then you just kind of drag him over here. Oh, the cast went off. My Platinator is very annoying that I cannot see what cast this was. Okay, so you definitely do that. Like, as long as you are getting funnel, like, you absolutely do that. That is 100% worth. Where is Sam? Why is he out of range? Where'd he go? Oh, did we miss one over there? The tank tier list, I think that is updated now. Whoops, I can't see the cast. That is a problem with Platinator, is that some mobs are just marked like this, and I actually can't see them properly. We need an analyst review. Did he taunt? I do believe it was on cooldown. Maybe I taunted the wrong target. It's possible. It's possible. I spent 2 hours in this dungeon on a Mythic +2. Oh, did you actually take the time to learn? Respected. Respected. It's getting dark here. Okay, after this, guess what I gotta do? 20 more burpees at least. At least 20 more. Okay, what's happening with my damage here? We gotta like reset on this pull. Because something feels weird now. There we go. Big pull, big pull. Hearing you say platinator. I read it as platypus? Bro, I kind of like platypuses. I'm not going to lie. I kind of want a platypus. Don't you? They're sort of cute. They're like really cute, actually. Sort of. Yeah, they are, though. They're like beavers, except not beavers. I learned from How I Met Your Mother that people really like beavers. Yep, that's true. What do you mean VDH has 2 taunts? They are hella cute. Oh, nice. Okay, we're in agreement then. It's getting dark. I need to go turn on my light real quick. Okay, what's our percentage at here? It's created by an add-on creator called Plus Mouse. He makes a lot of stuff. So we're supposed to skip this. Like, you're not supposed to take that pack right there. But it looks like I missed something elsewhere, though. You get double taunt? Have I just never even noticed that? Okay, so I can pull these ghouls for funnel, but I don't want the other thing. Oh, wait. Why do we have a Necrolite in here? And it means the first phase is going to be a little harder. Is Demon Spike is a maintenance buff now? You basically can macro it, yeah. Even if, I think that you can macro it comfortably, even if you don't play Feed the Demon. But I am not 1,000% certain about that one. So you might have to double and basically fact check me on whether or not you can or cannot without Feed the Demon. That might be something you have to fact check me on. Make sure we kill that one. Okay, go over here. Oh, wait a second. Oh, I see. So we just have more permafunnel. Interesting. My question is, why don't they show up on details? This is like in in Necrotic Wake, there were the mobs that they changed so that they don't record on damage details, and the reason they did that was because people were padding. Do you remember when they made that change to details? I thought that was so funny. The Necromancers in Necrotic Wake, they basically made it so that it doesn't actually count whatever damage you do to them, because people were padding on them and they wanted them to understand a single target. I'm gonna move him over here because we gotta kill this one. I'm losing steam because it's getting dark and I gotta turn on that light. You think I could live this boss if I just AFK from my keyboard for like 2 seconds? You have friendly nameplates enabled. I do like to see. It's the only way I can see where my team is. Otherwise, I can't see it. Is it normal that healers do no damage? Yeah, pretty much. I mean, some healers, so you can do some damage if you're confident, but the truth is, it is the right decision. If you are just want to make sure that you are actually a successful healer, the truth is, your damage is so bad right now, it's not worth it. Like, let's say as a Resto Druid, you have to decide between maybe over-ramping and over-healing, and then trying to greed a cat form global, just over-ramp. Healer damage is very low. Like, they can do some damage, but it's very low right now. So it's just kind of like, you know, like it's not required for them to try to min-max their damage. Yeah, it just does very poor damage at the moment. It's a little sad. I only convoke in cat form. You don't even have to convoke, though. What you can do, if you don't want to convoke in cat form, then what you want to do is this. Okay, got it. But you can at least Heart of the Wild. If you're playing Resto Druid, at least just go into Heart of the Wild, though. I like this song. Can you send it to me later? Nicely Done by Wild Party. That is the name of the song. Nicely Done by Wild Party. You should be able to just walk over this without stealthing and not pull anything. Let me make sure we all get past without pulling that Cold Wraith. Looks good to me. Perfect. Hi, Immature Pair. Farseer damage is so fun this season. It's really sad right now. I feel like Farseer is just actually... It feels pretty significantly bad at the moment. In particular, Farseer feels bad. Like, I think Totemic feels fine, but I don't know what they did to Far... Like, I don't understand why the Ancestors had to get nerfed like they did early season. It was really just like a crazy nerf to those Ancestors. 40% and they were already kind of bad. So now they are actually cosmetic. The only reason to play Farseer currently is that you get an extra Apex proc every 30 seconds. Nah, don't feel pressured to do damage. It is actually the wrong decision. Fundamentally, if you're like greeting your damage, it's just wrong. It's not the right play. It'd rather be over heal and be safe versus greed damage. That is correct. It's the right thing to do. It's just a general healing philosophy change, you know what I mean? Oops, I overlapped a Frenzied. Okay, no blast goes off. I Pharaoh Frenzy one. These guys hurt, but we're not skipping them. I don't believe I have percentage to skip them anyways. But I would have to death skip it. I think just take it. Did you control a caster in the background? Is that what somebody is... Oh, you did. I see. I see. Smart, because it makes the pulls easier. And then you could release it either during this or for a skip, potentially. There will be some people who still get mad at healers for doing no damage, quote unquote. But the truth is, it's not the right. It's a poor use of your time, to be honest. I'm not even using add-ons for healing. I haven't either, but to be honest, the next step for my UI is getting Dander's frames. Dander's frame shows much more than my base UI does. I think that Platinator or Platypus Nader, I think the Platypus Nader is actually better than base frame. I think that's actually, it's borderline required. Like, the Platypus Nader can do all sorts of things that your base frames cannot do in terms of just understanding the dungeon without having ever seen the dungeon. So I really feel like the only thing I'll tell people to get is the Platypus Nader. But aside from that, everything else is optional. Like, oh, this might give you a little bit here. This might give you like an extra tiny bit of advantage here. Like, that could help you with this. But aside from that, like, add-ons right now, they're not a necessity. Except for Platypus Nader. I feel like that is a necessity, to be honest. Oh, it's getting dark. I don't know how many more of these burpees I'm going to be able to do tonight. I'll do some. I will get as many as I can get done, reasonably speaking. The plan was 200. I appreciate that the number has gone up, you know, because this is an easy way to support stream. How do you spell Platypus Nader? You're close. You just need to remove the N, add a Z and a Y. They're silent, and then you're good to go. Do you not track? I can just see it. If my regrowth lights up, I know I have it. In terms of how many charges I have, no, I don't track it. There's a weird bug right now anyways where you can build multiple tracks of Dream of Scenarios, and your regrowth is consuming them without consuming them properly, and you're doing like a lot of extra healing. I didn't say that right, but yeah. Yeah, I can see it here. Like, I know when I have it versus not. Keep in mind that if you play Reinvigoration, you will be eating your own procs like this. Oops. Hold up. While the boss is spawning, I had to turn my light. All right, guys. I'm encountering a small hurdle. This could be problematic. I have all of a sudden realized I never want to say Platinator again. I now only want to say Platypus Nader. But eventually I'm going to make a video about my Platinator. Do you see the problem? Oh, they're already fixed, Wizard? Okay, great. Yeah, that's fine then. So, here's the thing. I'm at a loss here. Because part of me says I should just full send the video now as Platypus Nader. But the other part of me says, no, be responsible and professional and just call it Platinator. I'm really at a loss. I don't know, what the right solution is. Whoops. I got you. You can just say Platy in the hole. No can do, Wisdom. If I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna do it. I don't like half-assing my life. If I'm gonna do it, then we're doing it right. It's Platypus Nader. This is the only look, man. I've lived in Thailand for so long, but that doesn't mean that I have forgotten my American roots. Cultivate your authentic audience by calling it Platypus Nader. Yeah. Don't you ever just kind of want, like, a nice nader? Wait, what does that actually mean before I keep saying that? There's definitely something, but what does that actually mean before I keep saying this? Because I'm saying something here, and I just want to make sure I understand. Is that where you're from, Angel? I'm going to try to, like, watch out as a tank to see if I need to be pre-moving, because it looks like there are 2 puddles left. I can roar for my team to make sure that we do technically get there. I can in-cap that. Got you. What is the actual tank with the best DPS right now? Druid of the Claw pad build does more damage than anything else. Like, there is a bear build that basically does the most damage, but it is a pad build, and it's not my preference. I'm pretty happy overall with my current tank damage playing the build that I'm playing right now. I don't feel bad about my damage. I feel like my damage is completely not just adequate, but totally, like, not just okay, but actually good, though. Oh, it's a bartender. This is just bartender here. I'll show you. Bartender is super easy to use. That's not even a complicated one. I got you on that. Yep. Hey, does his control dead do damage? Oh, not a lot. That's sad. And it just comes up with Platypus, so I think you're good. It's called Platinator, to be fair. And I have mine set to basically show me about the dungeon without actually doing that. So if the route was clean, I would have done like 90k. I really think this build is acceptable. My only problem with it is that actually... Wait a second. Is this current? Okay, hold up. Is this overall here? Hey, where's Moonless Night? Did I accidentally click this to show somebody and not realize that I clicked this to show somebody? Oh, okay, I was missing Moonless Night. That's a little bit of damage. My bad. I don't need that. I mean, it doesn't even heal that. Even though I had it spec that dungeon, I bet you it doesn't heal that much at all. Even with this build, yeah. Oh, I was showing somebody and I clicked off a talent. My bad. I see what happened there. Here. It is called Bartender. It is a nameplate add-on. It looks like this. I'm gonna go cuddle your cottage cheese in bed. What? What? You're gonna go cuddle your cottage cheese in bed? No, so here's the thing. Wizard. Good routes, clean dungeon, I do way more damage. But also, I think that 120k is unreasonable. I don't think I would do 120k even if I was playing a full damage build. What setting causes the click? It's just Bartender. I just have Bartender plus Bartender animations. It's this and this. These two go together. Bartender 4 animations. Those are the only 2 effects that I actually have here. I feel like that's, yeah, like if it's a clean route, I feel like it's something like that, though. Kind of look like I'm blowing my nose. I'm having some sinus issues. All right, so I owe a lot more burpees. But to be honest with you, I don't think I'm getting them all done today. I feel like there's no way, man. Fries a holy pound, so many possibilities. I like that, though. There's a tissue pile, yeah. It's true. It's true. There is a bit of a tissue pile happening now. Correct. Yeah, I would say there's a lot of... Tank damage is interesting, though. How long would you think would it take me to learn a backflip? Easy. Gort, it would take me about 5 seconds. Maybe, no, less than that. I think it would take me about 3 seconds. Because I wouldn't know that I had failed. Unless you believe in the afterlife, in which case I would know that I had failed. But I have the confidence to attempt it. I just don't have the skills to execute it. So it would take me a few seconds. Probably. No, I'm terribly uncoordinated. I did one Blood DK key earlier. Again, Blood DK is fine. But it's not, like, you know, even the same run as a Blood DK, I'm going to do 70, 75k, give or take. And also keep in mind, I didn't have Moonless Knight. Moonless Knight's about 3 to 4% more than this. That's like 1 talent off. There's not a lot of other damage talents that I can get. But it does work. It's not, like I said, I'm in no way suggesting that this build is better or meta or anything. It's just, you know, Wisdom, you've been in my stream now long enough to know it's certainly, and I cannot express this enough. I'm not saying it's optimal, but I think that there are a ton of people who would really benefit from knowing that this build exists. Don't you think? Like, if you take 100 Guardian Druid players, maybe 30 of them are going to say, no, I want to try the best build. That's fine. Maybe 10 of them are going to say, no, I don't want to play a suboptimal. That's fine. But I really feel like a fair percentage of them would actually do way more damage, feel way tankier, and just play significantly better playing this over Druid of the Claw. And if they don't care and they just want to be a tanky, if they just want to have a chill time in their plus 10, I like that this build exists. Do you know what I mean by that? That's my perspective personally. It's just a perspective, but it is, I think that this helps that this exists. If that makes sense. Okay. I am questioning how many burpees I can do, though. Yeah, I mean, so the thing about Claw is even if you play the min-max Claw, you have to play it well. Keep in mind that if you play it poorly, you're not going to do that much damage. Like, I can play it and show you and play it. You know what I mean? Possible to find a tank. Well, I'm here, Rish, but I think we have a full group right now. All right, we got a 16 from that. Would you like redemption, perhaps, on a 16 Nexus? Or what do you want to do? I see you there, Rish. Holy. That's hilarious. Yeah, Lakusa's healing for once is true. Are you proud? That route was pretty cool. I like the funnel, but I don't understand if it's counting or not. It doesn't appear to be counting to me, which is interesting. Is Guardian not boring to play? Luca, I feel like boring is subjective, right? Honestly. The idea is, I think boring is just, that's a very personal thing. For me personally, it's the most fun tank because it allows me to play the game in the way that I want to play the game. That way is different than other people. But for me, very fun. Personally speaking, I enjoy it. But I know a lot of other people, they consider Guardian to be boring, and that makes sense. What's your pre-patch cheesecake DPS? In pre-patch? Oh, I don't know. I only played pre-patch like once. I played it for 1 week. So it depends. Like, some people think Brewmaster is omega fun. I don't. Like, Brewmaster is not for me. You know? Demon Hunter is overtuned. Devour, is it? That doesn't surprise me at all. But the idea is, like, who's to say what's fun? So who's to say what is, like, the right thing to do? Some saying Frost, some Holy, some Devour. I don't know what is overtuned in pre-patch, to be honest. I wouldn't be able to tell you. Okay, hold on. Let me look at something. I'm going to try 20 more burpees, but I did not get enough sleep last night. I was trying to sleep with some, like, I was really attempting to get, like, a lot of sleep last night. The problem is, listen, the problem is that around 3 a.m., I just heard, meow, 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 meow. And I was like, ah. I only went to bed just before 2. Like, it was a little bit of a late night. I had work late, and then I had to, like, try to rush to get the tier list out because the Twitch VOD was bugging, so it took me a little extra time. And I was just like, oh, man. That was tough. Today, however, at the end of today's stream, one thing I probably want to do, I don't mind doing one more key, by the way, but I want to make sure, I kind of want to make best first healer and talk about the healers in terms of what I think would be most beginner-friendly to play. Because I think that is a very strong video. I would like to get that information out there. A lot of time, I think we're at the point now where people are considering re-rolling and what to try for midnight. So I think it would really help people to talk about, just like I did with tanks, yeah, but just why Wisdom. You know, in the same way that when I did the beginner tank video, you know, the way that I talked about it was not in terms of numbers or min-max. It was like, you know, Prot Warrior, shield in front of you, don't let the mobs hit you in the back, look where your shield is, it's in front of you. Those types of explanations help people. Jens are doing the 3K tank list. No, I could do that too. We could vote on what to do. There's only a few. I mean, I don't want to, like, I've been doing a lot of tier lists, you know. I don't want to overdo the tier list thing too much, Dark, but I also think that's important to do, like, a 3K tier list as well. It's different. The way I would rank the tanks for 3K are not the same. So we want Redemption on 16, by the way. I'm curious. Also, what did you just link me here? I'm kind of curious. Oh, no way you get that buff. Do you get that buff? Do you? Get that? From the control? Druid, press. Something like that. It's something, though. Why is it easy? Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that makes sense, Wisdom. It's just, like, general, you know what I mean? Like, I think that type of information really helps people. Deciding on a main for midnight is hard. You have, the one thing I'll tell you, you got a lot of time. You have a ton of time. What about Mistweaver? Mistweaver is, like, the only problem with Mistweaver for new players is melee. Melee is super anti-unfriendly for new players. Otherwise, rotationally, Mistweaver is on a certain level, it's very easy. But on a deeper level, it's tough. I like Mistweaver a lot, too, right now. I like Mistweaver a ton. If I was healing today, I'd play Mistweaver. I really like Mistweaver. Yeah, we could do it. Higher latency. Dells, you know, you'll always make it work. What if you prefer? True. What if you prefer melee versus range as DPS? Let me think about how I would talk about Mistweaver in that context. On one hand, it depends on who you're learning Mistweaver from. Because technically speaking, if you're learning Mistweaver in the actual way that you're supposed to, shit is complicated as hell. Like, really, that healer is super nuanced. You have a ton of different amps and interactions, and it's very complicated. But if you're learning Mistweaver on a basic level, then it's pretty easy. Right? Exactly. That's, in a lot of ways, I feel like Mistweaver is, I agree with Wisdom entirely. That is correct. In a lot of ways, I feel like Mistweaver is actually one of the easiest healers up until a certain point. Because you can spin an AoE and single target. If you just renewing Mist and Ancient Teachings, you'll probably be fine. Like, if all you do is TFT on your Rising Sun kick, you'll heal like most things, you know, and you just maybe understand like you channel Conduit when you need to, you hit Chi-Ji when you need to, you hit Revival as an I messed up button. Like, you could really go very far with only that information. But remember, like, I contacted Megaset recently, and if she comes to make a Mistweaver thing with me, I'm missing a lot of information in that. That's not a good way to teach people the spec, because it's just an intro to it. But if you were to play like that, I think that's a caveat on the what healer is easiest to play. You do have to be in melee for that, but technically speaking, it doesn't require you to heal. That's kind of the advantage of it, of like, you don't really need to think about healing. You can actually just think about DPSing. Oh, I got this today. Like, this is, so I have blueberry tea that I've had most of. I have some lychee tea. I was just trying some different teas today. And then I have Thai tea. I got Thai tea here. Delicious. Yeah, it's something like that. But the question is, Wisdom, what key level is that? I feel like it's like, a 15. Do you want to try the apple? I think I'm good. I'll try the apple another day. We'll get it again, I'm sure. Okay, my body is telling me not to do a bunch more burpees. I'll do 20. I'm feeling the consequences of many, many burpees. Also, because we're getting all of them done right now, no need to go gym today, which means I can work up until give or take when I actually need to go to work, which will be here though. Under gear, that's true, Rish. Also keep in mind we're fully geared. So yeah, it'll be something like on average like a 10. But that's what most people are going to be looking for when they're a beginner healer. So yeah, I feel like HPAL is pretty punishing, actually. Yeah, like 10s or 12s, but to be fair, that's what most people are chasing, so yeah, but like, it's such a weird one, because healers are a little bit harder to rank than tanks, because they're variable, right? Like, healing groups that help you are very different than healing groups that don't help you. So it's like, you know? I'm not very fond of too complex playstyles. I really don't do much. Dave, what's interesting is we're having a conversation. I genuinely think Mistweaver is not complicated right now. It's very straightforward. Okay, let me actually, I know people are waiting for me in the group, so we want to do one more key? Do we want redemption, by the way? Question on like 16 Nexus. You want to try 16 Nexus again? Right, exactly. I feel like Herald's insanely easy. Just spam 3 buttons, you win most keys. I like Lightsmith is easier for me, Rish. I genuinely think Lightsmith is, you Judgment, you play Virtue if your tank is fine, and then you Holy Shock and cleave into your Virtue windows, and that's it. That's how I would teach people to play HPAL, I think. I think I would recommend Virtue instead of Beacon Faith. That was harder than a plus. It's very varied, and that's one of the problems with healing, and it's something I would clarify if we did make that list. I'm down. I'll do a list tonight because I want something to post. The question is, what would you like to do? Are we going to we could do beginner healer, and we could have this conversation on a list, so we can give this information to people, or you want to do like 3K tank. We could also just, I think 3K tank maybe makes sense because you can post them back to back. Like yesterday I posted the meta tank tier list. Today I could actually talk about the differences, you know? Everybody's got preferences when it comes to this stuff. It's so weird how much preference actually matters. Part of me, small, is upset that more people didn't watch Kitty ranking all of the specs in World of Warcraft. To be honest, I think that the next time I have her rank stuff, I kind of want to clickbait the hell out of that title. Do you wish you were athletic? Oh, yeah, dude. I wish I was athletic. I don't feel athletic these days. I feel kind of late. I feel like, I mean, I've done 130 burpees today. I did 111 yesterday, and I didn't sleep very much. So I'm not athletic, but yeah, maybe honestly, I have Kitty, and we pretend to have a very serious discussion about the tier list, and basically we just actually go, and I title it Meta DPS tier list for Midnight Season 1. I feel like that would be kind of funny. Let me go to the bathroom quick. Here, sorry. Let me put. I just want to see a reaction. Oh no, I mean like I don't know, man. I thank you, I appreciate it, but of how you could think you could beat the specs in a 1v1. Alright, hold on. Let me just be back real fast. What? Hello? I normally just run an ad real quick while I'm AFK. Okay, well we'll do 20 burpees real fast. I'll get them done. I don't think we're getting anywhere close to 272. I think it's a great goal. I think the 272 is a good goal. I'm sort of in agreement. I think Kitty was making the best tier list, man. 0. All of them are basically F tier for that Wisdom. I think that no tank is going to be able to compete against the Gaggle. Ooh, the geese are too powerful. Ooh. Oh. 13. What's up, Hellfire? I have a question though. Can you guys see just how much better I feel doing these? Like, you realize that I'm 5.5 hours in a stream and I just feel fine? That's 150 today. That's pretty good. I can tell I'm getting slower on them. I will say, I'm certainly getting slower. Oh man. Okay. Let me go bow real fast and we'll do this key. Sorry. Thank you guys for everybody in the key. Thank you for waiting. Okay. Bathroom quick. Right back. Ooh. Need more salt. Either the Torrent or the Night Elf from the original WoW cinematic. Okay, now, listen up. Listen up. What you're about to see, this is a judgment-free zone. I have a little snack. I've got a little snack. You, for the next 30 seconds, shall reserve judgment. Reasonable? We all agree, yes? Say yes. Type 1 to confirm. Because I got a little snacker snack. It's just a little snack. We like snacks. Great. So this morning, thank you, when I made breakfast, it was steak and eggs. And I made like 2 steaks, so I couldn't finish the steak. So I just wrapped it in a tiny bit of like toilet paper because that's what was available at the time. And now I'm just finishing the steak. Like a McDonald's hash brown. It's good. It works. That's what I'm saying, Lacus. Look, listen. People really need to give my recipes more of a try. People judge too harshly. No, it was in the fridge. Listen, no. I think people judge me too harshly. You gotta give my recipes a try. These are good. Listen, I'm not exactly, Madagascar vanilla, but I'm not exactly that either. Bro, chicken nuggets and ice cream goes hard. That's what I was saying earlier. If you take chicken and you put like maple syrup and whipped cream, it's delicious. That's the same thing. Yeah. It's sweet and savory. Mm-hmm. It was good. All right. I'm starting to think the shower is a good idea. Yeah, we're certainly progressing small. I think the longer I don't shower, the more and more I start wanting to open all of my videos on YouTube with "It's ya boy a woo." So realistically, I probably should shower at some point. Are you my prince? Can you say ribbit for me, Henry? I certainly will not start all of my videos like that. Oh yeah. What's up, bitches? That's right. That's right. Mm-hmm. Okay, we have a 16 here. That's not true. I could totally remember this. You show me your talents? Yeah, of course. All talents are linked in Discord. All the talents that I use, anything that I try, any cook that I have is linked in Discord. Don't worry. It should be pinned to the YouTube. If you look at the top of the YouTube stream, you'll find Discord there. For you to do this with no trinkets? I'll make it reasonable. 1,000 bits. $10. Fair? I'll do that for $10. Easy. No, I mean, I don't really need trinkets. Trinkets are a crutch. Are you going to do it? Am I sending a 16 Nexus with no trinkets? I mean, I could do it. You're in this key. Like, you will benefit less from this, but if you want to send it, I'll do it. I'm a man of my word. You don't know this about me. What else are you willing to do for $10? You know, Wisdom, as I've grown up, I've really started to realize the value in what I can provide. So I'd like to think that some of my other activities, I'm a little pricier than $10. You know what I'm talking about? Like, I used to do things for like $20, $30, $25, $23, $27. But as I've grown up, I feel like I'm worth at least like $40, $50, $55, $47. It's just like, you know what I mean? I've scaled up. I'm more mature. The thing is, right, you can't really put a price tag on experience, but if you were going to put a price tag on experience, it would be enough that you don't bite. Holy shit, are you really small? You actually are going to do it? Wait a second. Okay. All right, I'll do it. That's fine. 1,000. I told you no trinkets. You want to do the 16 with no trinkets? Yeah? Okay. All right, bet small. It is what it is. That's fine. I'm a man of my word. I didn't actually think that you would do this in the run that you are in. Yeah, well, there's, okay. 0 trinket guardian druid. Griefing, yeah, there you go. Small is griefing her own key. That's fine. Absolutely. It is what it is. Okay. Here we go. Let's time this and prove that trinkets are a cosmetic thing. My damage will certainly be lower. I'm going to have to explain to people that it's not the build's fault, but it is my... Okay. Okay. Oh, wait, the 965 bits? What's this for? What are the rest of this? What else am I removing here? Wait, what's 965? 965 is a very specific amount of bits here. What is the 965 for? Thank you. But what would you like me to do? I am, well, I won't tattoo my pussy. I'll tell you that. For what it's worth, I'm definitely not telling you that. It's almost 3 years, that's true. It would probably take a lot more bits for me to actually follow through on your name. All right? What's the challenge here? If you tell me to play D2R on stream, I suppose I might have to. Not because I want to, but because just, you know, it'll be a respectful thing to do after you have so graciously decided to support the stream. Would have been so funny if he paid for you to put them back on. That's true. I said I would remove them. I didn't say I would start the key that fast. All right, 16, yeah? All right, bet. Let's see how fast we can break a foot. How much for you to put your trinkets back on? No, I'll do this without trinkets. That's fine. Here we go. People will say, do you need raid trinkets? Do you need this? The answer is, first of all, I should use a flask. I don't even know when the last time I clicked a flask was, so that's probably the first thing. All right, let's do it. You ready? Here we go. Here we go. Yeah, I will give you a link in a second. Okay. I think, first of all, I think I'm going to live. It'll be a little bit harder to live without trinkets, but it'll just be like slightly less armor, slightly less. I think it'll be fine. I'm not that worried about it. I had loose threat. I missed my first thrash. That could be problematic a little bit. Okay. I don't think... First of all, trinkets, people... I have done trinketless runs before. What Small might not know about me is the fact that actually at the end of Season 1, remember I was pushing for title? If you were here when I was playing Prot Pally in Season 1 of The War Within, right? I was pushing for title, but then it just so happened that my wife left me. And then what happened is I was like, guys, I don't really want to be competing right now, and I just kind of need to like distract myself and chill. So one of the things I decided to do to entertain myself was I started doing these ridiculous challenge runs. And I basically was like, can I tank as a Prot Paladin with no rings on? And then I was like, can I do it with no rings and no neck on? Can I do it with one trinket removed? Can I do it with both trinkets removed? Can I do it with no weapon? Could I tank a key with no shield? I actually started doing these insane challenges, right? That's actually, this is a thing. I am very used to this. I understand how to do the no challenge runs. Yep. So this is not a new experience for me. I am very well versed in the art of surviving as a tank. The thing about these challenges is that I'm gonna live. Snap threat will be slightly harder, so I have to be more aware of it. I have to play slightly better, but Druid is very tanky, and I have not reached anywhere near the cap of what Druid is actually capable of. So I'm going to live, but my damage will be less. Those are the hardest things about the challenge, is when your tank damage is that bad, my DPS have to do good. I'm doing, thank you. You know, I feel like I should start breathing like, ooh, ooh. If you keep telling me that, Henry, I'm going to start doing Lamaze. I'll even cat form this. That was a hilarious reference. I hope somebody understands that. That was actually a stroke of genius. Like, I really hope somebody catches that joke, because... Please tell me that somebody understood that. That's unfortunate. That's so unfortunate. That was genuinely very funny. Okay, so we want to pull this plus probably this guy over here. And this way you don't double it up. The question is whether I pull that Sentinel as well. Because those Heralds don't like to come in, right? Maybe I can line of sight him. But the one thing is I've learned, I think you still play both of these Heralds, but I don't know how the hell to get them in. Maybe you have to go to the Herald then. Okay, that's my bad. But I think that this is still more efficient than doing an extra pull in the arcane area, because they increase the count needed. And my previous route was perfect, but then they increase the count. So the one thing that will kill people is double Herald. Playing beta isn't spoiling. No, I love beta gaming. The one thing I don't tend to do on beta, like I'm doing it today because I just wanted to practice a bit. The one thing that I absolutely don't tend to do on beta is... what's it called? I don't like to play my main that much, because beta is a chance for me to play all the characters that I know I won't gear. So for example, let's say I don't think I'm going to actually play Mistweaver in the season, then I want to play a lot of Mistweaver on beta, because I really like trying new things, but I don't think I'm going to have time to gear every character I want to play. So I'm going to prioritize. On the actual season, I have to make a priority list of how many characters can I level, reasonably speaking, and what's that time going to look like? Who do I invest in? Let's say I'm going to clear raid on how many characters? And the answer is certainly not that many, right? Like there is a cap on how many characters I can play. So I normally use beta to try things that I don't think. Like, so for example, if I don't think I'm going to play DK or Monk, I'll spend more of my beta time playing DK and Monk, because those things all of a sudden, I'm not going to have them in the season. Please start the RP. That was a perfect starfall. Oh, I messed up with the RP timing. Yo, it's been ages. What's up, Mitchie? What are your thoughts going into midnight? Who do you think... Whoa, hold up. Sorry, Mitchie. I gotta taunt this. Oh, please don't get hit. Fair AMS. No, I got it. Perfect time on the taunt there. Been ages since you tuned in. Hello there, Mitchie. What are your thoughts going into midnight? Who do you think will be the top? Who are you looking forward to playing? As a tank, healer, or DPS, Mitchie? Of what spec are you referring to? Which one? Tank? Right now, the actual best tank, surprisingly, is Brewmaster. But to be honest with you, Brewmaster won't stay. Yes, thank you guys for the bits and the hype train. let me ask you a question, because it is set there. Now, granted, Small gave me a challenge, and I am doing my best. You know what I mean, though? If I think it was about, yeah, it's the Lamaze breathing method. Because he said, you're doing great, sweetie. And that's what, you know, that was the reference. Because he said, you're doing great, sweetie. You helped me with my blood decay when I was learning. Awesome. Hey, Rasena. I'm doing pretty good today. I mean, I've got some nice, sweet drinks next to me and everything. What's up, Matt? Stopping by for a quick hello. Nice, thank you. I appreciate you stopping by. I hope you have a fantastic day at your work and meetings. If you have a moment, Mats, I would ask you, what are your meetings about today? This is kind of random, but I always like hearing what people do for work. Like if you have a job, even if you kind of hate your job, I like hearing about it. Disc or Resto Shaman for heals. The disc thing, I actually haven't watched other healer tier lists in a while. To be honest with you, though, I think I'm right about disc. Like, I don't know, Wisdom. Like, am I the only person who ranked disc outside of, like, still very viable NA? Like, I don't think disc is incredibly viable. Like, I think it is B. Like, I think it deserves to be down a little bit. But as far as I know, everybody kind of is still like, oh, disc is like an alternative to Resto Druid. But that's at least what it was. But I really don't think so in hierarchies. I might be off. If there's one thing I'm off about, it's certainly that. But I don't think so. Like, even though it should be amazing for keys, like, I don't think it is. I don't know. In my healer tier list, I put it next to Holy Priest. If anything, I actually think Holy Priest might be slightly more viable than Disc. This rich guy was getting from Mistweaver S tier. People were so unhappy. Wiz, have you seen the comments on the healer tier list? There are like 9 comments that are just like, this guy, who paid him to say Mistweaver is good? Obviously, he doesn't know the class at all. Oh my god, Mistweaver can't do. Mistweaver goes and I'm like, what are you playing? Like, who did you hear that from? Because that was a raid build. Like, Mistweaver doesn't go in keys. It's so weird. People are just absolutely unwilling to accept that Mistweaver is. I really think that healer list tanking. I really like my healer list, my healer tier list. I think it is. I'm incredibly satisfied with how that turned out. Whoops. I got you. Oh, we have no res. I can maybe off. Oh shit. I might. Nope. Hold up. GG's. No res. We should not waste B-res on trash. Let me see. A cast went through. Oh, one of the casts went through. Oh, we have a res in a minute? I mean, they're pretty self-sustainable. I can probably live this boss solo. Should we try? All these guys are just here to buff and heal the group. Enough to... Yeah, well, that's true. Curiosity... Could we somehow... I can solo this. Like, I don't need heals if I play perfectly. But I'm pretty sure this boss is a little bit too healthy to actually do this. Well, so here's the thing. Oh, that was a cast right there, yeah. Now, interestingly enough, Samu. First of all, do you like Shamu? The orca? Okay, I actually contacted Megaset recently, and I want her to do a Mistweaver video with me. I'm actually really interested in her doing a Mistweaver video. I asked her if she would help me make a basic Mistweaver guide. And she said yes. So maybe next weekend we can record it. I think that's awesome. I think that'd be super cool. That would be awesome. Are all the tank damage equal, done super spread out, or somewhat equal? I have seen way too many Mistweavers absolutely slam beta keys right now. I really think that Mistweaver is in a significantly good spot. I have seen like 250k, 300k HPS pulls. Like, Mistweaver is and does very good damage and has good utility. Like, I don't know, man. All right, Small. You want to try to complete a key without me using trinkets? Because I was fine. Which healer has the high skill ceiling? Ooh, Prez. Yeah. No, I thought about that for like 2 seconds, and it's like Prez is the answer to that. That's easily everybody's going to agree on that. I think Prez has the high. It's like the highest. Well, Prez has the highest skill floor, right? Like actually, what we're technically saying Prez has the highest skill floor. The highest skill ceiling, I'm unsure. Well, hold up. Again, I could play Prez right now and heal any 15, like no problem. Prez is okay, but it's not good. That's the problem with Prez. It's good. It's okay right now. It's just not great. It really has no reason to be played at the moment, though. Sorry, hold up. I missed your comments. Rainquake, you asked 5 minutes ago. I got you. My mythic rating guild dissolved going into midnight. Ouch. You don't even know if you want to play. It'll be weird pugging and playing solo again after for 7 years. Your raid group went away after 7 years? I actually wonder if you were talking about ceiling. I think Resto Druid is a fair contender for that. Playing Resto Druid perfectly is hard. The thing is with Resto Druid is if you play it poorly right now, it's powerful enough that you'll get by. But technically speaking, timing Resto Druid is actually quite difficult. I think people need to accept that retail guilds are not the same. They're not, unfortunately. 7 years is a very long time. Dude, I've never been in a guild for 7 years. That's a very long time, yeah. That's an incredibly long time. All right, Buff Barbs. Let me ask you a question with these bits. Would you like me to contribute that? I don't know. We can contribute the 900 bits. Should we add that to the burpee counter? I'm certainly good. They're going to be for next stream. And reminder, tomorrow is Valentine's Day for me, so I will not be here tomorrow. I will not be streaming tomorrow for what it is worth. Wrestler Druid only becomes the pick of your cat weave with the current healer. DPS will dial that back. So the thing is, Wisdom, at a very high level, Resto Druid has constant decision making. Add that to the Onion Milk Fund. I cannot figure out, man. I cannot figure out if your name is legit or not. It's so weird. All right, hold up. Randoms. We're losing random here. A small. I tell you what. I have a small. You gave me a lot of bits here. Right? I'll take that, Wisdom, and I appreciate you clarifying that, by the way. I really do appreciate that clarification. Here's the thing, Small. When the live season goes out, very early on, I am totally okay with doing a 10 or a 12 maybe when we get Brazil. And I will play no trinkets on the actual live season. What do you think? A flex for theme. All right, bet. I'm really like this camera angle is so good for that flex. I'm not that big. Oh, yeah. I'm because one of the points of those challenges was if you play really well, you technically don't need trinkets. You just do less damage. Yo. I think actually at this point, instead of doing a key, I kind of want to do I think we were chilling. Oh yeah, we were. We just missed that. How does it feel to get scammed for bits? What do you mean? I was playing without trinkets that run. I played without trinkets. I did what was asked of me. I didn't hold up. I don't care a wooey wah. Steven is cool. I don't hate my name. I just don't love it either because I wish I would have been named something like really cool. You know, like do I strike you as like? Do you think Doug would be a good name for me? Like, what if my name was Doug? I'd be like imagine my name was Doug. I would be like, sup? My name's Doug. Yeah. Yeah, Doug. You strike me as a Timmy? Nah, I had a neighbor named Timmy. What? Doug. I think he threw that intentionally because let him die in the blind run with the rescue and later pretended it. I think really cool is a weird, unique. That could be. Yeah, after the first Christian martyr, so that's pretty hardcore. Is that? I didn't actually know that Steven was that side of the name. All right, okay. What about Brad? I feel like if I was named Brad, I'd have to wear sunglasses all the time, right? Like basically, if imagine I was named Brad, a name tier list. Chad, yeah, Chad. There you go. That's a name right there. What about Broad? Yeah, Chad would be a giga name. That's a name. Yeah, like a Giga Chad. Then you could call me the Giga Chad, you know? I don't play the game that long. I'm playing for 15-ish years. That's crazy. We're in a guild for 7 years with it. Vino. Vino? Well, Vino is normally Vino, right? So that's a name. That's a legit name. Chad the Giga Chat tank. Giga Chad. I feel like we should make a 3K IO tank tier list, actually, before I get too tired for stream. I'm not sure I'm going to be hitting. I might. These burpees, by the way, so we still owe 122. Can we call you Arthur? Oh, yeah, I'm good with Arthur. Arthur's a good name, actually. Do it. It's not just for content, it's also because it will help people understand. Because we made the actual tank tier list, but now I think it's important we talk about what tanks are good for pugs. Like, I think it's important that we rank it. I'm really not sold on Brewmaster, man. What's up, Lirabelle? Wait, I recognize your name from somewhere. Lirabelle. Do I know you? You should have been named Nostradamus. Because I can predict the future? Whoa. I hang with Pixel. Oh, okay. I swear I recognize your name from somewhere. Oh, I got you. Let's go with Chadwick, and the short form is Chad. I'm certain Brew will not be the meta. It never is. I think the Brew meta is Hopium for sure. But the bigger question for me is this. If you were going to rank the tanks for Pug only, like specifically for Pug, you know, this is the question. That's probably where I know you from. That's exactly my question. What build? With Iron Fur? Yeah, 100%. The reason I was holding aggro in that last key and I didn't have trinkets on. Yes, you can. Greetings from Germany. Could you do me a favor and give me a list of the tank's APM? What's the highest APM versus lowest APM tank? I think Blood DK or Brewmaster are probably the lowest APM tanks, technically by APM alone. Warrior is incredibly high. Pally is incredibly high. VDH is pretty high. Bear is somewhere in the middle. So what's the lowest APM tank? Gotta be Prot Warrior. Prot Warrior is incredibly spammy. Prot Warrior or Prot Pally, basically. Both prots. But, like, without Iron Fur, right? If you don't count Iron Fur as an actual action, then Bear is kind of slow if you're playing Druid of the Claw. Elun's Chosen's a bit. Rish Monk is the lowest. Let me think about this for a second. Okay, hold up. We're not going to make this a very long video. I would make this like 10 minutes. Maybe VDH if you macro in spikes. No, because you are quite spammy on VDH. This is the actual tank tier list, right? But the problem is, okay, so this is the actual tank tier list, right? Like, we know for a fact that this is correct. But if I was going to rank them for pugs, I would definitely change this. I would change this for sure. I might have some spicy takes, though. I might have some spicy takes on this. My only question... Okay, the one tank I can't figure out exactly where I'm going to put this. Brewmaster for pugs. This is the only... I know exactly where to put everything else. The only thing I'm asking is if you're talking for 3K IO... Let's call it for 3K IO. Let's not call it for pugs. We're talking 3K IO. Yeah? 10 to 12 key rate. Like, basically plus 12s. Getting all your plus 12s done. Think there. What's the best tank for that? What will be able to carry a plus 12? It's not first, but it's not low. Each one is a conversation a little bit more. Imagine everything goes wrong. I don't know if I agree with you, Lacruz. I have a weird thing, though. You don't have to cleanse staggered. So, traditionally, this is the thing, Rish. Traditionally, Brewmaster is quite low on a 3K tier list. In fact, maybe the lowest, because you can't make up for your group. But this season is like a little different. Whereas like you still require external healing at that. They surrender, doesn't matter if you live. There are some tanks which will be able to think about like this. They have this mentality at 3K. It's true. It's Brewmaster is the only one I don't know how to rank. Snap Threat is still a problem, but if you play Rish build, it's much better. Like actually, I feel like the Rish build is the same. Like for example, Druid of the Claw Bear compared to EC Bear is not the same. So in a lot of ways, I feel like I would rank that differently. So if you're thinking about what build to play, I would say, for example, for 3K, that my version of EC Bear is actually... It's not the kicking that's that critical. It's just... obvious, okay, if everything goes well, any tank works. But imagine you're playing with people, like everything goes wrong. Think early 12s, right? It's just who can actually carry it. I would rate survivability much higher. So like Sentinel Prot Pally would be more valuable than Wings Prot Pally, because your damage doesn't matter. If I made a tier list for 3K IO, okay, the tier list would mostly be based off of what tank I think is most likely to die when played poorly. That's the best question. There are two ways to make this tier list, okay? I see you there, TH. There are two ways to make this tier list. Number one is, you are the tank player. Which tank should you pick to help Giga carry your team? Okay. The second aspect of this tier list is actually, you're a healer, and you have to invite one of these tanks to your key. Which one is less likely to int? Like, which one of the tanks is least likely to die, in my opinion? That's kind of the actual question, right? It's sort of almost like Druid of the Claw Bear is going to forget to Iron Fur and they might just die. How strong is the tank? Like, the tank is also below 3K, right? The very big flip of mindset. That's the problem with this type of tier list, is I would rate that differently. Like, for example, right, I would say that if I'm trying to carry my team, the best tank would be Prot Paladin, right? However, if I was healing and I was inviting some random tank player, don't you think Prot Pally would probably be a bad choice because they're going to misplay and die? Like, actually, though? Like, because I'm not going to trust the Prot Pally. I'm not thinking that they're going to use their utility. I'm definitely not depending on a sack. I'm not expecting a lay on hands. I'm not expecting any kicks, really, whatsoever. Maybe one or two. Like, realistically, the average Prot Paladin at a 12 is not going to be doing any of that. So I would take the most baseline tanky one. That's why it's almost two different tier lists, because I don't think I wouldn't rank Prot Pally very high, but I also don't want to tell people not to take certain tanks because it's a very big generalization. The problem with 3K is this, right? That's true. Can I be honest? The problem with 3K is that technically, you know, player skill is the only factor that matters. You know, anything played well carries, and anything played poorly can throw. That's the problem, yeah? You think it should be which tank do you pick to carry your team for 3K? It's true, because the other one is a generalization. Can I give you my second thought process? Okay. Because if I did it that way, Lacus, I know how I would rank it. Because, to be honest with you, even though it's simple... Does anyone else agree with this? This is going to be wild. I think that probably the actual worst tank from a healing perspective is this. I think that VDH, if you're talking about I'm a healer and I'm inviting some random tank, I don't know why, But in my personal opinion, this tank is so likely to walk in and leap into a pack and die instantly. Like, they're very zoomy. They're significantly... I've seen this all the time, that they Infernal Strike into a pack, but they don't have spikes up. They don't have brand up, and they literally get one-shot. Do you know what I mean? Like, I swear I've seen that. Like, I think that's actually a lot of people's experience. They jump in and they die when they're not familiar, and there's only so much you can do. So in a weird... Like, that's what I'm saying. From a healer perspective, I would say that VDH is actually not that high on this list. But from a tank perspective, VDH is fairly solid. So it's kind of hard to make a tier list because it really depends. Like, you see what I mean? I feel like Blood is really good. Oh, hi, Spaghetti. Hi, I haven't seen you in forever. What's up, Spaghetti? No, I mean, it's true. Like, if you're a good VDH, then obviously you'll carry your team. But if you're a bad VDH, you will Giga Floor Pov. Versus, it's pretty hard to die on a Guardian Druid. I've seen it happen. Like, I've seen it happen where a Guardian Druid just overswipes and then dies immediately. And also has terrible threat problems. Like, I have seen that happen a lot. So, again, which is the most sturdy tank at a plus 12? Like, average, it's really hard because we're making generalizations. That's the problem, though. But I actually do agree with you that, for what it's worth, Dark, I kind of agree that most VDHs are here, though. The problem is Blood DK is, like, once again, if you play it really well, but actually it's here, though, right? It's probably what's the other one, though? For average prop, Pally goes down. Did you see that earlier, man? Bro, that prop Pally was crazy. The weird one, because it's like, yeah, exactly. You know, that's more straightforward. I agree with you, Lacus. That's what I think, too. You're a tank player. What should you pick to carry your team? Okay. So, in general... Okay, this tank hard carries. I don't agree. I think I would change that a lot. I don't think so. Fox Ears for a minute? Oh, what's up, Muzz? The player on prop pelling to 3K is going to be interrupting. Yes, that's what I think. So I kind of agree with the first thing, though. Josh Strife, did he really? Good for him. I hope he enjoys it. I don't think... So, no. Let's change the mentality. We change the mentality and we think, if I'm a tank player and I think that I could play something well, okay? Well, we already did that, Luca. I already did that one. The most beginner tank, I did that one, and I'm very confident in that ranking. That one is fair. In terms of, like, what's easiest. But let's not call it average. Then let's pretend that we're not doing that then. Imagine this. You're really good. Like, you are very confident as a tank, and you are you're solid. Which would you rather play? That's a much better... I think that's super clear, and that we can rank. So that actually makes a lot of sense. If you're very confident, what would you want to play at a lower key? Imagine, exactly, the best tank... So let's assume that you're incredibly good. Which tank would you want to play to carry your team to 3K IO? That's 12s and 13s. Every single tank is immortal at that level. You have to be fundamentally playing very poorly to die at a 12. I'm going to be honest with you, if you're geared, if you die in a 12, it's because you misplayed. It's not your healer's fault. It's not anyone's fault. You should be pretty immortal as long as you're reasonably geared and you're not doing them too early. Like, that's not the problem. It's just, if I think to myself, let's imagine I had every single tank fully geared, and my friend said to me, hey, I'm helping some people. They're learning. What tank do you want to play? Can you come help us get our portal? Can you come help us get our 3K? And I thought, okay, which tank would I choose, right? Like, that's the mentality. Your friends say, you have all 6 tanks. I want you to come carry us to 3K. Which would you pull? That's how we would rank this, because otherwise we're going to be technically making generalizations. That looks a lot closer to me as well. You should do 2 tier lists, bro. I think that at some point we're going to have tier list fatigue. Okay, at some point tier list fatigue is real. I can't be uploading a new tier list every single day for the next 2 weeks, can I? Holy. Wait a second. No, hold up. Wait. No, I have a better idea. What if I'm wrong and actually I upload a tier list today for which tank, if you're confident, is the best to carry to 3k, and then I upload a tier list, which tank should you not invite as a healer trying to get 3k, and then what I could do is at the end I could make a tier list of all my tier lists. That's true. What if at the end, like right at the end of this, I actually made a tier list of all my tier lists, and then what I could do is I could make a tier list of everyone else's tier list, and then what I could do is I could tier list the overall tier list. We could do 2 tier lists at the same time. And then, no, I would put them behind Patreon. That's going too far, just Dom things. The tier list to rule them all. How Pally Off Healing looks at midnight? It's solid. I think it absolutely works. Pally Off Healing still good, although Bear Off Healing is also pretty significant right now. The tier list guy, hammer that niche. I don't actually... The thing is, at the end of the day, content is content. I'm pretty good at coming up with content. Hey, Simpat, by the way, thank you for the Prime sub. Hi, Simpat, I see you there. Oh, wait a second. Are you Simpat or are you Simp at? Who do you simp for? On a tier list with a goal of 3k, shouldn't everything be S? If you are good, everything is S. And we can clarify that. But I also think, myself, good answer. That's confidence. Wow. So do you like look in the mirror and you just think, nice. Do you ever have this problem where you're brushing your teeth and you just go, huh? You know, every day? Nice. You have to find out what's the worst tank then if you have a good friend to carry you. That would be a separate tier list. We're going to have to make a tier list. I think so too, actually. No, I think Brew. It's something like this, give or take. You know, because Prot Warrior, if you're good, let me put it this way, all right? Damn, that's insane, Copper. I respect it, I suppose. Let me ask you this, okay? And I will fox yours for a minute because Muzz asked me to. Sam, Rish, right? You guys are good. Wisdom. I think so too, give or take. But let me ask you this. Y'all are confident gamers. I've played with you. I know you're good. You could pick any tank. Your friends want you to carry them to 3k IO. What tank do you pick? There's an answer to that. Like that has an answer. You can rank that. If you're very confident, you choose Prot Paladin. That's the right answer, for sure. You can cover the most mistakes. If that was the question, you choose Prot Paladin. You know you'll do everything. You can do everything. Like that is definitely the best answer to that question, right? The question then is, what following do you pick? And if I think about how to save, it's clearly that's the answer, yes. The one thing that's interesting is I think the next tank that I would choose is also interesting. It just basically what tank can save the day. There is an answer to that question, in my opinion. The type of CC that's needed in a lot of these, there's one caster, right? Who has the most lockdown for that caster? You can make an argument, but I think that there's a tank that might surprise you. I think what I would rank second. I agree. That's what I would choose too. Maybe personal bias, I kind of want to play Bear, but the truth is I think that Bear, because you have mass grip, double grip, and you can use, if you're good at blood, you could basically walk in and say, I'm going to kick, grip, sleet, this, AMZ, boom, and you can like solo control things pretty well. But also knowing exactly when to, like, you can really, Gorfine's Grasp is better than Sigil. Yeah. That's actually exactly, that's the thing. I think that Gorfine's Grasp, especially with the new silence, that's better than Sigil. It's a 3-second lockout. It's a 3-second silence, and you can mass grip too. Like I think that blood, because whether or not its damage is tuned high doesn't matter. So that will be the tier list. I think that's how we're gonna do things. That makes more sense to me. You know what I mean? The question is in the middle now. how do you rank the middle? Because like I can see an argument for a lot of things, but the truth is, in a 12, I don't know. Bear has some off heal and stuff though. How is flying Thai? Yeah, I do. Yeah, I live in Thailand. But no, tank prop pally is literally fucking insane. If you're good at prop pally, the things you can do on that tank are filthy. No. People don't even begin to understand how good prop pally is for healing things. It's not even close. What's up, Puff? Hi, how you doing? Like, does Bear heal now? It does, and you've seen me off heal, didn't you? Did we get that clip from Windrunner? Don't you remember, Sam? At the end, our healer died, and I was solo healing. We finished the Windrunner because I was healing the Demon Hunter. So Bear does have off healing. The problem is, there's nothing else you could do except just be immortal. You know what I mean? Oh, no. Lightsmith prop pally's insane. The one thing that prop pallies don't do is understand resonance and the fact that Avenger Shield mouse over macro. So, like, yeah, Avenger Shield mouse over macro basically means you walk in and you control 2 casters all the time. And on top of that, you have resonance to control 3 casters, maybe. The Guardian's doing more than Feral. Yeah, it's pretty funny. It is pretty funny that Guardian is doing more than Feral. Propelio, yeah, you know. Resonance. Resonance is after you cast Divine Toll, every 5 seconds, you get 3 extra shields. So the way to understand it is if whatever you're targeting, though, we would be making best pug tank to 3k. If you're good at tanking, what's the best tank to play to 3k IO? Okay, is there a bad tank to play to 3k if you're good at tanking? I at the very least think with pruning, like Leg Sweep is kind of giga, Ring of Peace is kind of giga, but also Vortex is okay. You know, but Warrior has, the thing is that Warrior has Interrupting Shout, Shockwave, Stormbolt, and a kick. And Javelineer if you play it, but the Interrupting Shout is very good. I'm going to put Demon Hunter in the middle before Bear, unless you... Yeah, plus Javelineer, which is the new Silence Throw, so that's a lot as well. But the only thing is that doesn't really... hard to play because solo to 3k, that's what I'm thinking too. Shield Charge is also a single target stun. So it's kind of about, if you navigate the tank very well, who can do the most. You also have Rally Cry for what it's worth, but that's pretty low prio. Let me update the name for this, and then we'll go from there. But no, Team Profits, it's weird that it technically does have team utility. It's just not comparable to Prot Pally utility. Okay, let me put it this way. If we make this list, no tank is getting ranked below A. Okay? Like, no, but let me put it this way. 0 tanks are getting ranked below A. That is an important thing to know, is that no tank is bad for this, and that is something that should be. But we should have a conversation. You probably aren't clicking on this. Something like that. It's around there. Something like that, though. Yo, what's up, Lemon? How you doing? It's something like that, but let's have a conversation. Intervene. It does have intervene, but intervene is very niche. Like it doesn't work. Like it doesn't prevent damage. It's extremely niche. What is? Oh, okay. So, let's change the name and let's do this though, dude. Have you played Diablo 2 before, Lemon? I love the fact that Diablo 2 got an update. Oh man. All the lower tiers to show that all good. So this is what having all the lower tiers show that all are good more explicitly. I would do 3 tiers, right? Best carry tank. Best tank to carry. To 3k. 3k IO. Best, I hate that it's not centered. I cannot stand this. I can't do it. We have to make it this. Okay. Best carry tank. Oh, no. 1 letter off. I cannot stand the fact that the text is not centered. It won't sit right with me. I can't do it. Best carry 3k. Like this? How about that? Yeah? What do we think? Best 3k tank? Add text on OBS? No. I don't know. I'm not going to do that. Best 3k tank. Okay? How about this? Best 3k tank A+, A. Fair? Let me put it this way, guys. I'm actually not trying to do this as infinite content. Do you want to know how to do infinite content? If I was going to try to make infinite content, what I would do is every single day, I would come out with a video talking more about the meta DPS. Because I can record a video in 5 to 10 minutes in one take saying this is the meta. And I would just get in, like, you farm views like that. That's not actually not the point, though. My YouTube channel right now, I mean, so to be fair, I made, like, the current state of meta, and that video does fantastic, right? Hold up. I can look at my analytics right now, and that video I recorded at, like, 11:45 p.m., and I was like, I really want to post something. So I hit start record, bam, get the full video. Like, that's easy to do. This one requires a lot of explanation, skill, etc. This, right? So this is actually not infinite content. Let's put it this way. What I actually want to do with this is I'd like to serve the community. Think about the mentality of somebody who clicks on this video. They want to learn about the tanks, and they don't have the knowledge that we have. If you're in my stream right now, I imagine you already know, give or take, how to rank this, and you'd probably be well, okay? So the idea is, it's very hard for me to do 5 minutes, it's true. But the idea is, how can I help? What is this video supposed to accomplish, right? That's probably only an A. It should have been the cheese. Only an A. You mean on my tank tier list? Like, that's easy answer. If anything, prop pally should be lower. But, so the idea is, though, in my tank tier list, prop pally cannot be in cheesecake. There's no way. Like, you have to play it on beta to understand why it is not in S tier. In terms of, like, the meta tanks, dummy, you would have to actually play it. Yeah, no, it's fine, like, but it's okay, it's decent, but it's not, it is gonna struggle a little bit. I'd time 10 things to you? No, that's pretty good. So 3K is not that far ahead of where that is, Dom. Only tanks I play in beta? It's doable. Like, you can play it, but there's all the reasons I mentioned in the video. This one is for 3K. This is a 3K tank tier. Okay, so best, right? Let me update the title so people know what we're doing, okay? Best 3K, best tank to carry 3K IO tier list. The reason I want to make this is because what people will do is they're going to watch my other tier list and not understand that there is a difference between this and that. Even though I say in that tier list that there's a difference. But you know how people watch tier lists? No one actually listens to me explain the points. Because in my tank tier list, I specifically say for Blood DK that it's one of the best pug carry tanks. And it's incredibly dominant at plus 10, plus 12, or plus 15, right? Like, I specifically talk about that. But then I get comments like, oh man, Blood DK is so bad. And I'm like, because what they do is they skip to the end and they screenshot the ranking and they don't actually hear the explanation. So we have to make another video to give the explanation of what the tanks actually do. You see? I only started tanking like halfway through Legion Remix. Also remember, never forget that I got in trouble with Azratharian one time. I was flamed so hard last season when I was doing tier lists. We were having a conversation like this. And I casually in my tier list was just messing around. And what happened is I was like, we were ranking all the DPS. And I was like, bro, imagine if Hunter was like this. And I basically went here and I was like, okay, imagine that was the ranking. And someone screenshot that moment. Like that exact moment. Yes? Because that builds suspense. Because there has to be some suspense, Sam. We can't make it anti-content. We got to make it some, right? There had to be some suspense. Somebody screenshot that, linked it to his Discord, and then all of a sudden I was tagged. And they were like, explain yourself, Awoo? And I was like, what do you mean explain myself? Like, we didn't hear the context. There was context, man. Okay, so nobody ever, WoW players hate context. All right, we're going to make this like 10, 15 minutes. I don't want to make this that long. Maybe 20 minutes max once I actually get started. Okay, best 3K tank, okay? A plus A, that's it. So I'm on my way to the Demon Hunter Warrior Monk. Yeah, this is the thing. This is exactly the problem. I need them to work on that for Prod's sake. Also, a slight tune-up on Ret would be nice. Anything is, when you're talking about 12s, everything's good. I will clarify that. But I still think that, you know what I mean? It does. It do be tough out here, man. It do be tough out here. Okay, so we gotta make it, because Sam, there's a balance between making it to serve the community, but also to get views. You know what I mean? You gotta go 1 and the 2 and the 3. You gotta go like this. You gotta give them a little bit of flair, a little bit of drama. So we have to be like, and the worst tank for 3K IO. Don't invite this. Dude, I would get so many views. I'm not gonna do it like that. If only I had a bunny and a bird. Before you do tier list, because... It's a good call, Sam. Yeah, get your popcorn out. Nah, you're probably gonna eat for like no. I'm not gonna. I've already eaten. I've already got it in my bag. I've got this. Never trust a man with fox ears. Well, how do you know they're fox ears? Because most people would say these are cat ears, Rish. So, cash me outside, huh? Whatever happened to that girl? Oh, somebody told me. I know what happens to that girl. No, Sam. You fucking stay. God damn. All right. We're having but we're having an engaging conversation. What did we miss? Hold up. What did I miss? Wait, hold up. Wait a second. What did they say? The man is... Wait, what? I missed... Okay, Harith. I see what people are saying, to be fair. Okay. What about in Thailand? You live Pattaya? No, I don't live in Pattaya. I live in Bangkok. I have never been to Pattaya before. Although, supposedly, isn't there some random festival happening? Some rave or something like that? No, okay. Sure, I made millions instantly. Damn. It is... So, you know what's interesting, Copper? Is when I live in Thailand, I can tell people apart. Oh, fuck, Sam is right. God damn. Now, out of spite, I feel like I have to get to the tier list. Because it's fun to have a conversation. I live in Bangkok. Follow-up question. How far apart is Prot from Monk's Brewmaster? So if Brewmaster is the best of the best, we will say it's like 10 out of 10. So what's Pally? In terms of survivability, for what key level, dummy? I don't mean to call you dummy, but that's just your name. For what key level? Bangkok is awesome? It is awesome. Yeah. That's the question. For what key level? Sam got me so bad. A solid 6 or dead on the ground. That's the problem. Pushing into the highest of the highest? Grass enjoyer? Wait a second. Hold up. No, I'm channeling my inner popular kid. It's in there somewhere. Okay, at some point in my life, I've had some level of social success. That's code, right? Because you're not asking me if I'm a cow, right, T4? Like, you're not asking me if I'm like a grazer with the 4-chambered stomach. I'm assuming that you're asking something else. Is this correct? I'm interpreting what you're trying to... Hello, fellow... Yes, exactly. Am I understanding this correctly? My 2 main healer choices are being threatened because both Brew and Druid are potentially meta. That's true. Did you visit Vietnam while staying there? Not only did I visit Vietnam, but this is the story I told earlier. I literally took off my shirt in a bubble tea cafe and then rode a pink horse while doing thirst traps for social media. So yeah, I visited Vietnam. I've been to Vietnam several times. 18 on beta right now, you cannot make mistakes with Prop Pally, pretty much. Oh yeah, I rode that horse. It was a pink horse too, on a pole. I was very thin. I was like literally 20 kilos lighter. Out of context, that sounds wild. It's not as much better in context, to be honest. If I started giving you the context, I could show you the video. I mean, hold up, let me send this. You think I'm serious? I'll show you the video right now. Hold up. I got you. Observe. It'll be in my Discord. I will not show it on stream. I have very good choice. I think I'm going to play. This is for 3K. I cannot express this. This is for 3K IO. Damn. He's got in my head now. Sam has sort of gotten in my head. I'm realizing that Sam is correct. Unfortunately, he is correct. Make sure to age restrict the... Isn't that next month, Wisdom? We still have 1 month of Discord, I thought. I thought we still had like 2-3 weeks of Discord. Crazy I mean, that is actually wild, isn't it? The Discord news is just, goddamn. I thought that was next month. Okay, so let me scroll back. One of the first Vietnam trips. Yep, here it is. Yep, you thought I was joking, but I am not joking. Okay, well, to be fair, it looks more like a llama thing than it does a horse. I would say that this is less horse-like and more llama thing. What channel am I putting this in? Thailand stuff? General or Thailand stuff? Which one? Thailand stuff. I'm putting it in Thailand stuff. There's zero context. I'm just sharing this video. Here we go. It's in Thailand stuff, if you're curious about this video whatsoever. Let me drink some salt. Okay. That would be the main channel. What do you mean that's all I do these days, Harith? No, I haven't even posted. Oh, I did post to Instagram earlier. It's quite difficult to find people on beta. They're already in pre-existing groups. They're already in pre-existing groups, though. Yeah, it's very difficult. And you would just have to find some people, though. Were you paid? It was just social media back in the day. Because I was known as Mr. Bubble Tea, basically. I wanted bubble tea companies to sponsor me, but they never did. It was very sad. I was waiting for bubble tea companies to sponsor me. Okay, shall we get to the tier list? Once I start the tier list, as you know, I will be kind of locked in because this will definitely be imported to YouTube. Exported. Gameplay sabotage non-participant. Wait a second. What is this? Did not equip trinkets on purpose. Yeah, you think so? That'd be cool. Can I recommend a primer for HPAL? What do you mean primer? Damn. I got owned. I hate the fact that there are bots and now I can't tell who said what in what channel. I had to delete the bot earlier. Alright, hold up. Who this? Friend, this, pending, who this? You guys can't see Discord, right? Because I'm opening DMs for a second. Bro, not gonna lie, yeah, what's up? If Druid is not the best, it's not the best. That vid looks... Well, I mean, hey, Harith, I thought you did marketing. You had to understand. You gotta keep the ambiguity bigger. Potatoes. No, we see that. Why are there so many pics in your DMs? Hopefully not. I got limits? No, I don't. Yeah, that's the rampant autism. I have no boundaries whatsoever. Yeah, that's the problem with me, Harith, is that I moved to Thailand as a young 20-year-old Western guy who was doing fitness modeling, and my rampant... So I just have zero shame, plus the fact of infinite curiosity. Goddamn, man. You combine those things and you start to realize my stories are not capped. I've just lived a very full life. I've sort of jam-packed a lot into my life, you know. Yep. Seriously, there's a lot going on. Okay, so let me move my camera a little bit because the tier list always looks better when my camera's to the right. Do you have a mid difficulty of the tank? These are not difficulty. This is actually assuming that you're very good at tanking. The thing about this tier list is that this is going to make an assumption that you're good at tanking. Because we talked about it earlier, but if I tried to make a tier list, it's a generalization and it wouldn't be fair. It would just be an opinion. If you're thinking, okay, I'm a healer trying to get 3K, which tank should I invite to my key? That's an impossible ask. But what I can do is I can make a tier list that basically says, if you're incredibly good at tanking, this is what you should play if you wanted to hard carry your team. That I can make. Does that make sense, Wussy? Because otherwise it's like, you know, oh, what's up, Tic Tacs? I used to be pretty good. Now I have to focus on when to taunt since the API is gone. The best thing, Tic Tacs, actually, if you take a look at one of my last keys that I just posted, don't even have taunt on your bars. Then you don't have to worry about it. That's the real big brain play. I don't even have taunt on my bars. If you look at the 17 Halls of Atonement, you'll notice I don't even have taunts on my bars. You'll hear my Death Knight frantically scramble around kiting a boss for like 10 seconds saying, please taunt the boss, please taunt the boss. And I'm just like, I don't even know where the boss is. Well, I mean, I was blindfolded. Does that make a difference? Does that make a difference? Out of curiosity? But does that add any more context, potentially? Real alpha tanks don't need to taunt. They just stare. Yeah. Well, you should taunt. Okay, I just have to go. Fuck. Alright, hold up. Here we go. 0 to hero blindfold only. Dude, there's literally no way. The blindfolded keys are so much harder than you think they are. Shall we do the tier list? The longer I delay this, the more I prove Sam right. Honestly, where is Sam the Death Knight? Where is he? Come here. Hold up. Are you subbed already? Because I'm going to gift you a sub right now. I got to go find him. There you go. Easy. He's right. I know. I'm gifting him a sub. He's getting a sub, like, right now, literally. There you go. Congratulations. He's correct. Fine. He was right. There you go. I gift him a sub because he was absolutely right. He called this from a mile away. All right? He called this from a long time ago. He was correct. All right. Okay. So locked in on the Druid. Okay, once I start this, remember, I'm going to be giving you my opinion. I was right, too. Where's my sub? Hold up. Wait a second. I'm only giving out one sub. Okay. Let's give you some information about the tanks, okay? Because we'll have 3 tier lists, and then you can watch all 3 tier lists and make your own educated decision, all right? Okay. First of all, I desperately need to shower. I am realizing this quite a bit right now. Okay. Keep it under 20 minutes. I will attempt to keep it under 20 minutes. Yes. Yeah, that's my deodorant right there. That's my favorite deodorant, Kieran. Oh, the natural. That's correct. That is my favorite deodorant. Yep. Did you know that sugar-free Tic Tacs aren't even sugar-free? We better start this tier list. I'm getting derailed. No. Yep, hold up. They're not. For something to be qualified as sugar-free, it needs to have less than 1 gram of sugar per serving size. But the way they do TikToks, no, this is a true fact. In most countries, the way that they actually do this is they decide, for example, right, that you're going to only measure a serving size as 1 Tic Tac. So there's not 1 gram of sugar. I gifted you a sub because you were right, Sam. I gifted you a sub. There's no more ads for you. Congratulations. You were correct. I'm still yapping. I haven't started the tier list. Take your sub and go back for another 5 minutes. All right? You want it welled up. A flex redeem? All right, bet. You were correct. You were correct. Hello there, Dude Rave. All right? All right, we need more yap. Well, the whole we're having a conversation. Yeah, start a woo rant. Fuck. Harith, what do you want? What do you want to rant about? Start the vid. Oh my god, are you redeeming me to rant about the video? Holy, I respect it. Or we riot, dude. I respect it. Hold up, I respect it. I tell you what, that's actually fair. All right, hold up. No, Harith has redeemed for me to start this. Are you ready? I'm gonna nail this in one take, and I'm definitely not gonna start the video with "It's ya boy, a woo," because now all I want to do is that. Either that or "What's up, bitches?" But I can't do either of those things. Okay. The thing is, I can't do either of those. I must be responsible. No, neither of those things are available. Okay? Absolutely none of them. We're simply not going to open the video this way. Okay? No. It's a Mr. Bubble Tea. That I don't mind, but no. I'm putting my chat away. If I'm actually starting this in the next minute, I'm gonna be in my head for like I'm closing out chat. I can't even see you guys now. I swear to God, I can't even see you. I'm covering my chat with the YouTube chat. I can see you on YouTube. I can't see you. No. You guys, shh. All right, here we go. I'm going to think for 30 seconds, and then we're starting this thing. I really want to see what you're saying. I actually closed out my chat, and I'm like panicking. I'm like, wait, what is everyone saying? Now I really want to know what everyone is saying. Fuck. No, hold up. No. Stop talking on YouTube. No. Shh. Stop. I'm going to have to exit. I'm going to have to close out my YouTube chat too. What do you guys want from me? What do you want from me? No, I'm closing out my YouTube chat too. All right. Okay, here we go. No, see, now I've opened a totally different thing. I gotta put something peaceful. Like, let me just Google IHOP femboys or something and have that on my second monitor. Easy money. All right, now I can't even see you. I can still see chat. I'm thinking. I'm trying to formulate a thought. Maybe I got to do it the Greek way. God, that was funny. No, okay. Okay, I got it. 3, 2, 1. Music also. I can turn off the music. That's fine. No, I think you guys can still listen to music. It won't get recorded to the VOD. Music settings won't get recorded to the VOD. Thank you, though. Okay, here, I was about to start. Your fault. That was your fault. Here we go. No, that was your fault. All right. 3, 2, 1. Nope, shut up. I'm trying to... No, wait, Reggie, I don't know if that was intentional. I can't tell if you're actually coming to say hi at this exact moment or if you actually are just been listening to this whole time and you're trolling me right now. I feel like for a fact that you're actually... I think that was honest. I think that you were being honest. I think you just came to say hi at this moment. All right, no. Listen. All right. Fox ears for a minute. I'm not wearing fox ears for this video. This video is meant to help people. I'm going to try to help people. You guys, all right. Hi, Comrade Catfish. Hi, J2. No. Listen, I got this. All right. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Okay. Today I have something really special for you guys. I want to rank the tanks for which tank is going to be the absolute most giga option for you to carry your team to 3K. Now, recently I've been making a lot of videos about the state of tanking in Midnight. No, No, why did I sound like I said fucking? You can't say that at the beginning of a YouTube video. Hold up, here we go. So listen, no, take two. No one knows because I don't have to cut that part. No, cut. All right, we don't have to do that part. Here's the thing, right? It's easy. We just go again. All right. What was that? I was like thinking about the chair as I was trying to say. What was that weird word? Okay, I stumbled. It's okay. When you stumble, you pick yourself back up. Here we go. Yeah, that's right. Let me just go for a walk real quick, guys. I'll be right back and do the list. All right, 3, 2, 1. Okay, today I want to talk to you about something kind of special. I want to make a list ranking all of the tanks for which one is going to be the most giga option for you to carry your team to 3K IO. Now, recently, I've been making a lot of videos about the state of tanking. I've been testing all the tanks for about 3 months now in Midnight Beta, trying to figure out what's looking like it's going to be the meta tank. And I made a tier list yesterday about the meta tank for World of Warcraft. The problem with that tier list is that this is an assumption for what the world first keys are going to be, for what the title level keys are going to be. But that tier list does not actually reflect a more average player experience. I like being able to talk about the tanks, and I like talking about their strengths and weaknesses in terms of push keys, the highest level keys, and what you might see in things like the MDI, or this, or the Race to World First. Those are fun conversations. But today, I want to make a list talking about the best tank for 3K IO. Now, I was talking to Stream about this earlier, and we have a few different ways to rank this, so I'd like to clarify before we get into the video what I am ranking this based on. I am assuming that you are a good tank player. This list is not necessarily reflective of what the easiest tank is, or even what the sturdiest tank is. If you're very confident on a tank, and your friends say, hey, can you come help us get 3K? Which tank would you rather play? So I'm going to give you that scenario again. If you had all 6 tanks fully geared and they were equal item level, and one of your friends said, hey, look, I'm trying to push for that 3K IO. I really want the mount. I've never gotten it before. Would you mind tanking for me? And you say, absolutely, I would love to help you. Which tank would you most likely want to play? That is the basis for this tier list. So this is already assuming that you're quite confident on all the tanks. But there is a clear answer and hierarchy for which tanks are going to be able to do more in an environment where you can't necessarily trust your team to perform on their roles adequately. That's the problem with the 3K list. It's different than the meta list because this is assuming that you with the tank are going to be the carry, the lead of your team. Whereas other lists kind of assume that your whole team is there to help you. It's a team game, which it is, but let's be honest. When you're pugging for 3K, it's a little bit less of a team game and a little bit more of a solo game. You can't expect people to get all the kicks. You can't expect people to use all their defensives. But there is a tank, specifically, that will do all those things for you. The absolute best tank for carrying your team to 3K is Prot Paladin. There is not even anything that really compares to this. This tank, let me explain in case you're watching this in an attempt to learn about the tanks. What this tank can do at the 3K level, keep in mind 3Ks, let's say give or take all 13s. It's basically half 13s and half 12s. Now, at a very high level, we might have a survivability problem on Paladin. I have seen it myself in my testing. But at this level, played well, this tank will not die, and it has the most carry potential. I'm going to give you a few tips in this video that you might not have heard before. These are things that I normally go over in coaching calls. When I coach people on Prot Paladin, one thing that I do is I encourage them, do you have a mouse over macro for your Avenger shield? Do you understand how Divine Resonance works, which is the fact that you throw extra shields after you Divine Toll? Do you understand how to use your utility? These are extra things that a really good Prot Paladin, you can literally solo control 2 to 3 mobs for an entire pull. You have infinite kicks on top of the fact. So let's say there's a pull with 3 fears. You can get all of them. You don't have to depend on your team at all. On top of that, You can also see, hey, that one is going to go off. I got you. And what you can do is you can sacrifice that person. You can lay on hands. You could just off heal them. There's so much that you can do on a Prot Paladin. It is actually incredible what this tank can do. If geared and played well, this tank is an unbelievable powerhouse of a carry. You cannot get better than Prot Pally for helping your friends get 3k. Don't listen to the meta tier lists are going to put this lower because at the highest level keys, you're not expected to do everything. But in a pug environment, you kind of are. So rather than being able, I know for a fact that if my healer is struggling, this is the tank I'd like to be on. I know for a fact if my DPS are not picking up their slack, this is the tank I would rather be on. Because I can just really... I can carry some people that, with respect, may not deserve to be there on my Prot Paladin. So that is by far and large the best 3k tank. Now, to clarify once again before we keep moving on in this list, no tank is bad for 3k. There's just some tanks that can do significantly more for your team than others. And what I'm ranking this on is how independent are you? How much do you depend on external healing? Do you need your team to help you? Like, what is your mission as a tank? And it's to lead your team, and in this case, to carry. So Prot Pally, number 1. Now, number 2 might surprise you. I was really thinking about this. I actually think the next best tank for the 3k carry is Blood DK. Blood DK is at the very high end of the A+ here. This tank has an infinite amount that it can do. The only thing, I mean, it's just behind Prot Pally. You don't have infinite kicks, but a lot of the dangerous pulls where you do need to control kicks on your own as a tank are basically solved by Blood DK. Because you can walk in and you have Gorfiend's Grasp, which was a Giga Silence. Remember, you might say it might be VDH with sigils. Incorrect. Your Gorfiend's Grasp is a better silence, give or take, than Silence Sigil. You have that now, so you can mass grip. On top of that, you pixel stack the mobs, so you can control the mobs. You have double regular grip, which is awesome for, again, that archer's over there, that caster's over there, and your team is not going to help you. You can pace the dungeon in a way where you as a Blood DK can do so much for your team, all right? So if you need to stop a caster, you have your regular kick, then you have double grip, then you have blinding sleet, and if on top of that, if mechanics are going off, you have AMZ that you, if perfectly positioned and timed, could also save people. I've been able to save my healer once or twice with a really well-timed AMZ. You can mitigate certain mechanics with AMS. It does require you to have good knowledge of the tank and how to use all these skills as you're also surviving the pull. But group buffs don't matter at this level. You're not trying to think about as best that you can bring to your team. What you are trying to think about is how independent and how much can I do for my team. So it's not about the group buffs. It's about your individual capabilities. Blood DK, I think, is an excellent tank for 3k push. You know me, I love Guardian Druid, but both of these tanks, I would rather be on either of these tanks, I think, for 3k. The next tank that I want to rank. This is where it starts to get interesting. If I was going to be helping my friends with 3k, the actual next tank that I would want to be on is a Prot Warrior. This is interesting. Now let me explain why. This tank right now has a near infinite CC package. On top of the fact that it has a near infinite CC package, it also does have a few tools that you can use to help your team. It's less about the off-healing of Prot Warrior and more about the fact that I think about the dangerous pulls. The reason that I would put this here is, although actually keep in mind, there's other things that these tanks can do. The reason I would put this here is because the dangerous packs in these dungeons, they're not always casting. So it's not like Priory where you have a caster pack, a caster pack, a caster pack. It's more like Algathar Academy is like everything's going smoothly until you get to the platform before the elemental boss. And before you get to Veximus, there's a big platform. There's a lot of casters there. On my warrior, I can solo those casts because I know that I can gain my Interrupting Shout. I have Stormbolt, I have Shockwave, I have a bunch of tools to CC that. You can even play the new Javelineer and get an extra silence on top of the fact that you already have kick. If you play Mountain Thane, your snap threat is pretty good. That's a big factor in this. Your snap threat's pretty good. You can't play Colossus, you have to play Mountain Thane. And I'm also pretty independent. Warrior is very tanky. I would say the downside of Warrior is that there's a few times where even at a 12 or a 13, I probably will need my healer just to help me a little bit. There are some just occasional mechanics, nasty bleeds, nasty this, but Warrior can make a plan. If you're well versed on Warrior, there's actually a ton you can do for your team, and in general, you're pretty sturdy. Okay, moving on. What other tank right now would I rather be on? I think Bear. Bear is going to be my next pick. Now, Bear is the exact opposite of Warrior. I don't have a lot of CC tools, but I do have very powerful off-healing. Dream of Cenarius is a very powerful off-heal right now. It's not quite Prop Pally, but it is incredibly beneficial. Now, you have to know as a bear, you have to have the skill set to understand that if you play Reinvigoration, you will consume those procs on yourself when you cast Frenzied Regen. But Bear is sturdy, does provide, again, group buff notwithstanding, your group buff doesn't actually matter here, so let's not factor that in. What it is it's hyper independent. It has incredible snap threat, so you don't really have to worry about aggro whatsoever because you know your DPS, they're going to zug in a 3k setting. But what it can do is be immortal on top of the fact that you can do very powerful off healing. You have Decurse and Depoison, which are very impactful. Windrunner Spire, you have Pit of Sauron. The other things about this tank is mostly just it's mostly the off healing. I think the reason I would put it here and not here is just it's just the off healing actually. Because the more I think about it, the truth is you are lacking CCs on a pack that I mentioned with Warrior, that big caster pack. You only have Incap and Vortex Typhoon. Vortex Typhoon is pretty powerful. It is a sigil of chains, but it does not compare to Gorfiend's Grasp. It does not compare to what Warrior can do with Shout, and it doesn't actually compare to sigils. So technically speaking, the reason I put this here is because a Giga Bear, you can actually really do spot healing. There have been a few times on beta thus far where my entire team basically dies, and it's just me and this one other person, and we finish the boss. Like, I've had times where my healer dies, I'm chilling, and I can actually keep people alive with Dream of Cenarius. There are ways to game that, and I think that that is a very kind of niche thing, but it could totally work. And why I think Bear would be a pretty solid tank to carry your team to 3k. Reminder, no tank is bad, but I do think that at the end of the day, you want to be able to think, how can I compensate for my team's mistakes versus if everything goes well, what is going to be the best? So I think Bear is here. Okay, next. I actually think Brewmaster is the tank that I would rank next. This tank has had a massive glow up. With the pruning of things, before, this was in the same camp as Bear, where it kind of like doesn't have a lot of AoE tools to lock down packs. But Leg Sweep is pretty massive now. Leg Sweep into Ring is also really good. But Leg Sweep in particular has gained a lot of value with some of the changes going into Midnight. On top of that, you have very strong Dispel profile. You don't have the Curse Dispel, but you do have Poison Dispel. On top of that, okay, what's really interesting is that there are a lot of mechanics that can be solved by Tiger's Lust. Not as good as Blessing of Freedom. Blessing of Freedom is even better. That's why this is here. But if you are very good at Brew and you understand these dungeons, perhaps you watch some of my dungeon guides that I have either put for early access on Patreon or you find them on my YouTube when I release all of them, then you will know which mechanics that you can Tiger's Lust. Not yourself, but your team. And you can literally save deaths in many of these dungeons knowing when to use Tiger's Lust. A random piece of utility normally doesn't have any value, but absolutely does here. In this season, I think that you could really game your Tiger's Lust quite effectively. So that's a big thing. This tank is not as dependent on external healing. There are two builds for Brewmaster. All the builds that I test are linked in Discord, but there's an interesting one for Brew. I would recommend you swap to it. As strange as this sounds, there's like the meta build, and then there's a build that somebody on stream shared with me, and I think that that second build is actually better for Snap Threat, easier to play, and a little bit smoother. It's very strange because it's not meta. It's probably slightly suboptimal, but it is better for 3k push. So I would recommend you pick up this build. I haven't seen anyone play it. It was just recommended that I try it, and I found it to be much smoother. In a random twist of fate, again, none of these tanks are bad for 3k, but I actually think that VDH has fallen a little bit in terms of its team support. Because although you have sigils, you cannot lock down caster packs as well as you used to. Your sigils are very much a fragment of what they used to be. 2-second silent sigil doesn't actually carry a pug pull. because you need to lock it down for much longer than 2 seconds. So you have Silent Sigil. There's a lot of VDH builds that aren't even playing Sigil of Chains as well, which is another huge benefit. But you have 0 off healing. You have Chaos, Nova, and I guess you could Imprison as an extra stop. But surprisingly, you are not the king of CC. You kind of used to be. But what you are is immortal. Like, this tank is super immortal. However, I think at this level, it might have some snap threat issues. And it doesn't provide as much value, in my opinion, to your team as much as these other tanks do. So in a random twist of fate, there's nothing wrong with VDH. It's incredibly powerful. But if I was going to pick a tank to carry my team to 3K, I would not choose VDH. I would actually feel a lot more confident on any one of these. Now, the last caveat to this list is that personal preference drives performance. If you like one of these tanks, like let's say you're incredibly passionate about VDH and it's your favorite tank to play, you will probably do better carrying your friends on this than trying to just re-roll to a prot pally. So remember, for this is imagining you can play all 6 tanks at a similar level and what I believe they can bring to your team, right? VDH has no dispel, it can't really help, it's just a very independent tank. Now, and the fact that you can go fast does not help, because oftentimes in 3K you should go slower, yeah? So there's just a bunch of factors to this list, but the biggest thing to understand is that whatever tank you're the best at will probably be your best choice for 3K IO. And this list needs to be made because if you just look at my previous video and you watch my rankings for the meta list, I didn't talk about any of this. It's not about so much how well you can solo carry your team, because guess what's happened? At a 19 and 20, you're working with your team. It's a very different mentality. It's actually like a different game is being played because you as a healer can actually call things and you as a tank can call things. It doesn't happen, man. That doesn't happen at a 10 or a 12 or a 13. So as you're kind of going for 3K, you need to think, you got to go independent and also think, how can I make up for the mistakes of my team? Okay, so those are my thoughts on 3K. I hope you enjoyed this list. I might make a few more like this for healers as well, because I think that it's important for the community that we have this representation and kind of talk about what healers and what tanks are better at covering mistakes, what are going to actually be dependent on your team playing perfectly, and just the general understanding that oftentimes the game that's played at 3K is not identical to what happens with higher coordination at a 4K IO level. So I'd like to make both, and hopefully you like this. Let me know, out of curiosity, what's your favorite tank? All right, I'll see you in the next update. Bye. Fucking one tap that bitch. Let's go. Easy. Easy. Yes, 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 yes. Bet. Thank you. All right, what do you guys think? I don't know why I said that. I'm sorry. I don't know why. I got a little hyped at the end. Yeah, my bad. Don't clip that. But anyways, so what do you guys think about that list? Yeah, well, I 2-tapped it if you consider that. Yeah. Well, I basically was a 1-tap. Well, what do you think? Do you think, let me ask you this, all right? Listen, so my question for you is, you listening to that, do you think that that will help people? That's my question. General thought process, do you think that would help people? That information I just shared. That's what I'd like to know from the WoW community. You could 1-tap me. Well, I mean, I'd like to think there might be a few more taps than that. Yeah, Wisdom. That definitely, though. Goddamn. I think conversations with people have a very strong but yeah, holy shit, Wisdom. That's true. This is the type of reason why people start actually hating me. But it's so important that you clarify, man. Going for 3 camp, but all tanks are similar. It was probably very slim. It's more like if you were good at X, you're probably better playing that class instead of meta. Oh, it's 100%. I should have said that at the start. To be honest, if I remade this Maz, that's how I would say it. Because your sincerity, like your ability to express the skill of that tank will make the biggest difference. The one thing I didn't mention is that if you're freaking out your healer, then the key goes to shit. Because if you're really sturdy and good, by the way, then what happens is your healer doesn't need to external you. They don't need to focus heal you. They will actually be able to help their team. And that is a massive difference. So you have your ability to express that skill matters a crazy amount, because a good VDH doesn't need any healing. So if you're actually a good VDH, right, then that's the idea. I got to get to bed, you? Yeah, what's up? At least 3. Good luck. Get some rest, Angel. I hope you get some sleep. I can't believe this tier list. Yeah, dude, holy. Dude, okay. So for anybody that's new to my stream, if you are new here, let me tell you a story real quick. What I want to do as I make content is I'd like to help people feel more comfortable tanking and healing. That's my goal. One of my goals for making content is I want to help people feel more comfortable tanking and healing, okay? All right, if you're new to my stream, I want to tell you something. Sometimes I want to make videos that are based off of the competitive scene of WoW, which I like to partake in. I like to be competitive and push significantly higher than 3K. But I've recently gotten a lot of hate. And I think that this makes me even more passionate about doing this. I have received a lot of hate because one thing I'm doing is I'm making simple guides, or I'm making videos like this that talk about the benefit of playing Prot Pally for 3K, or the benefit of Blood DK. And what's interesting to me is that I've received a lot of DMs from very competitive players saying, you're messing up, like you're lying to people, and your content is bad. And I'm confused, because I question, when you watch something with WoW, what's the goal? And for me, the goal is, but 3K is not the same as 4K. Like, it's a different game. Like, basically, like, I really appreciate this idea of accessibility where you don't need to be pushing to 100%. Let me ask you this. For 3K IO, if you're learning how to tank, should you play the build? If there was a build that was 20% tankier, but did 10% less damage, should you play that build as you're learning how to tank? What do you think? In general, my answer is yes. But a lot of the competitive players are like, no, you should absolutely learn how to play the hardest thing right away, because you gotta min-max, you gotta optimize. Like, if you're not trying to, how are you gonna get a parse? Like, you can't parse 100%. I'm like, bro, you don't need to parse 100%. Your tank damage it's only relevant for the sake of threat, and just, you gotta do basic tank damage. But you don't, like, if there's a talent, this is the craziest thing. I mean, I'm gonna give you an example right here. Let me just exit out of this for a second. Never forget, as an example, warriors were told not to play Cheat Death. Unbelievable cap. Like, Cheat Death saves your life on warrior. You were told not to play it for the longest time. Blood DK is often told to drop Purgatory. It's like, but what if that one pull gets you? Like, don't drop Purgatory for 1% DPS. This is a thing. Like, these are the types of things that are often suggested, because let's assume everything you play perfectly. It's like, but people aren't playing perfectly. A lot of times people are like, drop Purgatory for, 1 point somewhere else. And it's like, don't drop your Cheat Death. This was a thing with VDH with dropping Cheat Death. And it's like, don't drop your Cheat Death. That is not a smart idea. Don't do that. Do you know what I mean? And it's like defensive talents versus offensive talents. Like, play defensively. It's a completely different thing. And I sort of wish that's what I'm trying to do with these videos. So I don't mean to keep putting out tier lists and stuff, but it's interesting to me what somebody said earlier, that, yeah, it's interesting that I'm getting a lot of pushback for suggesting those things. And I just find that to be fascinating a little bit. No. So, like, again, a good VDH is amazing, but it does require a little bit of knowledge. And VDH is pretty strong right now. There's nothing wrong with VDH. But it is interesting, because I don't think that VDH is like the king of anything, though. On top of it, the first step of being a good tank is not dying. Like, if I was going to go over a tanking fundamentals, the very first thing about being a good tank is don't die. That's like the main thing. That's literally your job. You min-max your damage way afterward, right? But I do think that's important. So hopefully these lists, hopefully they help people. That's kind of the goal, right? That's what I'd like to be able to do with them. Okay. Oh, yo, hey. I'll be Prot Pally no matter what. Sorry, I was missing all the YouTube comments during that, though. What's this? That was a plug to go over to... Wait, hold on. What is this? I'm reading YouTube at this point. Wait, what is this moderator? Tom is but for a 3-month badge. Moderator 4-month subscriber. Dude, I don't even know what's going on here. Hey, also, thank you for joining the YouTube membership. I see you there. Senpai, please stop. Well, I don't... Help me, step bro? I don't know how to... Sorry, Senpai. I thank you for joining the YouTube members, but your name is Senpai, so I couldn't resist. All right, so that's basically my thoughts on tanking. I want to keep making some more stuff. When I have time, I really look forward to getting the chance to make like a tanking fundamentals, etc., right? I just copied the Twitch. That's it. Oh, I see. You receive favor for sharing your... Yeah, dude. Well, okay. But it is true. Like, it's interesting that has happened. Anyways, I am going to go get that ready for YouTube tonight. I do have work, so I'm going to go... Yeah, dude, it's crazy. And also keep in mind that this happens in Raid Prog too, where if there's a particularly hard-hitting tank boss, there are some tanks which refuse to play defensive trinkets and will only play offensive trinkets and no cheat death trinket. And if there's a cheat death trinket in a season, you should probably play that trinket. Okay, let's see who on. Thank you guys for hanging out. And hopefully my lists, they help a little bit. That's all I really want to do with these. Hi, Alan. Okay, Discord's there. Please use that thumbnail. Where? Let me see. What thumbnail? General. Damn, really? We'll prop Pally's. Wait. What is this? No way. Hold up. Okay. Fun Drakthir Gaming. What is Drakthir Gaming, man? Don't at me. OP Mythic Plus Tank plus 17. I appreciate you guys trying to make me thumbnails. I probably will just use this. I don't actually think I'll use any thumbnail, to be honest. I haven't used thumbnails for my videos in a very long time. But anyways, if I miss your comment during that, I apologize. Bear tanky, simple build attack, over reliable. Keep in mind, it's not about whether you're tanky, because every tank played well at a plus... If you're geared and you play well, every tank is immortal at plus 12. You physically cannot die. I cannot express this. Unless you misplay. If you're good at tanking and you're geared, every tank is immortal at that key level. Right? Reminder, I am not streaming tomorrow. It is Valentine's Day for me. That is as a reminder. It is Valentine's Day. So beware. I will not be here. But I will be back the next day. That being said, if you see this, yes, for me, it is my time zone. Here. You see the burpee tracker? Don't let me forget. 122. I did not complete 272 burpees today. We will extend that to the next stream. No more bits needs to be had. I will extend this, and I will do this on the next stream. I cannot do more today. I am respecting my body. My body is telling me to go rest for a little bit. No compounded interest, but I will respect any bits that are donated. Will go straight to the burpee fund. But if we actually have that many... then I will be respectful to my own body here. Okay? That is what we're doing. That's the key here. Make sense? Cool. Oh, wait, hold up. That window capture is super weird. My bad. Which was the right one? This one? Nope. Hold up. This one. Okay, 100 more bits. That's fine. So now it's not this anymore. It is now, hold up. It's now 275. 275. Boom. Cool. If you are a new tank player, the last thing that I will shout out here is that I did put my first tank masterclass on the Patreon. It is for free. You do not have to pay for it, but I would love feedback on it. If you're curious about dungeon guides, I made the first one. I think I could do better, but it was just my first attempt at making a dungeon guide that will help people understand everything you need to know. Thank you, Wisdom. I owe 125 burpees next stream. Okay. I can do them. I got this. Okay. Which one is which here? Hold up. I see Veronica on. I see Marcellian on. You guys want to say hi to Marcellian? No, I know, TH. I know. It do be tough out there. The Patreon's here. Yeah. It's the first post there. It's completely free. I made it on Magister's Terrace. And if you have any feedback for me on what you like about that versus what you don't, though, I promise I'll do them all. Dude, if you extend the burpee counter for 2 years, I will. All I can tell you is that I'll do a 24-hour stream. I will, well, like, honestly, if that burpee counter gets extended to the degree that I cannot physically reach the amount per day, I will do a 24-hour stream. You can clip that at some point. There's a time limit. I'll do a 24-hour stream if we can somehow keep that going until I physically cannot reach the limit on the burpee counter. That's fair. Yeah, I'll do that. That would be awesome. That would make my day. That'd be super cool. But that's not an expectation. Bloodsgate for the win. I wish it'll fix Stanley. It's really good for carrying 3K keys. It's actually extremely powerful for that. It really is. Marcellian or Veronica? You guys want to say hi to somebody who doesn't play WoW? I think Macy recently started. Or you want to say hi to Marcellian? I see Marcellian on. Normally I just say hi to him. He's cool. Or is there a streamer on that you would like to say hello to? Please get approval from Kitty. It would be crap. I've never done a 24-hour stream, and in general, I don't think I would ever do a 24-hour stream. It would be kind of insane if I had to do a 24-hour stream. I don't even know how I would respond to that. Who is this? Holy woman. Who's on at this time? It's a late stream for me. I did. Oh, wait, she doesn't speak English. Nope. Okay, hold up. Who is this? He just says, I ain't no bitch. Who's this? He has blue hair. What do we feel about that? He's too busy getting... No. All right, how about this person? Midnight Hype. I like Midnight Hype. It says something similar after saying... Wait, what? Oh, shit, I did say that. I don't know. I'm not finding anybody new really to come out to say hi to. All right. Well, anyways. All right. Okay. I guess I'll just end stream. I don't know. This guy's on the live channels. Here we go. If I say hello, what does he say? I don't know who this guy is. Sure. I don't know. So I was just going to send you to somebody random. I guess we make a new friend. That's all I got. All right, here we go. Bye. I'll see you tomorrow. Oh, no, not tomorrow. Sorry. I will see you in 2 days. Cool. There you go. Okay, bye. I will upload that video to YouTube later. Happy Valentine's Day. Here we are. That was really cute. Alrighty then. Yo, YouTube, if you're still here, thank you for hanging out. I appreciate it. I'll see you later. See you. GG's.